Yes. Yes. Welcome. Welcome. Welcome, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, my. Oh, wow. Wow. Thank you. We're at it once more. This is it. The best stream alive. We've done it again. Thank you. New World Order. Thank you. Thank you for being here. What a day. What a day. Welcome in. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you, Dina. How are you? All right, everyone. What a day. Hope you guys are having a good evening, because I am. I'm very excited to be here. I feel like today is going to be the best stream we've ever had. Thank you for the likes. Thank you, guys. Young Mamba's here. Winfield, Mike, how are you guys doing? Trent, Cece, Bavma, Anonymous, amazing. What's up, guys? How are you? Young Mamba, how are you? All right, guys, we got some really awesome science news coming in. As always, you guys can request to join the conversation if you want to talk. If you have a science question, anything like that. And as always, if you have gotten a vaccine recently, we celebrate those people here. We celebrate people who get vaccines. So you can join in and we're going to celebrate you. So whatever you guys want to do, that moon, is it a good moon today? I didn't see. I didn't check it out. I haven't been. Thank you guys for the likes. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Puff Pass is here. Give it up for Puff Pass, everyone. How's it going? How's it going, man? Good, good, good. All right. We are chilling, guys, for a little bit, and we have some science news. We got some questions. We got a lot of stuff going on. It has been a killer news day, a killer news week. And that's what we are here for. We are here for it. All right. How are you guys doing? Like I said, if you guys have any science questions, let me know. Or if you've been vaccinated recently, we celebrate people who've been vaccinated. So if you've been vaccinated, either request to join or talk about it in the chat. We'll celebrate you there. However you want to be recognized. It is good. All right. So the queue is empty. Anyone's welcome to join, guys. Anyone. Whatever you guys want to talk about. Vaccines are great. I totally agree. All right. Oh, thank you, Sheep. Sheepadoodles here, everyone. Hey, Sheep. How's it going, man? Thank you so much for coming in. Andrea, thank you for the follow. Can you talk to me about finding peace in the watching people we love struggle that won't help themselves? What's up, bud? How's it going? Oh, you have a neuro problem. I'm sorry to hear that, Puff Pass. That's awful. Thanks for sharing, man. Bree, how's it going? Thank you for the follow. Okay, yeah, just give me a 1 second, Tyler. 1 second. How's it going, brother? Can you talk to me about finding peace in watching people we love struggle? That's tough, man. That's tough. I mean, I think that you have to ask and just talk to them and ask them why they won't help themselves. I think that's the biggest thing. Always ask questions. You know, it's if you don't understand why something's doing something, always try to ask questions and lead from there. That's the biggest thing I would say. Tyler, how's it going?
What's going on, dude? Do you remember me?
I think so. It's I believe so, but not specifically.
I'm the moon landing guy.
Okay.
I'm not going to talk to you about that. I was just wondering, because I follow you, how you are taking all this like TikTok strike stuff.
I mean,
You're standing your ground though. That's cool. Sorry,
Thanks,
go ahead.
man. Thanks, man. Hey sheep, how's it going? Um, I deal so basically, I mean, base in my Reddit account has been banned in all the subreddits because I was answering science questions in the anti-vax subreddits and stuff. So I understand that some like scientists can be clapped in with the people that are anti-vaccine and that kind of stuff, and so I'm getting rounded up again in that, which I think I understand in like an algorithm thing. I get it. Um, I think it's
What do you mean
frustrating
by
though.
that algorithm thing?
Well, the algorithm moderation kind of thing. So that's happening on TikTok. So
You're like spreading your idea of truth. That's the thing. It's like this
mhm.
whole, I don't know, like freedom of speech. Like, what is this? Because it's like
Yeah,
you're spreading your idea of truth, right? You know what I
sure.
mean? Like, but why are they moderating it? Like, I don't get it. As someone that like kind of wants to go in this direction in the future, like, how do you approach this?
Hmm.
Like, your Reddit account has been not banned, right? You're
It's
still
been
fine?
banned in every subreddit basically. So
For
so
real?
every yeah, because all the moderators kind of like all network together. So basically every subreddit my Reddit account is banned, but it's not banned Reddit like Reddit wide, site wide. But I don't know, man. I think it is really frustrating. I think that like this is a way that people who hold conspiracies are kind of like coddled a little bit. I feel like where people um, can't like speak out against them and like really engage them a lot. So I think that that's kind of the biggest frustration with that for me. But because like I look on TikTok and there's nothing but conspiracies, right? There's conspiracies on Bigfoot being real. There's conspiracies on aliens landing or all this kind of stuff. And
But like,
somehow I'm getting wrapped up in it. I don't understand.
why not let the followers speak for themselves and just, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I get it. They should have a voice too, but like,
Hmm.
you have your voice. That's your version of the truth. Why are you being silenced and not them?
I know it is a weird thing. I think I'm putting out and it actually is specifically just my hey shoes, how's it going? It's just my clips too. So it's my clips and um not my lives.
This?
So yeah, my lives are
Oh,
fine. I've never gotten a live taken down.
well, that's
So
interesting. Well, you post your lives though. That's part of what you post.
yeah, like clips from my lives exactly.
Well, did they have a problem with a clip from your live?
Yes. Yes, that is what that
Okay,
is.
well, there you go.
Yeah, so
But
but the
so
live
maybe I guess
itself,
just don't post clips from your live.
yeah, yeah, that's what I've thought about doing, or putting kind of like more milk toast stuff on my page and stuff like that. But I mean, part of the reason why I have this platform is to kind of like be here and let people come and ask me questions. So I don't want to hinder my ability for to be here, and have people ask me questions. But then I want to have a voice, right? I want to be able to speak on these issues, and so I feel like my live is kind of like my main vehicle, and everything else is kind of just um, clips and
Do
stuff.
you
I
feel
mean,
like you get more followers from lives or
oh,
like
exponentially
posts?
more. Oh yeah. I mean,
So
my
maybe just chill with the posts and
yeah,
just keep doing the lives. I
yeah.
mean,
I
the
think
lives
that's
are
it.
awesome. I listen to it pretty passively usually a
Oh,
lot of
thanks,
the
man.
time. So,
I appreciate that. Thank you.
well, you're just, I don't know. It's a weird thing. Like you have a lot of these. There's another PhD guy, Dr. Blitz. I look at.
Mm,
He's like more
mm-hmm.
of like a physicist. He does the same kind of thing, and it's good.
Nice, man.
And I've been kind of. It's fun though. I love going into like flat Earth and just talking with these people just because it's fun. But
Yeah, I've been going into these
I'm not
spaces on
that
my
deep.
myself for just having fun doing it myself, and so it's actually wild to like be here, have this opportunity to speak to people, and have other people learn. I think that's one of the best parts about it. I think
But this is like freedom of speech, dude. Like that's what you're doing. And it's
I
weird
agree.
that like you're just they're just banning people. It's like, what? I
Yeah,
mean,
I agree.
if you want to talk about the craziest conspiracy, like let flat earth people talk. I mean, it's hilarious. Like let's just do it, you know? I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I get it. It's probably not right, but it's like at
Hmm.
least let them talk and let people like I don't know, you know?
Yeah, especially when like we can't even engage, I think that that's a big problem too. If it's so much moderation that people that are speaking out against it, and actually like physicists and scientists that are actually debunking these stuff are also being clapped back, then I think that that's a huge problem. I will say though, both of my warnings got removed with the appeals within like a couple of hours, so it wasn't even a full day. And so I'm happy, because otherwise my account would have been struck by now, and I wouldn't be able to go live right now. So I did have them removed. So
Yeah, but who knows? I mean, is there a lot of these types of people that just get banned? I don't know. I mean, is that common?
I've had like maybe 3 or 4 people get clapped out of my the voice chat for some reason. They don't tell me why, but so they just get zapped out. And there is like a little text box that comes up that says, the person that you're saying is you have in your thing is saying un, uncouth opinions, or whatever, and you get the choice to kick them out. But then there's other people that just get zapped out immediately, and it's weird because the ones that get zapped out aren't necessarily the ones that have the most egregious opinions. So I don't understand that at all.
It's like a shadow ban thing or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, my biggest problem right now is actually the I can't show um, papers or graphs on. I can show like figures, individual figures. I have to clip them out. But if I showed like a paper from Nature or something, like I get instantly limited by the algorithm, and they don't let my stuff go forward anymore. So that's what I really don't understand. It's really frustrating to me, but I want
TikTok's
to.
still owned by like the Chinese, right?
Well, and yes, and on top of that, they basically own the way that they're able to operate right now due to the Trump administration. So they're actually banned in the United States with a subclause in the ban that if Trump okays it, then it's okay. Hi, how's it going? Um, if so,
So
so it
like
literally is in lockstep with the Trump administration. If the Trump administration deems that TikTok is not allowed to operate anymore, it goes away instantly overnight. So, so that's very weird.
no, it was weird. Okay, I could probably get in trouble for saying this, but whatever. When I don't know when that was, but like I remember there was like talk about banning TikTok, right?
Hmm.
And it was like one day it was like I got a notification. It was like, thanks to your amazing, beautiful president, we can now use TikTok again.
Yeah.
Do you remember
Yep.
that? Like,
Hmm.
what the hell was that?
That was the legislation got passed, and then Trump signed an executive order that allowed the hosting of TikTok on
But he
American
has came
servers.
out and said recently, he's like, "Oh, I love TikTok. My kids use TikTok. Like, oh,
Yeah.
that's what helped me with the election." So
Yeah.
I don't
Exactly.
know.
It's very
I
weird.
don't know. It's very strange. But that whole thing was very strange to me, where it was like that pop up, where it was like, "Oh, you're awesome president. Just you can use TikTok now, guys." So I was
So,
like,
dude, if that's the thing, is that like if Trump gave pressure to TikTok and said, "Hey, this is the type of stuff that I want to be on this platform or allow on here." I mean, what is the TikTok? What's TikTok gonna do? I mean, they're gonna bow, because there's no way for them to exist other than the Trump executive action, an executive order, and if he rescinds that, then they're done. So I think that that's a
but
huge
well, in a
problem
way,
for.
it's like, okay, cool, Trump, thank you. I want to keep using TikTok, but like, is it now different?
Exactly, exactly, and we don't know, and I think that that's one of the biggest problems. But dude, thank you so much for breaking the ice. We got like a bunch of people now, so thank
Yeah,
you
that's
for
cool.
jumping
Whatever.
in,
Thank
and
you.
I appreciate you. So have a good one. You can request again if you want. I appreciate it. All right, Young Mamba was first. Hello, hi, Young Mamba. How's it going?
Hi, how's it going? I'm pretty
Good, man.
good. How are you?
Good.
Good. You take opposition too. I do
Yeah,
have,
yeah,
conflicting views on.
sure.
I'm pretty much on the opposite side of the spectrum. Seem
Sure.
like a chill guy, so it'll be a respectful debate.
Whatever you. Yeah, yeah. What's on your mind?
Yeah. So in terms of C19, we kind of go into the science if you want. I know that's kind of your specialty in terms of um, microbiologist. I believe that's what you do.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, so me, I don't come from the standpoint of believing in Western, science in terms of the allopathic method. I'm completely 100% against that. I take it more of a terrain way of viewpoint. And my whole ideology, just kind of want to preface, is based on the traditional, African holistic health. I mean, there's a lot of, methodologies that have been around for thousands of years, like Chinese New Medicine. I mean, you have German medicine. I mean, goes
Okay.
back a while, thousands of years. So something that's been around, well, Western allopathic medicines has been virtually here since early 1900s. So I mean, it's more kind of the newer phase. And
Okay.
yeah, I do not subscribe to kind of the germ theory at all. I
Okay.
think it's based on fallacy, unscientific pseudoscience, and it's easy to kind of debunk because the science is really not rigorous. It's not,
Oh,
something that's really provable.
okay. All
Um,
right. How would you do that? Let's talk through that experiment.
what's that?
The experiment that you said that you could debunk germ theory.
Yeah.
Let's
So
talk through it.
yeah. So if you're going to say a certain pathogen or a certain quote unquote virus can make a person sick, you're going to have a scientific method in which you can replicate that, data set or that kind of study across consistently where, if you infect this person gets sick,
Yep.
and, multiple people consistently.
Yep.
And so that I mean, has not really been done. I mean, that's
Okay. So let's say that
not
someone's sick.
something.
So let's say someone's sick, and we culture. Let's say they're sick and they have like a lot of something in their lungs. We don't know what it is or what's causing it, and we take a culture of their lungs. So it's in their lungs. We take some of it out, right? And then we grow it in the lab, whatever that is. And then we introduce that stuff because we just got it from a human. It would be unethical to put it into another human, right? So we have to expose it to something that has similar physiology as a human. So let's say we exposed a mouse to it. We expose the mouse to it, and then we get a disease that's similar to what we saw in the human. So it's the same lung, it's the same disease, and then we isolate it again, and then we can compare those two isolated things that we got, right? That would basically make the common denominator that thing that we took out. And that's what Koch's postulates is. It's like a fundamental idea in microbiology that's been around for I think over 150 years.
No, 100% agree with you.
Okay,
But
so then
that's
you agree
not.
with germ theory. That's what Koch's
No, no,
postulates
no,
are.
no, no, no. I agree with Coach Posh as being kind of
Okay.
a scientific method in which you kind
Okay.
of base it off, but it hasn't been fulfilled. If you
It
actually kind of
has. It has,
no,
absolutely.
because if we want
It
to
does. It
go.
happened. It happened with COVID-19. It happens with all these.
No.
Yes,
Well,
yeah, it
if
has.
we have to go through the basics in terms of isolation.
We do.
Nothing yet. It hasn't been
It has.
actually isolated and
No.
categorized. In which
No.
it hasn't. It
No,
has not.
it has.
So
It
like
has.
what they do is they take a specimen like lung fluid from a sick patient like you're saying, right?
Yeah.
And then what they do is they culture the cell.
Yeah.
They put antibiotics. They get this reaction
Not
in which they
antibiotics. Nope.
well,
Nope.
no, I mean they add monkey kidney cells, all this
Nope.
different stuff before it's actually isolated,
No,
and
we
then they
don't.
starve the
No, that's
cells
wrong.
of nutrition. Yeah,
It's
I
not
mean,
wrong. That's wrong.
I've read these studies in which this is exactly
That
what they do.
that's
So it
not what
hasn't even.
happens. That's not what happens. They take it and then they sequence the genomes. And then they sequence the genomes and compare it from one patient to another, and it all lines up. The DNA sequences are all they're somewhat similar in key aspects, but then the recombination and the changes of the DNA all line up to know where it came from. That's how phylogenetics works, and that's how population genetics works.
So if we go from like the basics in terms of virus isolation, what do you consider isolation? When that's kind of like it comes to the crux of the whole issue, because I don't think none of these so-called viruses have really been isolated. I mean, same
It
thing with
has.
SARS-CoV-2 has
They have.
not really been isolated. No, it has
No,
not been
no,
isolated.
they
I
have.
mean,
They have.
I can show you an CDC Information Act in which
Okay.
they requested this,
Sure, send it to me.
and the CDC wrote back, said there's no isolation has been met based on those
What's
standards.
the URL? Let's look it up right now.
Okay, give me a second.
They've all been proven, man. I mean,
No, I'll pull it up real quick.
What's the whole
Hey, no,
Wuhan Institute of Virology? That's the whole idea, that they were working with viruses in the Wuhan Institute of Virology. That's where the lab leak conspiracy comes from, which is
yeah,
completely false, by the way. It was a
I
natural
don't
zoonotic spread. But
I don't believe in the lab leak theory, obviously, with my position,
yeah,
but
okay.
yeah. So I'll let me pull this up because I have the CDC FOI Act, in which the CDC admitted themselves this has not been isolated based on those standards that has been written out in that guideline. So, give me
Sure.
a second.
Yeah. I mean, it has. It definitely has. I mean, the coronaviruses have been isolated. Absolutely. That's the whole idea. Coronaviruses are actually really easy to maintain, and they're grown from host to host all the time, and it happens. I mean, we literally have like microscopes that can confirm viral particles, and we look at them and we can actually see that they're there. It's not like an esoteric thing that we have to rely on cultures anymore. I mean, that we used to. So this is actually why, for example, we actually didn't have definitive proof that there are bacteria or viruses in ocean water until the late 90s, because we had to wait until microscopy to get to the point where we could actually see. So, but we have that now, and we have all that microscopy data, and it's absolutely there.
Yeah. So
I
in the
mean, do you
meantime,
believe in
while
bacteria? Do you believe in
no,
bacteria?
obviously, yeah, obviously, I'm
Okay.
not
Do you
disputing
believe in viruses, though?
that. No, I
Okay,
mean
so then
because
what are we seeing? What are we seeing through the microscope?
so we're seeing, it could be exosomes, it could be, different things.
No, no,
Yeah, that can,
no,
yeah. I
definitely
mean,
not.
because
Definitely not. The
it's
viral capsid
essentially,
and stuff aren't there. There's viral capsids. There's like different parts of it that were completely different than anything that we could see in the cell. And then you can look at it, man, and you can sequence the genomes. I mean, do you believe in DNA?
yes.
Okay, that's
There,
unique.
there's
That is a Western construct. If you believed in Lysenko, you would not agree in genes, by the way. So you do agree with Western science there.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying Western science is not like,
Well,
I
you
mean,
said you would
there's
disagree
there,
with all of Western science, so that's something that
well,
you do
majority,
agree with.
like the baseline in which, um, where it's predicated on,
Yeah.
germ theory, essentially, and
What
so
would you need to see in order to believe germ theory is real?
first
What
of
would,
all, virus isolation.
okay.
Two, so, and I'm willing to take this study like myself. You can get a person that's sick of COVID, and just because I'm a fairly healthy person, I take care of
Okay.
myself, I live a pretty healthy lifestyle. They can't affect me. So they can cough, they can sneeze on me, and I'm willing to do this, and I won't get sick. It's because I take care of myself, in which, I naturally detox. I'm not going to be susceptible to that. So if they can't prove in which they can have this scientific baseline in which they can affect everybody and everybody gets sick at the same time, then it's not real. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? So
because it's the virus, and that's why it's spreading. It's spreading. I mean, do you think that people die of the flu every year?
well, yeah. I mean
Okay, so then what are they dying of?
that. That's essentially what they did with COVID. Is they
Every
relabeled
year?
it the
So this is
flu.
every year. So there's a global conspiracy in order to kill
No,
off
no,
10
no.
to 20,000 people every year?
No,
Okay, so then
I'm
how are
saying
they
I'm saying.
dying? How are those people dying every year?
So you got to go by case basis. Everybody's different. It's not like you can just put a generalization across a group of people and try to say it. They all exactly kind of the same. No, it doesn't work like everybody has. They might have like underlying issue, like in which they're you know in ICU for some heart condition, and then they catch the flu and they unalive and then label it flu
Well,
death.
catching the flu,
That's what I'm saying.
exactly. What are they getting then? What if you don't
But
agree
I'm
with
saying it's
viruses? Then what
like
are they
if they
getting?
have if they have like comorbidities, if they have other
Uh-huh.
kind of underlying issues, and then the flu exacerbates that, in which they unalive from that.
No, but
I mean,
they're
I would.
catching a flu now. But you're saying that they are catching something, so you do agree with viruses being real.
No, 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 no. I'm
So then, what
saying
are they catching? What are they
okay.
catching? How are they
So
dying?
hold on. Flu comes around like every season. In terms
Which is a
of
virus, but how are they? What are
No, no,
they?
no, no, no. No, look, your body. This is kind of where where I don't agree with Western science and where I believe more of the terrain. When the seasons change, your
Mm-hmm.
body naturally kicks off its detoxification mechanism. Those
Okay.
detoxification mechanism is what you call symptoms of flu. So when the
Okay.
seasons change is when your body kicks that reaction off, and that's what you guys consider the flu in terms of the symptoms.
Okay. But all those
So
people are
that,
dying with an immune system. So obviously, what you're talking
and
about,
I
like the
don't, I
immune
don't even
system,
believe
isn't
a
strong
immune
enough.
system. I don't
You
believe in
don't
immune
believe in
system.
the immune
That's
system.
immune system is the lymphatic system. Yeah, we have a lymphatic. There's no such thing as an immune system. That's just to sell the propaganda of Western medicine, with vaccines and
Wow.
all that. We have
Okay.
the lymphatic system, but there's no such thing as really an immune system. Our body
Oh,
doesn't work like. There's a defensive mechanism in which our body helps, but it's not really an immune. It's
gotcha.
a, you know what I mean? So.
No, I don't know what you mean. I don't think that.
Well,
But
no, it's
okay, I
called the
understand.
lymphatic system. It's the
It
lymphatic system. It's not
true,
an immune
true.
system.
Why do you believe in the lymphatic system?
Because that's what it is.
Not
From
lymphatic.
who? Who'd you learn it from?
Like you say, it's the maintenance system. It's called the maintenance system.
I mean, there's biology. I mean, you have
So okay,
different.
so
Hold
the
on.
same biologists that told you the lymphatic system are real are telling you that microbes and viruses are real, and you don't agree with the viruses part, but you trust them on the lymphatic system. Why?
This is just basic anatomy that you can kind
It's
of
just
see.
basic anatomy, dude. Microscopy to
For
see viruses. I mean, that you're.
well,
I don't
no, no,
understand
what?
why are you trusting
Because
them?
Hold on. So, do you consider viruses alive?
Microbiology does not.
Okay, that's what I mean. So, how is something that's not even inherently alive that is putting such a detriment
Mm-hmm.
impact on other people? Is what I'm
Oh,
trying to say. These
okay.
these organisms are not even, based on what you're saying, microbiology are not even alive. So I mean,
But
this,
bacteria are, and yeast are,
yeah,
and they kill people all the time. So let's just
correct,
focus on them then.
sure,
Okay. So then why do you
but
agree with the lymphatic system, but you don't agree with the microbes and the biology there?
because it's two different things.
But why don't you trust them with the lymphatic system? The same process that brought you the lymphatic system are the ones that brought you the microbes, man. It's the exact same process.
Sorry, I'm kind of trying to multitask and talk to you while I look this up.
Why do you trust biology and the scientific process with the lymphatic system, but you don't trust it with microbes?
Well, because my thing with viruses is like you were mentioning, proving they are, you can isolate them, and two, fulfill
Have you ever seen an isolated lymphatic system? Have you ever seen an
cautious
ice?
pot. No, I'm
Have
saying, and then after they isolate it, then you
Have you
can
seen a
substantiate
isolated
it using
lymphatic
a sign.
system? Do you
No,
know
a sustain.
what's a lymphatic system? Have you seen it isolated ever?
No, what I'm saying is,
Okay, so then do you even know how it evolved? Do you even know what other organisms even have a lymphatic system?
okay, so no, what I'm saying is,
Well, this is your whole thing. This is like
no, no,
the way
no.
that it
What?
all happens. These are how people are dying. Wouldn't we want to know how these things exist?
No, we can talk about how people are unaliving during C19. I mean, this is
No, we're
clear,
talking
and it's
about lymphatic systems right now because that's how you think people are actually dying. So that's really important to
no, no.
find out.
I didn't say they were dying. I'm
Yeah, you
saying
did.
I
That's
don't.
how you said that people are dying because their lymphatic systems are dying.
I didn't. When I never said that.
Yeah, you did.
No,
Yeah.
I never said that. In
Okay,
regards
so
to
then how are
what?
people
I
dying?
s-
How are people dying from viruses?
they don't.
How are people dying from coronaviruses every year? Or how are people
No,
dying from?
no. Okay, you want to know how people are being unalived from that? Yeah, we can talk about the actual treatment of that. I mean,
You
we can
said
talk
no.
about.
We're going to talk about the lymphatic system because that's where you thought that's where all the best science was. So I'm curious, why do you believe the lymphatic system is real?
No, no. I said when you talk about immune system, that is not really a thing. They're
Okay.
attributing the lymphatic system as the immune system, and
Okay,
that's
so
what
then
the
why? Then why do you
immune.
exactly? So then why do you think that the lymphatic system is there and working so well?
I don't really understand what your question is
I don't
trying
think
to
that
like
you
get at.
understand your own point, dude. That's the
No, I
thing is
do.
that you
I don't
no,
understand what you're
I
trying
don't
to get
think you
at.
because you don't understand your own viewpoint. You haven't rationalized through this
No,
yet.
I did.
We're
I'm just.
we're going through it for the first time, and it's okay, dude. It's all right. Me and you, we're in this together. So then, how does the lymphatic system like how? Why do you accept the lymphatic system is real when you've never seen an isolated lymphatic system before?
Because it's a network of different vessels, and organs and nodes. You know what I mean? It's not just
Prove
one
it.
thing.
Prove it.
Okay, I mean, I don't think this is getting like
Well,
where we need to, because I want to.
how do you prove that the lymphatic system is real?
I mean, you have spleen, right? It's part of the
So,
lymphatic system. You can
so,
see that. We can
okay.
dissect that, right?
We have antibodies, we have an immune system, we have T cells, B cells, we have all these other things, but you don't accept those, but you accept the lymphatic system. Why?
I just said I accept the lymphatic system.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. You accept the lymphatic system, but you don't accept the same scientists that are giving you the immune system. Why?
So what is the immune system? Are you,
Antibodies, T cells, B cells, all that kind of stuff.
well, I'm saying, yeah, those are attributes of the lymphatic system, is what I'm trying to get at.
Well, that's the immune system. So then you agree that the immune system is real.
No, no, no. That's to sell vaccines.
No.
It's
No.
no. Your body
So you
doesn't.
don't think that there are B cells or T cells?
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying the whole predication of immune system. Your body's not fighting immunity from something. It's actually defending and protecting. It's not like they got it the. It's all backwards. In order to propagate vaccines, in order to sell you that. That's a whole kind of thing behind that. But it's really a defensive system is how you should be looking at it. Not
That's what the immune system is. Yeah, exactly.
no. They got it backwards in order to propagate vaccines. It's not
So
it's
B
not the
cells, so
same.
antibodies don't exist. You could everything in your blood when you take it out, that's not B cells. You can't find antibodies.
I did not say that.
Yeah, you said that there's no antibodies, that the antibodies don't exist.
No, I didn't mention that.
Yeah, you did. You said there's no immune system. So there's no
Yeah, no,
B
there's no
cells, there's no
immune
T
system.
cells, there's no antibodies.
Okay, we have to come to like a baseline on what the actual immune system states. I'm gonna give
Okay,
you
so then
guys
what's
a
the immune
definition.
system?
Yeah,
The
I'll
immune
give you.
system. You don't think this is real, so I would love to know your definition.
No, no. I believe in the lymphatic system, not the immune system.
Okay, so
So,
the immune system that you don't think that exists, I would love to hear your definition and what you think it is.
so what they're no, what the attributes that you're like I'm saying, the attributes that you're attributing the so-called immune system is essentially the lymphatic system, in which you're talking about B cells and T cells, and then they work through primary organs, like the spleen and whatnot. So this is all in connection with the lymphatic system. It's not there's no immunity that your body works. That's not how the body works.
Okay, so then how can we see the B cells and the antibodies and T cells, but we can't see microbes?
You can't see microbes? What do you mean?
That's what you said. You don't agree with germ theory. You don't think that we can isolate them.
Well, you can't isolate. There has not been an isolated
There has been.
SARS-CoV-2 virus.
There has been.
Oh, like, can you show me the study? In
Yeah,
which
of
they
course it's been
no
happening.
I'm saying yeah, they have I've seen the studies where they so-called allegedly said they've isolated, but if you actually read through the methodology section, it has not been
That's not
isolated
true.
based
That's not
on
true.
the definition of isolation. What
No,
does
it's not true.
isolation mean? To separate from within, separate everything from out. They haven't done that.
That's not
And
true.
how come? No, it is true.
It's not true.
I mean, I would love to see that.
You don't
Where
agree
they
with
actually,
microscopy. How could I show you that? What are you talking about? Why would I show that to you?
yeah, because if it's scientific based, I'll agree with it. If you can actually show me isolation in
So
which they categorize the virus, in which they separate everything from within, they you're mentioning, they culture, they do all this type of stuff. They use a PCR test in order to and then we can kind of go down the PCR route. I mean, we can talk about the
I would love
inventor of
to.
the PC.
I would love
The
to.
inventor of the PCR, Kary
done.
Mullis, who won a
I've
Nobel
done.
Prize.
Okay, cool. I mean,
Who stated
I've
this
done
is not
Go
for
ahead,
infectious
please.
disease. Well, I'm
Please.
going by the owner of the PCR who created the test. He
Damn.
created it himself. He said it's not
Incredible.
designed for infectious disease.
Wow.
All you're doing is amplifying your own genetic material,
Mm.
in which, at a certain point, these tests can be manipulated if you increase the cycles on them,
Damn.
where you're essentially only looking at your own genetic material at the end of
Wow.
the day. I mean, you
That's
can
crazy.
have 100% false positive.
Wow.
And Fauci even said that
No
if
way.
the cycles on these tests go above 35,
Mm.
you can essentially test a rock and it will
Wow.
test positive for whatever
Incredible.
you're testing. And we can actually go. No, there's actually the president of Tanzania during COVID.
Can you put what are the ingredients of a PCR? List them. You're such an expert.
No, I'm not an expert. I'm just
No,
giving you the
are.
basics.
Dude, you are. No,
You're the expert.
You're the expert. I'm waiting.
No,
I'm
no.
learning from you. I've done.
No, you're the expert. I've done
Okay.
research outside of this, but I'm
Oh,
saying
okay.
I'm
But
saying
I mean, you know more
based
than
on
me apparently. So
no,
I'm
no,
learning from
I
you,
didn't say
man.
that. No, I'm telling you like the other side of the perspective that you probably have not heard
I've
of
never
yet.
heard that. You don't think I've ever heard the conspiracies related to
No,
this? Are you serious?
how is this a conspiracy when
It's
I'm going based on
100% a
Fauci?
conspiracy. You don't think that qPCR can amplify specific parts of DNA? It's like, I mean, of
No,
course
I
they
didn't say
can.
that.
Yes, of course. That's what you
I'm
just
saying
said. That's what
I'm
you
going
just said.
I'm going based off what the original creator of the PCR
Who
stated.
cares? Who cares what
What do you
what
mean?
he says? Yeah.
So you know more the creator of the test, who actually
Yeah.
created the test, what
Yes.
it okay,
Yes.
okay. So and that's what I mean. And so
Yeah.
and I'm going based off what Fauci said too. If
Okay,
if
who
you go
cares?
above 30, okay, so now Fauci's a
cares?
discredited scientist. No
No,
one likes
because
Fauci.
no, dude, no, because I've done PCR and I've done like probably over 1 million PCR reactions in my lifetime. I've done it for 16 years. I've done qPCR for over 10 years. Like I've can design primers in my sleep, dude, and I know exactly that you can specifically amplify portions of DNA that there are exactly what you want, and you have self-tests in it. So at the end of a qPCR, you have this thing called a melt curve. Every time that you make an amplicon, you basically have a certain amount of energy you can put into it, and you can melt those nucleotides apart. So you know exactly where the nucleotide lengths are, and you know that you're not getting non-specific binding. That's how you test. And you have a non-template control, just what you're talking about, so that you can amplify anything. Dude, it's normally you go up to 40 cycles all the time, and you have zero amplification. That it happens all the time. That's the negative control.
What I'm saying is, okay, so there was the president of the time. He was the president of
Why don't
Tanzania.
can you just engage with what I just said?
Yeah,
I'm
look,
just
if
gonna
you
keep
go,
going back to it. I'm just
no,
gonna
no,
you're
no.
gonna say
Well,
whatever
okay.
you want, and then you can talk about the president of whatever country you want. But we're going back to
What
PCR.
I'm saying, yeah, we can go to. Yeah,
Okay.
this is still in regards to PCR is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, the
His
president of
name was
Tanzania. Okay, shit.
yeah, John Magufuli or whatever.
Ah.
I'm sorry, his last name. I couldn't pronounce it, but
Yeah, of course.
he
of course.
actually Yeah, so he actually was given this test,
Do you even know what
and
PCR stands
he
for?
probably it's reaction. I forgot the C, but
Polymerase chain reaction.
yes,
Do you
police
know
chain
what's
reaction. Okay,
made in a PCR? Do you know what the
I'm
main product is?
you look. I'm not a PCR expert. You
Mm.
can
Okay,
probably
it's
go
an
into science a
amplicon.
lot more than me.
It's an amplicon.
Yes, you can go into science a lot more, but I
Okay.
know I know the basics to
You
understand
don't know the
that.
basics. You don't even know what
No,
goes into a
well,
PCR reaction. You have the 2x, you have your primers, you have your water, you have
I'm
your
saying this.
template. That's like it's very simple actually. You have your DNTPs, which are the building blocks that you need for the amplicons. It's very simple.
Yeah, yeah, I'm going
DMSO if it's
base.
GC, or you can put the other things, betaine, and then you have the first. Yeah, I mean, obviously you know this since you know the basics. You have your denaturing step, and then you have your lower, which is like 95 degrees Celsius, and then you have your annealing temperature, which is around 55 degrees Celsius, and then you have your elongation step, which is 72, and then you repeat those cycles about 30 times, and then you have an additional one that's about 5 minutes at the end after about 30 cycles. I mean, you know that stuff since, I mean, you know the basics. I was sorry, just
Yeah,
telling you.
well, I mean, I
But
know
some
you can.
president of like
Eh,
some country could probably tell you more.
no, well, he took the same test during the pandemic, and he tested a fruit and a goat, an animal, and they
Okay.
came back positive
Well, yeah,
for
because you can.
COVID.
Yeah, of course, you can use a
So you
PCR
can
to
have
amplify anything
essentially.
if they're poorly made primers. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so you essentially can have all false positive. And what were
No,
people?
no. Like I
No,
said,
yeah,
you
yeah.
have tests, internal tests that you can test. You have a no template control to make sure that your reagents aren't contaminated. You have the melt curve at the end to make sure that you have specific amplicons that you're making of a specific length, because that's what you're making, right? You should only have an amplicon that's 200 base pairs wide if you're a qPCR. It's 150 to 200 base pairs for a qPCR, but regular PCR primers can be, amplicons can go from 200 all the way up to 5 kb. But you know this, so you know the basics. So I'm sorry.
No, what I'm saying is, why has the owner of the PCR said it's not for
Why?
infectious disease?
Why did
Why did Carrie
why?
Mullis?
Who
He
cares what he
invented
says,
it.
dude? It's like, yeah,
Why
exactly.
did he
30 years
invented it?
ago, who
He
cares?
invented it.
Who
He
cares?
said it's
Like, do
not
you?
designed for infectious disease, and that's
Okay,
what this was used
yeah,
for.
and the inventor of the car never said that it would be going more than 30 miles per hour. So, like, who cares? Like that, it's so
No,
far ago. You really think that I'm DMing Carrie Mullis to see like what the PCR results are going to be, dude? Like we're talking like
no,
30, 40 years ago, him saying stuff like that. It's nonsense, dude. The technology has gone forward so much. Like, why would you be asking about stuff like that
okay, and also
from him?
Fauci, you said you test these over 40 cycles in the lab. I mean,
No, I'm saying you do it at 40 cycles normally at a qPCR
so
yeah.
yeah, so you're essentially amplifying your own genetic material, right?
Okay,
In
so what
which,
would you
if
expect if
you
that was happening?
essentially all false positives is what I'm
Okay,
trying
so
to
what would
get
those
at, and
false
that
positives look like?
so it looked like when people aren't sick and they get the
Okay,
test
no,
done,
I'm so it's
and they would call it
specific into the
asym.
test. Specific into the test. What would you see?
I've never done that.
I've done it. And you see
Yeah.
non-specific binding, so you see amplicons of wildly different sizes. So that's the test that you do. It's called a melt curve at the end of every single qPCR that you do. It's a 15-minute reaction that you can actually test to see if it's actually accurate or not. Very easy to do. Everyone does it. You have exact CT values, which are the exact how many cycles it is, and it's a quantitative. qPCR versus PCR is quantitative, so you can have quantitative analysis to know exactly how, like, where it is in the logarithmic curve, and there's real-time PCR too, so you can figure that out with reverse transcriptase from RNA to DNA, and then DNA to you know this stuff. But
So well, I'm just getting to the
So
whole
so then why
crux.
so when we use this in order to actually figure out the existence of SARS-CoV-2, why do you think that it's fake?
well, one, SARS-CoV-2 hasn't been isolated
Okay.
properly,
Okay,
in
let's say
which
it
has been
hasn't. Let's say it hasn't. What are we amplifying that all has the exact same RNA sequence?
and that's the question, the million
What are
dollar
we?
question right there.
Okay.
And
So
that's the $1 million question. And that's
so it
and
just
that's what
so
I
it just so happens that it completely correlates with something that we see in bats in China, that we see in Wuhan wet lab, the wet market, and it happens here. So we have it all, like it all sequences and aligns perfectly.
okay.
It just so
Yes.
happens. It just so happens. Just a coincidence.
No, no. So what I'm saying is they did. So this comes to the same crux of the situation where they did back in, I think, in 1918 Spanish flu, in which
Science
they tried.
famously hasn't changed since the 1918
No,
flu. Go ahead.
I'm
Go
not
ahead.
saying
No, no.
that, but there was a
Yeah.
study done in which they tried to infect soldiers. Well, infect sick people or sick soldiers into healthy soldiers, in which they were to, cough and sneeze on them onto the healthy soldiers, and the healthy soldiers would not get sick at all. What they did was, to the point where they actually injected their feces, and that's when they got sick. But when they were injecting their own saliva, their own, mucus into the healthy soldiers, those
Hmm.
soldiers would not get sick. So that kind of
Okay.
proves the whole point of,
Doesn't improve anything.
no, of the fallacy of germ theory.
No, that doesn't make any sense.
No, I mean, you can look up the study. I
I mean, why
mean,
do you
this
trust
was,
that study? I don't. Why do you trust that study all of a sudden? You're just cherry picking things in a narrative without actually designing or thinking of an experiment that could actually falsify your ideas. That's the problem, man. Is that you're just kind of like you're cherry picking and daisy chaining these ideas together that have no logical coherence. And you're telling
I
an
mean, you
entire
can,
field of science that people that have dedicated their lives to, that they have no idea what they're talking about, and you're
no,
talking about a global conspiracy of all scientists in the entire globe all working in concert together.
no, no, I'm not saying
That's
that.
it.
I'm
That's exactly
saying,
what you're saying.
no,
Don't
no, no,
back
if
down
you,
now.
no,
Don't
no,
back down.
no,
Say it.
look, I am. I'll say it
Okay,
this way:
go.
if you're indoctrinated into a system in which that whole system is based on,
Okay.
then yeah, I mean, it's not going to be this whole global conspiracy. If
It is a global
everybody's,
conspiracy.
no, no,
Absolutely. It has to
well,
be.
if
It has
no,
to
no, I'm
be.
saying no, no. If everybody's indoctrinated in that same system in
No.
which the system controls the
No.
whole outcome,
No, because
yes, then
everyone
you're
is
going to have
no, no,
99% of the
no,
people that
no.
go
That's not true.
along with it.
No, because you
Yes.
have people like me that are independent scientists, dude, that would have every financial and personal like thing in order to blow this whole thing up and show that it's all false. That I would love to do that if I were you. If I was, if what you're saying is true, I would be the most famous scientist of all time. I would be riches beyond my wildest
What? No.
imagination.
No, you would be blackballed. You
Nope,
you would be,
nope,
yes, you would.
nope.
Because I know
No, it's not.
scientists that were
Nope,
in your
nope,
shoes
nope,
that went
nope,
into the other
nope,
realm.
nope.
Yeah, and then they
It's not
got their
true.
license revoked.
Nope,
They
it's
got
not
their
true.
license revoked.
No,
Yes,
it's
they got their
yeah, because
license
they were
revoked.
pushing out disinformation that harmed
No,
people.
no.
If you could actually prove it scientifically, then yeah,
Yeah.
of course you could. But you can't prove it scientifically because none of what you're saying makes any sense.
Well,
Because it's not
no.
science. What you're talking about is not science. It's a Rube Goldberg machine of bad ideas.
No, I
Yes.
want to go based on the scientific method. We could
Nothing
utilize
that you say came from the scientific method.
No, no, we can
Nothing.
utilize cautious postulates, which is a great example of a scientific.
Coke's
Yeah,
postulates.
yeah, okay.
Of course, of course.
Yeah, so we can utilize that as a baseline
Okay,
criteria as
but
a
that
scientific
proves
process.
microbiology. You realize that that's one of the fundamental criterias of microbiology, but you're actually thinking that you could use it now. It's yours. You've stolen Koch's postulates from us.
Well, I'm saying utilize that for viruses is what I'm trying to get at.
We've done
And
that with viruses. Absolutely. That is what it is.
absolutely not.
That's oh, good for you to tell me. How would you how like what do you re- how do you think viruses like come about? How are viruses coming about? Where are they coming from?
It's your own, like I said, I think they're more
Okay.
on exosomes.
Okay.
It's essentially your own genetic material that they're looking at, is what I'm trying to
Okay.
say.
But you realize that like viruses exist Okay, so let's pick out some ocean water. Okay, and let's look at that. We can see that there's viral particles in there. So you think that it's the bacteria's exosomes that are causing that? You're talking about
No.
human cells. You're talking about human cells. And what I'm saying is that there are viruses where there's no human cells.
Mom, you want to be on this all night? It's okay. Leave it 6:30. You're sleeping.
In order to prove if an entity exists, there has to be a process in which that scientific process has been met in criteria and cautious postulates. That's what I'm trying to say.
Coax
Postulates, whatever. That is
Well, you know
something
it so
that,
well that you're going to use it in order to disprove all of microbiology. I mean, you obviously really know
so
this stuff.
if we don't even believe that viruses are a living entity,
Yeah.
how is it something that invades another human in which it creates this negative reaction in the body
Exactly.
that a non-living entity is doing?
Exactly, dude. It evolved to do that. Isn't that awesome? It evolved in order to do that. Exactly. Isn't that awesome? And you know that all the viruses aren't like linked in a origin of life chain, kind of like eukaryotes and prokaryotes are. They all evolved independently of one another. They have no singular like virus gene. Isn't that amazing? Do you believe in evolution? I'm assuming no.
Depends on what you mean on evolution.
Okay, are you like a micro versus macro conspiracy person?
No, I mean, I don't need to get in conspiracy. I mean, I don't know where this.
I mean, you have a grand conspiracy that's involving all the scientists in the world, man. I mean,
No,
yes,
no. I'm
yes,
saying it's the
yes, you do.
system. The system in which it's
No,
predicated on
yes,
is based
but
on
dude,
misinformation.
yeah, that's
And
not true.
so,
I mean, but
yes.
every person, there would be every person that's in the system. Do you think that I'm in on the system? Do you think that I'm in
No.
on the conspiracy?
Okay. No. Okay. It's
Am
not
I
this.
in on it?
Okay.
Am I in on it?
No.
No, I'm not.
Like I said,
Okay,
it's based
I'm
on
not.
the system.
I'm a
It's
free
not you.
thinker. Okay, so I'm
Yeah.
outside of the system. Okay.
No. What I'm saying is this is all based. Okay. This is over 100 years ago in terms of Rockefeller,
I'm right
who.
now, dude. I'm right now. I just got my.
No, I'm saying Rockefeller, John D. Rockefeller.
Okay,
He
so
was
this is
an
some
oil.
some Zog
No,
stuff,
no.
huh? So this is like
No.
some Zog.
No,
like,
I could
stuff
tell you like
inside.
how this whole system was based on how it was predicated. Over 100 years ago, John D. Rockefeller,
Dude,
who was an
that has
oil
no- that
tycoon.
has
Hold on.
No, there's no ramifications of science today and the
Yes, it
independent
does.
analysis.
He's
No, it
the
doesn't.
one
We're
that
talking about
took
sequencing.
over.
We're talking about nucleotides. We're talking about genomes. We're talking about all this other stuff, and you're bringing this other thing in that doesn't
No,
have any bearing on it.
No, I'm trying to get you. This is like the baseline knowledge in terms of the foundation, the
knowledge?
creation. No, the creation of this system is what I'm trying to say.
Why would
John D.
you
Rockefeller.
don't need to know that. Dude,
He's the one that.
outside of the systems and the political systems that we have as humans, animals and viruses exist, and we can make independent observations of them, and we can create hypotheses and test those. So you can have like your conspiracies on how there's been a political through line that has influenced our current scientific knowledge, all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
But that is still independent of like what we observe in nature.
But what I'm saying, if the whole system is based on misinformation and indoctrination, we gotta understand the root cause, and the root cause really stems
doesn't
from
make any
John D. Rockefeller,
No,
who is
no, it
an
doesn't.
oil tycoon.
That doesn't make any
listen.
difference.
No,
it doesn't.
listen.
It doesn't make any difference.
Can I just finish real quick?
There's nothing that Rockefeller says on the bat coronavirus genomes in China. Like there's nothing, no through line there, and how it influences our current
But what I'm
everyday
saying,
knowledge.
you're right. It evolved over time, but I'm saying like the whole baseline is predicated on that, in which he was an oil. He was an oil tycoon. This was over 100 years ago, in which he found ways to utilize petrochemicals into medicine with herbs, and he's essentially the one that created big pharma that was as we know it today, in which he used the Flexner report,
Okay.
In which they went to universities throughout this country and they did an audit of the medical schools. And
Okay.
then once they did that audit, they essentially funded the AMA, and revamped the whole educational system to incorporate his whole thesis of his whole thesis of okay, his whole thesis of utilizing petrochemicals from which he utilizes from his oil industry into the pharmaceutical industry, and it was all based off that.
It's
And so
nonsense,
that's
bro. It's all nonsense. What you're talking about right now, again, is just like some other grand conspiracy that
no,
nobody, this is independent of science and the real world and what actually happens. Like, this is completely nonsense. We have nucleotides, we have sequencing, we alignments that we can do that are outside of these, dialectical materialist analysis that you're doing. And okay, like I respect any type of like institutional, analyses, and I understand what you're maybe trying to go there, but outside of that, there is science and there is a way that we can find out questions about the world. And none of that is informed, or nothing comes up that's like, hey, you're not allowed to study
well,
nucleotides, and this
no,
is how you're actually supposed to go because, this guy, one time, made this AMA thing, and then that actually is how we have to understand things. And no,
no.
it's
Look,
nonsense.
well, him taking
You have to
control.
realize what you're talking about is a global conspiracy, because guess what, dude? Like, China isn't going to have those same types of structural powers of John Rockefeller, right? And China is going to have every possible financial and global power initiative in order to just blow that whole conspiracy open in the water, and they don't, because it's not real. So that's
Okay,
where you're
well, we
falling.
can go no, we can go based off America in terms of
Well,
how
let's
they're
not,
doing
because that's what
in
I'm
the health
saying is that you
system.
have, that's no, what I'm saying exactly, and that's why I'm saying is that you are alleging a global conspiracy through all the molecular biologists and all the microbiologists in the entire world.
No, no, I'm not. I'm
That's
saying
exactly what you're saying.
they
Even
were
if you don't understand how you're saying it, I'm telling you, in order for this conspiracy to work, it would have to be that.
only a few can really control a large amount of
Who's
population.
controlling? Who's controlling the entire population of molecular biologists and microbiologists in the entire world?
And that's what I was trying to get in terms
Who?
of how the system was created in terms of John D. Rockefeller.
No, no,
Hold on. He
no,
took over the AMA essentially, in which he would
no,
stop funding scientists or doctors that went a certain out of the actual mainstream
no,
kind
dude.
of narrative. Yeah,
No, no,
there
dude.
would be no funding,
This is no, it's not,
and it would
completely
all the
untrue. That is
funds.
complete.
Yeah, the
No,
fun. Yeah,
who's actually doing that right now is Trump. Trump is literally dictating through executive order that all science has to agree with his personal ideals, or nobody gets the funds. And yet that is what's actually happening. And yet you are creating some string of cacophony for over 100 years ago in order to try to figure out what's actually happening today. And you are completely blind to the actual power struggle that is actually happening right now. That's what's
no,
actually happening.
I see it both ways. I'm
I don't
not.
think you see it at all, bro. That's the problem.
No, I understand what you're saying right now in
I
terms of
don't think
today.
so. I don't think so.
Yeah, in which what Kennedy, well, Trump, how he's canceling what mRNA research
Yeah, and
for
and
vaccines.
and a lot more too. NSF, NIH, DOE, everything, and it's impacting private companies. It's impacting like downstream everything. I got laid off last week. We had a whole company of 50 people that got laid off because our services company didn't have any like customers anymore, because universities aren't going to use us anymore, and all these companies are all not investing into the United States right now. So don't you think we would have all the incentive in order to say, hey, this thing's all going down, bro. This whole thing is collapsing. Like, I'm gonna blow this whole lid up about this whole conspiracy about Rockefeller that's been taking us down this entire time. We would all love to do that, but it doesn't exist, dude.
Well, no, I'm saying the whole system is predicated on that. Obviously, it evolved over time, but that's kind of the origin of it, and it was steered a certain direction for the
Bro,
longest time, and we're
no,
still in
no,
that direction. Is
no,
what I'm
it
trying to say.
doesn't.
Through
No, it doesn't.
funding, yeah,
No, it
through
doesn't.
funding, through
Dude,
grants,
that's no,
through the
that's all gone.
AMA, yeah,
All that funding is gone.
yeah.
All that
Well, you
funding is gone. So the power structure and the power that you're talking about would have been completely gone. All the money is through our current institutions and our current NSF, NIH. That's where all the money is, and it's all going away.
Yeah, well, I'm not disagreeing what you're saying right now, in which that research is not being canceled at this moment. But
Okay, I'm glad we can agree on that.
yeah, but there's my whole thing is really not to kind of like argue with you on kind of this whole topic. Is just kind of looking at it from a different viewpoint, um, and try to like look at other points that are contrary to what you actually
Dude,
are kind of
dude,
an expert in.
dude. So scientists are the most skeptical people. I think what you're saying is that you're at a good faith effort to try to create a way of relooking at things skeptically, and I appreciate that, and genuinely, I get it, man. I get it. But what I'm telling you is that we have those skepticisms on this stuff being specific, right? So we put in controls in our experiments in order to test that every single time. We have uh, another hypothesis that, like, can this bat virus actually be connected to the wet market in China? Like, there's no way that that is. And then we test it, and sure enough, wow, it does work. Like, scientists and the scientific method is incredibly skeptical, right? And it is through our experiments that we prove and have a step forward in our knowledge that we build. So I like it, there's nobody more skeptical than a scientist, man. I think what you're doing is that you're being contrarian. So it's a difference that there's a hypothesis that you reject outright, and there's no amount of
Well, no,
actual information or science or experiment that you would actually accept.
no,
And
no.
that is the
That,
problem. You are actually a contrarian, not a skeptic.
no, no. It's because I believe the same system that you're actually a part of my whole life up until what the last several years.
Okay.
So that was my viewpoint, and so
Okay.
like I looked at it from a different lens, and I try to utilize my own kind of process and kind of understanding it, and it made a lot more sense to me, and I was able to kind of rationalize it and do some my own kind of experiments in which I was able to kind of prove it, and so that's kind of where I came from, in which I look at the same system that you're part of. I mean, we can look at medical errors being the third largest causes of being unalived in this country. I mean, Americans are the sickest ever. Obesity is at extremely at the highest it's ever been. I mean, we have heart attack, we have cancer being the top two leading causes of death in this country. Americans are more unhealthier than ever based on this system in which it's supposedly been evolving and to a point where we're actually supposed to be healthier, and it's quite the opposite. So
I
it's
hear you,
actually
man.
been failing us in its
No, dude.
entirety.
What's been failing us is this stream of anti-intellectualism and science denial that has taken root in the United States, and that is what's killing us. That's what is like what actually helped us during the pandemic was the vaccine. The vaccine saved 3 million lives, and vaccine hesitancy and skepticism cost us about 300,000 people that died because 1.2 million people died in the United States from COVID. So and like the disinformation that was put out by Trump himself was another 300,000. So over 500,000 people died in the United States because of this stuff. We are like ranked 200th in the world because of this distrust in
So
science, this distrust in institutions. That's the
so why
problem, bro.
why okay, so why did Africa have one of the lowest vaccination rate and yet the lowest mortality?
Because they're not by each other. They don't have densely packed cities like we do, bro. It's a
Are you sure about
respiratory
that?
virus. It's a
Are you sure about
respiratory
if we
virus.
go to different cities in Africa, we can name the capital of Ethiopia. We can go to Nigeria.
Okay.
These are the most
Okay.
densely
Yeah. Okay.
populated cities in the
Okay.
world.
Capital
The
of
capital of
Ethiopia.
Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, is like what, 80, 90 million. And the majority of that population is in that city, by the way.
Okay,
And so,
the capital of Ethiopia is 6 million people. 80
well, I'm
million?
saying
Where'd you
that
get 80 million from?
no,
It's 6 million.
the whole country, the whole country.
Okay, but
The
the
whole country is
capital.
probably
No,
like
I'm talking about
80.
the most densely packed areas of it.
Okay, 5 million. That's
6
what?
million?
That's almost equivalent to what NYC. NYC is like what, 8.5 million?
Yeah, and what's more densely packed, New York City or the capital of Ethiopia?
They're pretty equivalent
Okay.
because
Okay, capital. Okay, the population density of
I wouldn't know off the top of my head, but I'm
let's
just
check it out. Let's check it out right
yeah.
now. Let's population density of that. The population density of Addis Ababa is a figure 7,338 per square mile. Oh, kilometer. It's 11,300. So it's over 50% more. So why would you think 50% more is the same?
Look, we're playing with rough numbers off the top of my head, but we
then
kind of get the understanding
no, there
that
isn't any
that
understanding, and that's
even though the
exactly what I was
largest
telling you.
no,
That
what
the
I'm saying is
population density in our cities are vastly more, and the one
well,
example that you talked about, it was 50% more. So in a
well,
respiratory virus, it's going to be a lot easier to spread in a place that has a lot more density.
okay, we're talking about the largest city in the United States, comparing it to one of
Okay,
the largest cities
yeah,
in
and we
Africa.
have
So
what's
hold
LA?
on, but yeah, we can go down the list in which we
Yeah,
can find an
and
equivalency from Addis
let's.
Ababa
I'm
to
actually
one of the
curious.
largest cities.
Okay, so let's actually see. So Ethiopia, deaths per capita COVID-19. I wonder if Ethiopia actually did better.
And look at their vaccine rate,
Well, yeah,
significantly lower.
because their population density isn't high enough, dude. That's the whole point.
No, it's comparable to one of the largest cities in America, though. If we pick a
Yeah,
major
but
U.S. city,
as one place, we have a lot of places. Like the one to actually to compare us with is South Korea, because South Korea has actually more population density than the United States, and it was actually introduced at the same time. So, and we did far, far, far worse than South Korea. And we're similar with our healthcare systems and everything else. Yeah, I mean, they only 7,500 deaths in Ethiopia.
7,000? Yeah, out of what,
Yeah,
80, 90 million? That's essentially
yeah.
nothing.
So yeah, exactly. So we did really poorly, even compared to
No, but
Ethiopia.
their vaccination rate is essentially nothing as well. And
Okay,
so that's what I'm trying to say is like
okay,
they had no measures in which they were getting vaccines at a higher rate, and yet they had a much lower mortality rate compared to the United States. But
okay.
we can kind
Fully
of compare.
vaccinated? No, that's again completely untrue. So they had their vaccinations 52 million.
Out of the whole country.
Yeah, they have 132 million. So you said that there's no vaccines, and it sounds like they were getting vaccines to the most highly populated areas. That's exactly what they were doing. So it sounds like
Hold
they
on,
were doing a lot better than us, which is kind of,
no,
again, really
no,
embarrassing for the United States, isn't it?
no,
So why do
no.
you
This
not
is
care
just
about dead Americans? Is that okay for you? Are you okay with that?
well. First of all, I don't believe Americans were being
You don't. Oh,
unalived
okay.
from
So
this.
so
I
you
could tell you what
completely
the.
don't agree with them. So not only are germs not real, bacteria isn't real,
No, I didn't
viruses
say
aren't
that. I
real,
didn't say bacteria.
people didn't die.
I'm
So
talking
where did
about
they go? Where
COVID.
did the 1.2 million people die? Where did they go?
So yeah, so we can talk about what people are dying of in terms of during the pandemic. A lot of it
Okay,
was due
your
to
flu. You're gonna say it's the flu, isn't it?
no, a lot of it's due to the treatment in the hospitals
Oh,
in
the
terms of how
ventilators.
Ventilators was a big
Oh, okay.
component. We can
Yeah.
talk about remdesivir, which is
Yeah, we
known to
did that.
cause
I just did
organ
I just did
failure.
a ventilator deep dive where this guy spammed my chat with 4 different sources on ventilators, and I blew him out on every single one, and then he crashed out. So I mean, if you want to
Well,
go down that road, I don't know
well,
if
we
your
could talk
mom would
about.
be okay with that, but we could.
No, it's not my wife. It's my fiance.
Okay.
But we can go down the remdesivir route. How studies showed they cause organ
There's
failures, and that was one of the main prescriptions for COVID in the hospitals.
why do you think that people were dying in the hospitals?
Because that's what was going on. I mean, because people
Why?
they
What were they dying
didn't
from?
understand. That's what I'm saying. They were dying of the treatment, the way they were
Okay.
being treated in
Well,
the hospital. They were dying of remdesivir. They were dying of being put. You don't put someone
you
who has a respiratory issue on ventilators.
Oh, okay. I mean, you're very knowledgeable about PCR, like we had learned before. So I'm pretty sure you're dabbling in medical information now. So I'm
Well,
sure
we,
you're
we
an
can look
expert
at
there
studies that
too.
show remdesivir
Just
causes
studies. I
organ
mean,
failure.
I don't. Sorry, bro. I don't really trust your primary sourcing like the capabilities of reading if you can't like get don't even understand Koch's postulates. So this is kind of hard. But we can try. You can try. You could link whatever you want, and we could read it.
Oh yeah, I mean, we can look at that because there's
So
plenty on.
like what is it like ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine? Do you believe in that stuff?
No, I don't. I don't. Yeah, I'm very more in the traditional side of things. But I mean, I've heard that a lot of people have been using during the pandemic and they're so-called, I guess, healed
So
from it.
what?
But
So you said this is all that happened like a couple of years ago that all this changed for you. Like what changed? What happened, dude? Why are
oh
you
no, just
going
like
down this crazy conspiracy hole?
it's not a conspiracy. It's learning a different system of health compared to the conventional Western allopathic method that clearly has been failing. I mean, the American people for several decades at the very minimum. And so I looked at a different route, and it's something that I can guys give you a book in terms of where it really started for me, and it kind of really broke down. It had at least 700. It's an extremely big book, 800 pages with at least 150 pages worth of just sources, where it goes through the primaries. It gives you primary sources, at least 150 pages of that.
So it's like some ideologue like wrote a book and then that you
No,
changed your entire ideology over it.
well, it was factual. I mean, I couldn't debunk anything that
Well,
was in that book.
but you could. Okay, but I could show you Picard 2022, Warraby 2022, all these other ones, and these current scientific publications that are leading the edge in molecular biology and genetics. But that you can debunk. Why?
Because it comes on the very rudimentary kind of baseline of.
Rudimentary? You think population genetics and molecular biology is rudimentary?
Well, no. I'm saying if the baseline has not been met, anything after that, I mean, you can't really
You,
substantiate
you realize
afterwards.
you realize that genetics doesn't require you to culture
No,
anything, right?
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking
Well,
about that. Yeah.
so the we can actually sequence things that aren't requiring like a culturing. You realize that, right?
Yes.
So this
Yes.
whole oh, of course you do. I'm sorry. So then why don't you accept population genetics then?
I'm not saying I don't. I'm going based from the baseline of viruses. That's where this whole standpoint comes down for me. And until that, where I can actually see it, and then that's actually been proven to me based on Koch's postulates.
Koch's
Koch's
postulates.
Koch's.
I mean, Nigeria's population density is still 261. So Lagos.
Lagos is their capital, I believe, and that's pretty densely populated. I don't know what
That
square.
is, yeah, Lagos would be the most densely populated. It is as exceeds New York City.
Yeah. And so what's the vaccination rate there in their mortality rate. I'm sure it's significantly lower if I were to take an estimate.
I mean, it's not worth talking. Like, I mean, there's no. You don't even agree that the PCR is real. That
No, it's
sequencing
real.
is it.
I'm
What are you
saying
talking about? We just went
it's
through.
not designed for infectious diseases.
It
And first of
is.
all,
It
how are
literally
you going?
is. It has DNA in it, and so you just amplify the DNA. Why would
So,
it not be okay with infectious disease?
well, one, the inventor
Okay,
designed
well,
it
all right, you're
for
looping, bro. You're looping. We've gotten
scientific
to the
research
end of your
basis.
knowledge, and now we're looping, dude. So
No,
good
no,
luck
I'm
to you,
saying
man. Good luck. All right, guys. All right. All right. Ladybug. Ladybug, how's it going?
Hey, how you doing, Doc?
Good.
Good. I'm sorry. I was starting to have the hiccups, so excuse me for a second. No, I've watched you for a couple nights. I didn't see you the last couple nights, but I've been
Awesome.
hearing and no, I think you're great.
Awesome. Thank you.
I love hearing the scientists and I've heard different conversations you've had, and I am going to bring up a little different thing, and that's not going to be an argument thing. I know big times is the how am I supposed to say it on here? The C19, right?
Sure.
I know there's been big conversations.
Mm-hmm.
But I also agree with you that I've heard that, things come from nature, they progress, they can go into different things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I did want to ask you something.
Okay.
And I apologize. I just had a concussion a week and a half ago, so I'm trying to get my
Okay.
words through. That doesn't mean I'm all messed up or anything. I'm always been me. I'm 46. But anyways, something, and I gotta say this right now because I know there's different people in comments. I'm not going
Mm-hmm.
anything against vaccines. I'm
Okay.
not going against the COVID thing. I'm not any of that. I'm a big nature person. I'm one thing I wanted to bring up, and I was always like, oh, should I do this or not? I got and I'm not sure how much you know about it because I was kind of was rare, and when I got it, and it was from a flu vaccine. Did not have to do with a C19, right? There's nothing against you. I hope
Mm-hmm.
you trust me and understand that.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's why I was like, I don't want people in the comments being like,
That's fine. All good.
did you ever hear about GBS?
Guillain-Barré syndrome?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It had nothing to do with the C19. This was in 2020, and I had gotten it, and it was pretty hard to.
Dang. That's super rare.
I'm not anti-vax,
Yeah.
but I got that from a flu vax in 2020. It was quite like I was like, oh my gosh, I had never heard of that before. So I'm not sure how much that was known. I'm not saying anything about. See, I'm trying to get my words right. I apologize. I know that everybody's body has different reactions to different things. And I completely agree with the things I've heard. I've watched you live.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, stuff comes from nature. Things can be held back before it shows up. And everybody's body does different, right? With certain things. But I also believe in science. Completely.
Roger.
It's very frustrating when people will do the no science. Oh well, Trump said this. I'm not gonna. So do you know much about? I
Guillain-Barré's?
mean, I
No.
know it's gonna
I
be a
really
new
don't.
topic with the GBS, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's
That's why I was like, oh,
exceedingly
I'm gonna
rare.
bring
I
up
mean,
a whole
it's like,
different thing.
I mean, so basically every year people die from Tylenol. It because people have an allergic reaction to it, and it happens.
Right.
and that, I mean, that's what it is. But you can still say that like Tylenol is safe to take. So that's why even with GBS, it's exceedingly rare, and that's why we can still say that vaccines are safe and effective.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not
Hmm.
anti-vax.
Yeah.
And it was in 2020 when I got it. That's why I was like, oh, I don't want the comments coming at you, either one of
Gotcha.
us. Um, but it wasn't through the COVID thing. That was all of a sudden I could never do vaccines again.
Okay.
I just wasn't sure how much you knew about it.
No, I don't.
'Cause I'm asking you, and I completely believe in science. I am all about how I know that nature progresses. There's things
Mhm.
that come from the earth, the things how. Sorry, I told you I was having hiccups. I know I'm bringing a whole different thing. I just don't want people thinking. Because when I brought up stuff before, like, oh, the vaccine. I'm like, no. Hold on a second.
Mhm.
But I know that some people would be like, oh, well, this happened to me with the COVID vaccine. Or, oh,
Yeah. I mean,
this and
so
that. And it's like, there are rare certain stem, but mine was a flu.
yeah. I mean, it's exceedingly rare, and there's the COVID vaccines are is the most widely administered vaccine of all time. So there's the adverse side effects are nothing really. They do exist. They're not 100. It's not 100%, but like the adverse side effects of the actual virus are way, way, way worse. So if you have an adverse side effect to the spike protein, you're going to have a way, way worse adverse side effect to the amount of spike proteins that you get with the SARS-CoV-2 infection. So that's why it's way safer
No,
to
and I
take the
agree with you.
vaccine.
And that's why I've told people, and I always knew before with
Hmm.
even the flu vaccine, as they
Hmm.
look at the strongest numbers of what's going to be going on, and it's the additional, boosters, vaccines, things like that. I was
Hmm.
just bringing up the. That's why I was like, oh, I don't want people coming in the comments, but I was just wondering how
Okay.
much you knew about
All right. Well,
PBS.
thank you
And
so
no,
much
but
for
I
bringing that
believe
up.
what
I
you said
appreciate
with
you.
nature and all
Awesome.
that
Thank
stuff.
you. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate you talking about that. I'm sorry that happened to you, genuinely, and I'm happy that that is
Yeah,
still not you're not anti-vaccine because of it. So I appreciate you speaking to that and saying. I mean, you're actually a really good, important person to talk to because you actually did have an adverse vaccine side effect, and you still aren't
I really
anti-vax. So
am.
that's awesome. So thank you for coming up. I appreciate you.
All right.
All right. Have a good one. Bye.
You
Okay, Ness Blevins. How's it going, Ness?
Yo,
What's up?
um, why are you against like ivermectin and hydrochloroquine?
I'm not against them. They just never been shown to be effective for COVID-19.
It worked on Joe Rogan, didn't it?
No, no,
How did it not? He was
no.
cleared within like 2 days.
Do you know what the treatments that he got were?
He got ivermectin.
Mm,
I don't know what else.
yeah, yeah. You're missing the big one.
Hydrochloroquine,
Nope, no.
fenbendazole.
I don't. The monoclonal antibody treatment that he got.
Oh yeah, I remember him
Yeah,
talking about that.
that's the $20,000 thing that he was crying to his physician about, and he said, "I don't want to die like the poors do. Please, I know I've been talking about all this this anti-conspiracy stuff and anti-science," and he went with the most experimental, most this expensive treatment that he could possibly get, which was just a huge injection of antibodies into his system in order to try to get it done. So after spouting all that anti-science knowledge, he absolutely got the most expensive, most experimental stuff. And exactly, he got Trump did the exact same thing. Went and cried to their physicians and got these super expensive treatments that nobody else can afford. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, I'm
So
not
it definitely wasn't the
completely.
ivermectin to do it that did it.
I'm not completely. Like I don't love science nowadays. Well, like
That
our
sucks.
dependence on it. I
our
mean,
dependence on science. What does that mean?
yeah, and medications and stuff like that. I think that they just treat the symptom and they long term exacerbate the problem. Whereas we need to, it's really all in our food, I believe, in our lack of exercise. And now we have to rely on all these medications because wasn't before World War II, no one was really on medications for like their whole life. It was only like a couple weeks, maybe a month. Then after World War II, they found out how you can, I guess, keep people on a medication for like a lifetime. And then they began to, um, make money off of that, get
So
people hooked on it for
just to
life.
inject some like science. I know you're anti-science, but I would love to
Well, I'm not
inject some.
anti-science.
Well, yeah, you were.
I'm anti-dependence on it. Holistic dependence on it, I think,
Yeah,
is bad for our
it's okay.
society.
It's okay, dude. Just say it.
No, I
So
love
systemic
science.
review and meta. No, you don't. Analysis of
Yes, I do.
ivermectin for treatment of COVID-19. So this is Marcellono, 2022. Conclusion: the evidence suggests that ivermectin does not reduce mortality risk and the risk of mechanical ventilation requirement. That although we do not observe an increase in the risk of adverse side effects, the evidence is very uncertain regarding this endpoint.
Okay.
So that was a systemic review of all the meta-analyses of all the reviews and all the data for ivermectin, and nothing was shown to be good.
I'm sure it did something.
No,
'Cause
that's not what
people-
they viewed. So it didn't happen. So they didn't find it.
Well, yeah, I don't have the data, but I mean,
Okay,
some
so
people have
that's a
cured.
big thing with science. Actually, is that you have to have like you have an observation, then you test it.
Yeah.
So then why don't you trust this one?
Well, because I'm saying that I think that ivermectin could have helped at least a little bit. I mean, people have cured cancer with it.
Do you explain cancer to me?
What do you mean?
What's cancer?
I guess it's a mutation of the cells that feeds off of like carbohydrates. That's how it like spreads.
Okay.
I don't really know like how you want me to define this, but
Yeah.
doesn't it need like carbs to? That's why keto diet and carnivore diets are so effective for it.
So just cancer is a disruption of the cell's mechanism that regulates how it differentiates and grows. So there's lots of different types of cancers, lots of different ways that cancer can exist, literally hundreds of different types of cancers. So just saying that it cures cancer is like you can have cure specific cancers with gene therapy, but because they have to have a specific way of actually targeting that cell to actually change the genes in order to make that.
Wait, so explain cancer to me again? I just want to learn.
So basically right now you are human cells, right, that all have differentiated into its specific uses. Muscle, skeletal, neural, epithelial, all that kind of stuff. And just like how in that community of cells, there is actually regulation that happens within that community to say, hey, we don't need any more skin cells. Hey, we don't need any more muscle cells right now. We're good on bone cells. And it keeps track of those growth rates through lots of different genetic factors. So pre-transcriptional, transcriptional, post-transcriptional, pre-translational, translational, post-translational, protein, all those different ways that of molecular biology that all can impact how something can turn on, can turn off, be modulated, all that kind of stuff. So that's why there's so many types of different cancers, because there's so many different pathways and so many different ways that cells are differentiated.
Okay, if you had cancer, what is the first thing that you're going to do?
Not ivermectin.
Okay, well, yeah, that's what I'm asking.
So I would I would figure out the sequence of that cell and then see what mutation there was that caused that cancer. And then you use gene therapy techniques in order to go into those specific cancer cells and change that mutation. or find only cells with that cancer mutation and kill them specifically. So then there's no other cells in your body that have that problem, that dysregulation problem, and then that's how you actually cure a specific strain of cancer.
Is gene therapy basically chemotherapy?
No, chemotherapy is a broad way of creating a systemic, broad,
Like killing of cells?
yeah, but like it stops transcription. It causes a lot of good and health and bad cells to be impacted. Gene therapy is different. It's specific because there's on the outside of all these cells, there's basically little flags that tell everyone what you are. And gene therapy techniques go to those specific ones, bind to only the ones that we want, and then deliver the payload, the medicine payload, just to those.
Do you think fasting is a good for it? Like, because that's the first thing I would do. I would probably fast for as long as I probably could.
Why would fasting stop the cells from differentiating?
Well, it gets rid of all the bad cells.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, it does. People
No.
people fast all the time for cancer.
It doesn't.
What do you think
That's
about a
not how-
keto or
no,
carnivore
that's not how-
diet?
That's not how it works, dude. That's not how it works.
Well, I mean, I've heard that. So
Okay. I mean, I've heard a lot of things too. I've heard about Tai Chi force fields and stuff, but when I do jujitsu, nobody does a Tai Chi force field against me.
well, yeah, but there's like books on this, and doctors will.
You don't think that there's books on Tai
Substantiate
Chi,
that.
bro? There's Tai Chi force field books.
Well,
Oh man,
yeah,
are
but
you selling-
doctors will substantiate this.
There's the Eastern medicine doctors that talk about Tai Chi force fields.
Okay, what do you think about keto or carnivore for that?
Dude, I think that eliminating an entire food group is not a good idea for your brain. It's not a good thing.
Even if you supplement with vitamins, because a lot of people like treat a lot of different disorders nowadays with keto or carnivore diets.
No, not a lot of people
Because
do.
they're
No,
metabolic.
Not a lot of them do. It's just again, it's just like whatever is the fad for a lot of people. Like I would, whatever Jordan Peterson's doing, the guy that gets killed by apple cider vinegar apparently. So I wouldn't really trust him.
But like Christopher Palmer, do you know who that is?
No, I've never heard of him.
Okay, he's a professor of psychiatry at Harvard Medical School,
Okay.
and he treats his like people with OCD, bipolar, schizophrenia, etc.
Okay.
with a keto or carnivore diet high in fats, because
Okay.
I mean, like carbohydrates, aren't those the main progenitors of like free radicals?
No, stresses. So like cells create free radicals in the presence of stress. So it could be abiotic, biotic, whatever it is.
I thought, or I've read that it's from like reactive oxygen species in the
Those are raw.
transport chain
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
that happens whenever you break down specifically, like especially refined carbohydrates. That's why, like whenever you
Dude,
eat
so like
keto or carnivore,
in my PhD, I actually traced and looked at the reproduction of reactive oxygen species in the presence of single-walled carbon nanotubes that I gave to my algae. So we literally can measure it, and it's actually an important signaling molecule at low concentrations. You want reactive oxygen species because it creates signaling pathways.
what do you think about methylene blue?
It's not been proven to do anything that's beneficial.
Yeah, it has. It's been around since like 1800s.
So is drinking your pee. Are you drinking your pee?
But that's where hydrochloroquine comes from.
Okay. Are you drinking your pee?
No, but that's where hydrochloroquine.
I mean, that's what a lot of the same people do. I mean, that's what people say. I'm just asking questions. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, and I'm asking questions too.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I feel like I don't know, man. Just science has gone so political nowadays, and
No.
the right,
No.
the left. Well, listen. The left like bolsters you guys, scientists, so you're more likely to, side with them, I feel. And it kind of makes it hard to trust scientists nowadays because they become so political, as opposed to just being, centrist and stuff like that. Like, because you don't
Science
like
was never
RFK.
apolitical, so that was kind of like your first fallacy. And then two,
What?
like the person that has actually politicized Trump science the most is Trump. Trump literally created an executive order that all science has to agree with his personal views on what can be studied or not. So the person that I've never seen that ever happen in the existence of the president of the United States, but Trump did that. But you're blind to that. I mean,
Well,
and
I
he's
don't
also
love Trump.
okay. So then you
I'm just
agree
saying,
that
like, I
that Trump
see,
that you agree that Trump is politicizing science more than any other president.
like, give me an example.
I just did the executive order that everything has to be like in agreement with his own personal views.
I would need to know more about that because
You want
that
to look
just
it up?
sounds
Yeah,
kind of
that's
loaded.
exactly what do you mean?
Well, I mean, he has to have other like what are his views then?
What?
What are his views that he wants them to agree with him on?
Whatever he
Because,
wants.
like, yeah, I mean, like,
What? Oh, you want to read it?
sure, if you want.
Um, it's called Restoring Gold Standard Science.
Okay.
So he's basically going on this Twitter crayon drawing rampage about why all these things that he doesn't agree with, that the federal government and science integrity isn't being good, and that he's trying to restore the reproducibility of all this kind of nonsense. So that's okay for you?
Well, I mean, it depends on what he like. If they're talking about gain of
Well,
function
if
research,
it
I don't
depends on
agree
what
with
he
that.
says. If it what he says,
Well,
so
yeah, I mean, that's like
yeah,
a
yeah.
whole the way you're packaging all of that just sounds like he has some like personal vendetta.
He
You know
does.
what I
He's
mean?
literally wrote it into an executive order.
Well, I heard that he stopped funding Harvard Medical School because they were anti-Israel on the campus. So I don't agree with that sort of
There's a lot
stuff.
of things that he's doing that are anti-free speech, and yeah.
Well, I mean, if it's like gain of function research, I don't agree with that. Like, I don't think
Okay.
that.
Oh, you don't like gain of function research?
No, not really.
Okay. So I made a algae cell that can target non-Hodgkin's lymphoma stage 1 and kill those cancer cells from an algae cell. And you could, at the end of that, the whole goal was so that you could create and like culture your own algae in a pond in the backyard, and then have your own medicine. So do you know of any natural growing algae that can kill non-Hodgkin's lymphoma stage 1 cells?
No.
Yeah, so they gained that function, huh? So did you think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, I mean, if it's at the expense of someone or like, yeah, I don't
So
know.
it's a good thing. So you'd be okay with that.
Probably not in all cases. Like with your case, sure. I mean, that's a great thing.
All right, sweet. All right.
Um,
So then what? So what do you think? Do you think the vast majority are just gonna listen to Rand Paul and all these nonsense people about like what's real science is? You're just gonna listen to these people and you're gonna just eat their slop? Is that what the idea is?
no, I just think that you think science is completely benevolent. But like,
No,
why was
it's a
Fauci
process.
needed to be pardoned?
It's a process
Someone
because
brought that up
people
in
are
the
psycho
comments.
and going after them. You know,
Well,
people actually
but
went after me and went after my lab and gave me death threats for the science that we did during the pandemic.
yeah,
Is that
but
okay?
in the real
Okay.
Anthony Fauci, like RFK lists multiple times where he lied under oath, and he like knew that it was a
Cares? I
lie.
don't care about Fauci, dude. I care about the scientific process and everything that's produced an independent line of evidence that can actually be seen and validated. Not like whatever Fauci says. Again, you just really are subservient to these authoritarian ideals about like listening to what people say. Like science is a
No, I think
process, and we try to understand the world through that process in a better one. Like I don't care, like what Fauci says doesn't dictate what all of science is, but you seem to think that. Just like how
well,
you
no,
seem
I'm
to think
just
that
I'm
Trump is the one that can dictate what science can do.
no. I'm
I
just
guess I'm
trying to
just I guess
highlight.
I just have that like anti-authoritarian like bone in my body, you know what I mean? As an American, as a patriot, that really like gets to me. I don't know. That's just weird. Do you get that?
Well, mm,
Do you understand that?
in certain aspects, but like
Doesn't
the
seem
thing
like
is, what I'm trying to
doesn't seem
highlight
like it.
here is the thing that I'm trying to highlight here is you think he's like completely benevolent,
I don't
but
care.
like,
I don't care about
why
that.
would you need to? Well, I mean, well, then
Because people are
it
psychos
just
and go after
highlights.
him personally.
Well, the thing is, they're highlighting how he could have been. You don't think there's any malevolence that he was acting
No,
under?
malevolent. No. He's not malicious at
None at
all.
all.
No, no.
Well, why isn't he, dude? Why hasn't he been in public?
Because people are psychos
Like
and
on
go
an
after
island
him.
in
Yeah,
Turks and Caicos or something.
dude, it's hilarious
Probably.
to me that people actually think that he had this grandiose authoritarian power during the COVID. Like, you realize that Trump was the
Well, he
president
was
during
the
the
sense of
lockdowns, right?
authority.
No,
He
he
was the
didn't.
sense of
No,
authority.
he didn't. No,
Yes, he was.
No, he did not. Everything that Fauci said was greenlit by Trump, and he was literally right there. And he's it was Trump the entire time that was president of the United States. You agree with that, right?
Yeah, but I mean, he looked to him for his authority
Oh,
on
okay.
the
So
matter.
Trump is famously really good at like talking to experts and getting their opinion and assimilating new knowledge. That's like famously Trump is very good at that, right?
Certain
I don't think
aspects,
so.
sure.
That doesn't sound like him at all. Like Trump, with all the lockdowns and everything like that was obviously like a rogue person underneath him that was taking over the country and creating all these lockdowns, right? That sounds like Trump. Trump really is really standoffish and hands off when it comes to like his underlings subsuming his power, right?
Um,
No, it doesn't sound like
yeah,
him at all. Damn. Weird. We're striking out on this one.
yeah. It's
Yeah, it's crazy. He didn't have that much power, dude. It's actually Fauci that got overridden by Trump specifically, and we know that Trump's actions specifically led to 300,000 Americans dying that didn't need to. So again, I just get like really frustrated when people like sit here and coddle these anti-science viewpoints that are literally killing people in a pandemic. It really, really, really makes me mad, actually.
okay. So you're for
Do you think that
processed foods?
1.2 million people died during the pandemic?
Well, it gets all weird with the
Yeah, so you don't.
statistics.
See again, that just
Well,
really
here's the
you're
thing.
okay with Americans dying for
No,
political
well, dude,
reasons.
now
That's
you're
what you're saying.
completely
You're
straw manning
writing
me.
them off,
You're
and you are
completely straw
politicizing
manning me.
science. You are politicizing science and writing off
No, you're
1.2
completely
million
straw manning
American
me.
lives. That's what
You're
you're
completely
doing.
straw manning me. No, you're straw manning me.
Nope. Well, then
No,
say it. Say it.
well,
1.2 million people died in the United States from COVID.
uh, I don't know if I believe that number though.
Okay, so then exactly. So you're
Well, if
whitewashing.
you'd allow
You're
me
doing. You
to,
don't agree with
no,
that. See,
if you'd allow
yeah,
me to, if you'd allow
that's
me
crazy.
to
You know,
explain.
1.3
Well,
million
dude, if you
Americans
got
have
in a
died.
wreck,
You know,
if you got in a wreck
1.3.
with COVID and died, they
Oh,
would
that.
count that as a COVID death.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for
They
sure.
would.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
would
that
do
sounds
that.
like exactly what they did.
They did do that.
Do you know what expected deaths are?
I'm sure, but I mean, you
Okay.
can't just expect someone to die in a car wreck. Like whenever they leave their home, okay, you're gonna die in a car wreck, and you have COVID, so we're gonna count that as COVID.
Okay, so we have expected amounts of people that are dying, and then we have a huge graph up, in the graph, a bunch of people are dying. You have
Mhm.
expected, big graph up. 1.2 million people died more than that. Where did they die from? If they didn't die from the pandemic, during the pandemic.
I mean, listen, I'm saying I don't know what the true number is because
Okay,
every
I do.
stat
1.2
is.
million. We know exactly how much it is. And just to put this in perspective,
You're not giving.
1.3 million Americans died in combat deaths in all the wars of all the United States. All of them combined is 1.3. And we lost 1.2 million mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters. And yet we have how many memorials for all the people died in the wars? How many days off a year do we
Look,
memorialize
you're
them?
making an appeal to emotion here. The
No, I'm
thing
not.
is, I'm
I'm
not
taking
saying
an
I'm not
appeal to like
whitewashing
you
anything.
actually caring about 1.2 million people dying and
Dude,
us
my
having the
uncle
actual
passed
data
away
to
from
have it.
COVID.
Then
He
you're
passed
even
away from
worse
the
of a
vaccine.
person. Then you are
No, I'm
even
not.
worse of a person then.
No, I'm not. I'm
Yes,
just
you
telling
are.
you.
You're
No, I'm just telling
anti-science, you're
you.
you're for misinformation. You don't agree that 1.2 million people died?
Okay, look, all I'm saying is, I don't know if I believe that number fully. Could be
Okay.
more, could be less.
Okay, so you don't agree with the scientific process. You don't agree with
I
science.
agree with the scientific process,
No, you
dude.
don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Are you atheist? I just wanted to
No.
ask you a few questions. I know I'm
Why?
going to a whole
Why?
different.
Why would you? Why would I? No, deep dive on single issues here. I'm not allowing you to popcorn to something else.
Okay, well, I mean, we're just not going to agree on this, man.
Okay.
I mean, because multiple people have showed that,
Multiple
like,
people. Go ahead.
yes,
Joe Rogan
just
or
look
something.
this up.
Look it up.
I
Okay,
think
I'd love to.
I,
Let's
I
go. Let's look
think
it up.
Joe Rogan acts in good faith.
Okay, but Fauci doesn't.
No,
Right.
why was he
Okay.
pre-pardoned?
Yeah, that makes
Why was
sense.
he
That makes a lot
pre-pardoned?
of sense.
Why was he preemptively pardoned?
Because people are psycho and go after him.
Okay, it's never
What's the
happened.
independent analyses where 1.2 million people are not are
It's just, do you see how
where?
this is like? You guys accuse people of being like tinfoil hats, conspiracy theories.
No, Drew, I think you've been
Why is
coddled too
someone
much. I
getting
think you've been coddled,
pre-pardoned?
and this this conspiracy nonsense has been way too long, gone on way too long, and you've been coddled like a
No,
baby, and you need someone to
no,
actually tell you the truth.
no.
Yeah,
And
that's
dude,
what I
look,
think.
I
Yeah.
understand that you're more knowledgeable on microbiology and all this other scientific stuff. I'm just telling you, whenever the American people see that the real Anthony Fauci comes out, Fauci could sue him for defamation if any of those claims were false, right? But he can't because they're all true. So
Bro,
and then
we are
and then whenever
talking
he gets
about
preemptively
population
pardoned,
genetics. We are talking about numbers. We're talking about PCR. We're talking about antibody testing. We're talking about COVID, like expected deaths numbers. We're talking about all these things, and you keep talking about Fauci.
well,
Like what you? We're talking about science, and you're saying I like science, I respect science, and every single time I talk about science, you bring us back to some Fauci email.
an email, no,
Whatever,
I'm,
yeah.
I'm giving
Whatever
I'm
thing that you
giving
have that Fauci's
I'm giving you
communicating.
a case for you to see where people are coming from to why they don't trust science. Because also the third leading death is misdiagnosis by doctors.
During
It's
the
like
pandemic.
it just in general, it's heart disease, cancer, and that. So like
Okay.
science is not something. It just seems like it's become this thing that we run to for all our problems, and it treats the symptom, but it also creates other symptoms. That's why all the medications you see that are advertised on TV, they all have like the background. This could cause diarrhea and a side of blah blah blah, this, that, and the other. It's like we just become so dependent on these things. We need to attack the root
And we
problem.
need real truth sayers like Joe Rogan.
I think Joe Rogan is a good faith person. Yeah,
Okay.
for
You
sure.
didn't even realize that he survived because of monoclonal antibodies. You thought it was ivermectin.
Well, I thought that was one of them. I know that he took monoclonal antibodies.
Oh, okay. But you didn't think that was the reason why he survived?
What? Well, I just knew it was a mix of it was Quick Pack or something.
Z-Pack.
Z-Pack, monoclonal antibodies and ivermectin.
So what has the conspiracies and the anti-science people ever done to improve my life? You're so anti the establishment, it's so anti-science, so cool guy, punk, dude. Yeah, man, I'm just
No,
I'm
I'm
just
not. What are you
chill.
talking
I'm
about,
just
dude?
chill, dude. Like, like whatever. Just I don't need drugs.
No,
What is that?
it's
What have those people ever done for you?
what the conspiracy theories
Yeah.
theorists.
How have they improved your life?
I guess they've just illuminated how establishments. Because I don't believe every conspiracy theory that comes onto my feed or anything like that.
It seems
But it
like
makes
you're
you
very
question.
susceptible to them.
No, I think you should be skeptical of
Science
all
is
information.
skeptical. That's the problem, is that you don't realize that. You think that scientists are all just lock stock, like we are all fall in line, that there is no like peer review process, that we have no way of like testing each other You just think that we are all just fed the same information and we all agree with it. That's the
No, I
problem.
don't.
That's exactly what you believe. That's what you said.
Not all. But I would bet that like 80% of like scientists are leftists that are just completely anti the other side. So they're not
Bro,
even going to
you realize
listen
that
to
like
that
all
side.
the scientific breakthroughs that we make would impact the lives of everybody?
Yeah, sure.
We are literally trying to improve society for everyone.
Yeah, I think so, but
Okay.
I just think this dependence on it is harmful.
Yeah, because it's improved our life so much that we have invested into it as a society, because the technologies that we want and need come from scientific research that are being moved into the engineering world and actually become a technology. It's like you're saying like, oh man, we've just become so dependent on firefighters, like I just want, fires to be just natural. Like why can't there is a world without firefighters?
No, dude, I'm not like some weird hippie. Like,
That's exactly what you're saying, dude. You're trying to
no,
say
I
that the
I
thing that we are
just think
using in order to try to make sense of the world and improve the world, you're trying to trace all the maladies to that.
no, it's not that at all. I
Yes.
just think that it's been captured. Big pharma has been captured completely by
Big
financial
pharma.
gain.
Dude, Maha and RFK is literally the head of the HHS now. You need to realize that. Like the institution is you. Like in the institution, like in the FDA is RFK and Trump, bro.
Well, first off, I'm not even pro-Trump. I'm a centrist.
Oh, you're enlightened centrist, even better.
Yes, I'm not like completely like I would have been a liberal
A classical
50
liberal enlightened
years
centrist.
ago.
Oh man, you're just all the
Yeah.
memes. Are you serious right now? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not
Sorry,
this
dude. How many
new.
times a week do you do
I'm
the
not this.
douche versus turd sandwich and South Park meme? How many
I don't
days?
even know. I don't know what you're talking about,
Okay,
dude.
sure.
Thing is, thing is that I'm trying to tell you is I just think that big pharma, big food, all these industries, they work together and they like to get us in a cycle. I mean, that's what it is, dude. I don't know how it's. I mean,
Oh,
the more food, how obese we are nowadays, and
yeah,
how
it's because
unhealthy
people
we are
eat too much
nowadays.
food, bro. It's not because of preservatives poisoning people or food dyes poisoning people. It's because
How
people
is it
just
not
eat too
food
much
dyes,
food.
dude? They're from coal tar.
Again, dude. Like you realize that like RFK knows that preservatives aren't poison, that food dye isn't poison.
Well,
He
then why are they
knows that
banned in other
because he didn't
countries?
ban any of it. He
Then
hasn't
why are they
banned
banned in other
anything.
countries?
They didn't
Well,
ban
because
anything because he knows that he lied to you and that you were like still eating it up, but he knows that they're not actually killing people.
no, I think
Yes.
that
You realize
it's
that,
no.
right? RFK has the ability at the head of the FDA to do whatever he wants in order to ban food dyes, preservatives, GMOs, whatever you want. And he doesn't do it. Why?
Well, because I think that money is truly what controls the world,
He's the
and the
head of the
people that
FDA and the HHS, dude. He is your guy.
it doesn't matter. That's
Oh,
going to
it's
hurt their
so
profits.
there's
If
even
Fruit
bigger.
Loops,
Oh, the conspiracy
if
grows even bigger. Okay, so there's
if
a
Fruit
global
Loops,
conspiracy now that's creating
dude,
all the world governments all together.
dude,
So
why do you
who?
think McDonald's is red and yellow?
What? What are you talking
Because
about, bro?
the colors, like if you take out the colors of Fruit Loops, of all these other, if you take out the dyes out of Powerade, all these things, it's going to make them lose money invariably. So I mean, there's so much money behind this stuff.
Dude,
They're not going to allow the
dude,
dyes to be taken out.
what are you talking about? The RFK is the head of the FDA, dude. He doesn't
Okay,
like what
okay,
he is the
brother.
head. He is your dude. He
I
is your champion,
understand.
and he is literally not
I
banning them.
understand that, but he wants to.
He's not though, because he knows he lied to you. You got lied to, bro. You got duped.
No, I think
Yes,
if someone on the
yes,
left wanted to do the same thing, I
yes.
don't think that it would come to fruition.
I mean, California did die when it banned one of the food dyes already.
California did? Well, that's
Yeah.
great. I
Okay.
mean, so are you conceding that they are bad?
Dude, it's like the FDA is notoriously so cautious. They really don't allow any like experimental like drugs or treatments. So the idea that that they're allowing this thing that's poisoning people is so ridiculous. It's nonsense.
Yeah, I just seen it be linked to ADHD and other things. So
Yeah, because there's a lot of things. You know, it's also linked to ADHD rates. Google
what?
Chrome usage. So, like, yeah, dude, there's a lot of correlation that you can have, you know, that you can create like a lot of statistics in order to do something. That's why we have studies. That's why we have science. That's why we use these informative things in order to better construct a more accurate reality. And you don't accept a science. You want to
Um,
daisy cherry pick stuff.
no. Listen, I love science. I just think
You
our
don't.
dependence on it has
You
become
don't.
so over the top. I mean, people that rely on ChatGPT too much, they have holes in their brain. What happens 50 years from now? I mean, it's like science is this great thing. Whenever we have such a heavy
Dude, okay, so
dependence
you're confusing
on
science research
technology,
with technology. So that's
on these
completely different.
medications that are killing
It's
us.
completely different, dude. So science is the fundamental idea of like how things work in the world, okay? Why are bees colored the way that they do? How do hummingbirds fly? Okay? Technology is creating that knowledge into like how we can create a better helicopter that flies like a hummingbird, and then we patent that, and then a technology company or a startup comes from that patent. So you're
Yeah.
fundamentally missing. You're not understanding how science works.
Well, no. I just think that all these things that
Oh
we've created,
no. I'm sorry.
it's like they've just. Do you think that a more naturalistic, not a completely Amish lifestyle, but a more naturalistic type of life would be the most healthy for a human?
Bro, you're talking to me over the internet that's going
Yeah,
through
and that's an
a
awesome
freaking
thing.
a GPS
As
satellite
blue
in the
light is
world.
getting emitted
Like,
into
what are
my
you
eyes,
talking about, bro? Like, what are you
as
like? You
blue
have
as blue, yeah, and it's also harming me at the same time, is it not?
like it,
The
it,
blue
it,
light
it
that's emitting from my eyes, that's blocking melatonin to be
oh my
made.
gosh, dude, you
So
could.
there are ramifications to it as well, right?
Okay, let's say that there is. Okay, let's say that there is all the bad things that you say. Okay, like
Hmm.
like what's the net? What's the what then? What it is? You're saying that we should just go to like hunter gatherers? You want to do that?
No, of course not.
Okay,
I
do
just
you know
think
what the life
that
expectancy was like 100,000 years ago when we didn't have any of the technology that you're talking about and railing again and that you don't accept and you don't like?
no, I just think there
What
needs
was
to
the
be
life
a balance
expectancy?
of it. 100,000 years ago,
Yeah.
I mean, babies would die in infancy a lot,
Mm-hmm.
so I don't really know.
It's like 30
What
to
is it?
35. And then do you know what the
But
life
was that
expectancy was like
because?
200 years ago?
Okay, well, 200 years ago, I'm pretty sure they lived the same length, except they had just a surplus of little babies that died from, parasites or something like that.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, they're the 30 to 35. So like really the entire explosion of life expectancy and quality of life has exploded in the last 150 years. And all the access to all these modern medicines and all the technology and everything that you're talking about and railing against has massively improved quality of life.
Okay. All right.
Undoubtedly.
Okay. Let me ask you this: Are
Do you agree
you
with that?
in aspects and aspects? No,
How could you not? What aspects do you
because
disagree with that
everything's a
there?
double-edged sword, dude.
What's the double-edged sword?
I mean, because all this. It doesn't like 5G have radiation emitting from it,
Oh my gosh, dude.
dude. There's obviously pros and cons to everything, and
Bro.
I'm sure some of the most like not like completely agrarian, but like people that are limit their daily phone time and try to have a more naturalistic approach to life. Maybe they have a farm. They are probably happier. I mean, it's not like this cyberpunk world that we're coming to is going to equate to more happiness just because it's super technologically
Okay.
like.
So the thing is, whether or not I agree with that doesn't matter to me to my life, right? Whether or not like you want to do that and you want to fill that like cave lifestyle that you want to do, that's fine. And I think that's great. If you really want to do that, you want to like hermit up or something, I
No,
totally
I
agree with
don't,
you.
dude.
But
You keep straw manning me.
the problem is that what's happening is that people that you are voting for are creating the dismantling of science that is actually trying to improve the lives and the society and technology for everyone else in the entire globe. And you're being duped and you're lied to, and you're deconstructing the science as an institution that is improving everyone else's life. So when you want to do carnivore diet, that is fine. But when you vote for people that make carnivore diet everyone, that's not bad. That's not a good thing. That is bad.
Yeah,
Does
I
that make
never said that
sense?
that would be. I never said that like a mandatory carnivore diet would
Okay,
that
but
was good.
exactly. But guess what? So now the HHS is filled with people just like you, and now we are blocking the creation of new technology and vaccines that is actually going to be able to help us bridge that gap and help people in the future. So you're having a generational impact in making things bad.
What are we gonna do with you, man?
Do you understand what I'm talking about right now? You're saying the esoteric, maybe blue light is causing some problems, man. Maybe we should, moderate this and all this kind of stuff versus like actual bad thing that is happening and being pushed by the Trump administration and forcing everyone down a worse quality of life track for me, for my kids, for their kids, for all of the scientists and people that are all the companies that exist inside the United States, for our ability to be a technological powerhouse and have the next technology be home from the United States, be here. You're voting for people
Okay.
that are stopping that.
Okay, look, let me clarify. You also look like Adam Levine. Just saying, right now. I think that science is great and all, but I think it's been captured by, and I don't agree with communism, but it's been captured by capitalism. If communism actually worked, that's where I think the endless progression of science would be a good thing. But I think it's become so captured by capitalism that it's like
Dude, science
they
exists
care
outside
more
of the
about the
United States,
profits.
bro. What you're doing, all the science is just going to happen other places in the world. That's what's going to happen, is that you're going to have science and the breakthroughs not happen in the United States. It's going to happen in Europe and it's going to happen in China, and we're not going to be the leaders in the world anymore in intellectual property. And that's why the United States has actually been an economic leader in the last 75 years. So
No, I
just
hear
because
you.
you want to
Yeah, that's
abandon the
no,
role
no,
that the
no.
United
That is a
States has,
problem.
just because you want to abandon the impact that we
I
have
don't
and the
want to abandon
technology
it.
that we develop, yes, you do. Just
No,
because you
I
want to
think
do that and you want to do the hermit thing doesn't mean that I want to and
no, I
all the
don't want to do the
science
hermit
wants
thing.
to. Yes, you
I
do, bro.
think I think that is the problem, that we're undeniably going to be stuck in a arms race with other countries, so we
Okay,
have
so
to
then help
continue to.
science. Then help fund science.
But will it lead to our inevitable destruction is like the main problem that I. But I mean, then again,
What? Bro,
but then
so you're
again,
not going to allow the entire
dude,
country to progress forward
AI.
scientifically because of blue lights in LED screens.
Yeah, dude, if AI took away all of our jobs, I think that is a
That
bad
is a
thing.
future problem, bro. Right now, what I'm getting laid off from is Trump. So that's an esoteric future
I'm
problem.
sorry
Again,
about that.
you're creating these like boogeymen and stuff. Like, oh man, science is like DEI is gonna come get me, and you got blue lights here and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, here now, this is actually what's happening. The science being defunded systemically. All of our companies are going down right now, and you're like, whatever, dude.
Look, I just see. I think these things are great. Sure, I think that in the future they'll try. I don't understand how human nature can work with these things, such as AI. So I think this endless progression is going to be an inevitable downfall. Unfortunately, like I
Dude,
don't
the
see
inevitable
AI.
downfall is how much we coddle people that are anti-science and that peddle misinformation in this country. That will be our downfall, not this blue light like in Joe Rogan, nonsense that he spouts. That is going to be the actual downfall.
Um, Look, dude, you keep going to the blue light thing. That's like a very small periphery thing that is
Well, that's the
just
whole point,
showing
man.
you.
That's the whole point, is that we're talking about these esoteric things that we can kind of like maybe whatever, and maybe in the future, you think fasting is going to be able to cure
Fasting
all
is great for
cancers,
you.
all that kind of stuff. Like
It's great for you.
these things, you're watching way too many podcasts, bro. You need to like stop listening to Joe Rogan, and you need to like start reading science publications, slow down your media consumption, and actually start reading primary literature, and not just like consuming this stuff, bro, because your brain is rotting.
Dude, I've already told you I'm centrist.
Dude, it
I'm
doesn't
not.
matter what you political
I'm
align with,
not.
bro. Your brain is rotten.
How?
Because, dude, you're letting these
Because I'm
conspiracies take
skeptical of
hold in
you?
your brain, and you're not trusting science as an institution. And science has improved your life more than anything else that you can ever point to. Any political system, anything like that. Science has improved your life more than
Yeah,
anything.
I don't worship science. I'm sorry, dude.
Exactly, and that's the
I
problem,
think
dude. Is the
I'm a
anti-science,
Christian.
anti-intellectualism that you are
No,
spouting
I'm
is
not.
hurting
I'm not
people, and that's what I'm trying to say.
anti-intellectualism.
That it isn't like some like, oh, lovey-dovey stuff anymore. It's actually impacting the way that our country is moving forward, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm not coddling you, and I'm actually giving you tough love, and I'm saying that you need to. It sounds like you are trying to be intellectual, and you're trying to be skeptical, and I appreciate that, and I think that's cool. And what I'm telling you though is that you're mired in a morass of nonsense.
No, and I appreciate you, the tough love, whatever. But it feels like you want me to be skeptical of everything except for what you and your
No,
ilk say.
no, that's not true at all. Scientists are so skeptical. Scientists are the most skeptical. That's why we have all the controls. That's why we test things rigorously. That's why we have all these different ways of coming at the same way of attaining knowledge. We are inherently very skeptical. It's super, super contentious when everyone makes a claim about something. It's not easy to make a breakthrough in science, because everyone like just takes you down a peg for even thinking that you did anything positive.
No, and I appreciate scientists, dude. I really
I
do.
don't think so, dude. I don't think so. I think that you want to, but the way that you are attacking science as an institution, you aren't doing anyone any favors, and you definitely aren't pro-science.
Well, look, I'm just skeptical of all institutions.
Okay, then
So
exactly. And you're inherently skeptical of science as an institution, and you don't accept it. That's fine. If you actually accepted science as an institution, then a lot of these things you wouldn't have them. You wouldn't have these viewpoints. You wouldn't be asking questions. You'd be reading the science publications that actually dealt with this stuff, and you'd see that these questions have been answered, and that's how you would answer it. You answer it through science. You wouldn't answer it by looking at a podcast about someone talking about this stuff. Like how many
okay,
fasting
look.
like article? Do you even know the lab that did the original fasting studies that you're even referencing?
No, I mean this thing has
It's
been
the
around for
Panda Lab out
thousands
of
of
the Salk
years.
Institute in San Diego. So you like again, dude, like you should reference this stuff. You should read the actual publication. You should actually do the hard work of doing the reading.
No, I have,
Oh, okay.
dude. I I know that fasting is good for you. It's been around for thousands of years. Put your
Okay,
body in
so has been dying.
autophagy.
So has dying at 30. People were fasting 18 hours a day and dying at 30.
Well, I feel sorry for them, and I'm
Yeah,
not
me too, dude. And
completely.
I feel sorry for people that want to take us back there, bro. That's the thing. You
I
got to
don't
do,
want to
but
go back
you
there.
have to push yourself. And I appreciate the skepticism, but you have to push yourself not to accept these people just asking questions on these podcast shows. You have to go to do the hard work of trying to understand the mechanisms, understand why we think the things that we think in science. Don't accept it. I'm not saying for you to accept it. Don't accept anything that I say. Don't accept anything in science. But what you have to do is do the hard work of try to understand where that knowledge came from. That's the harder part that you're not understanding, and you're not assimilating. You're not assimilating the knowledge yourself. You're the one that's actually parroting stuff. You're the one that's barking when you say when that the podcast show says to bark. And these guys are grifting, bro. They're grifting. They're failed academics.
Okay,
They're
hold
failed
on.
professions that are going on these podcasts, and they're lying to you, and they're making an entire profession on going on these podcasts and peddling this misinformation. They're lying to you, bro.
Not okay. No way. I don't
Yes.
agree with that.
Yes, they are.
You
They
may
are.
not like Joe Rogan personally, but he has on credible guests.
No, he doesn't. They're not credible. They aren't. They aren't scientists. They don't. They peddle disinformation
about
all the
Peter
time, and he
McCullough?
does not have the wherewithal or the ability
And
to
Jake
push
Gupta
back.
or whatever.
There's
That's someone.
no, dude. I'm sorry, but you're just wrong. He peddles disinformation constantly.
Peter McCullough too.
Dude, you can name all the people that you want, but I'm telling you that it doesn't. Again, you're adhering to this like an argument from authority. So you basically are talking about all these individuals without referencing the science that they're referencing. That's the thing that's actually more important. It's not them. It's not me. It's not me. I am not like, don't believe me. Believe the science and the papers and that is what you believe. But I
No,
do
yeah,
realize that you are never going to like accept everything, like or be able to know everything, right? That's kind of the biggest problem, and that's one of the problems that I think that you are not understanding is that y- that like you're never going to have perfect knowledge about every single subject. Everyone isn't going to be an expert about everything, right? So you do have to kind of trust at some point that the institution of science will actually yield a better result. Like, do you understand
Well,
that expertise exists? Do you think that like people can have expertise in
expert.
a subject?
Yeah, I think I have a pro. I'm more prone to believe someone that has a lot of influence that is anti-institution, though. Even though
Okay,
that
see,
doesn't make it. No, no. Listen, that doesn't make me automatically believe them. That makes me more prone to be like trustworthy of them. Someone with trust that I see as being like like I intuitively think they're, you know,
you think Trump is the one that there's more, you believe him more than the institution?
Trump. Look, I'm not really a big Trump guy. I think he's better than Kamala, but it's not like I'm not one of his like henchmen.
Okay, but someone that's just anti-establishment, you think that they're what? So why are you so critical of the institution, but you're not that you don't share the same criticism and of the person that is anti-institution? It seems like you just give them a free pass.
Just the history of a lot of our institutions, like FBI, CIA, they have not completely been for the people. They've even done like experiments on the people without their knowledge. MK Ultra,
But dude,
Tuskegee
okay, bro,
experiment,
that
all
has
these
nothing to
things.
do with science as an institution. That does
No,
nothing
you
to
just
do with
asked
it.
why I don't. You just asked why I'm skeptical of institutions as a whole.
Yeah, but science is different than the FBI or CIA, right? We have open data, we have publications that we reference, we have ways of open like peer review that we can all look at each other's data and see. Like it is way more open of a process than something like the FBI or CIA. That's going to be like, this is what we gathered the intelligence with, and this is what the report is.
Yeah, it's just like if I can be skeptical of the CIA, FBI, why can't I be skeptical of the CDC?
You can, but the difference is that the CIA and the FBI aren't putting out
Like the
reports, and the
food
CDC
pyramid,
does.
like the food pyramid that Michelle Obama.
No, she tried to redo the food pyramid and try to do the plate,
Oh, my
the my
bad.
plate
Well, the
thing.
food pyramid. I don't like. I think that was a whole like.
You
I
think
don't
that
know.
was a
Like,
bad
look,
thing? You think trying to
no,
get kids
look.
more nutritious meals for their
Well,
lunches, that was a bad problem?
big food has been
Big
completely
food,
financially compromised. I mean,
big food.
whenever they said cereal is more healthy than bacon, I find that as being a problem.
What?
So all big institutions, I'm automatically skeptical of, and I see. Listen, this is the thing. All big institutions I am skeptical of because I think that financial gain compromises them. As I just showed you with like like all the food companies in like the 1980s, they
Bro,
were bought out
you realize
by
that you are
cigarette companies.
you are realizing that you are talking about a global conspiracy right now. You realize that,
No,
right?
this is all facts.
But you are talking about a global conspiracy of all the companies and all the scientists all working in concert with the governments of the world. That's what you're talking about right now.
No, I'm telling
Yes.
you
Yes, in order to
that I am
protect themselves as an
skeptical.
institution. That would have to be the logical conclusion that you're talking about.
Look, science can be 100% good. That's great. I like, and it can all be like a big benevolent institution. but I am more prone to be skeptical of big institutions because all the history of all of our institutions being corrupted by what? Financial gain.
But
Like big food companies were bought out by cigarette companies in the 1980s. They applied the same science that they made cigarettes addictive to the food. Nowadays, all our food is freaking degenerating our whole bodies. Like that's why we need so much science nowadays.
No, dude.
That's the whole problem, man. It's like a big cycle of financial gain
No.
with food,
Dude,
and then pharma, and then
what do you think?
Medicaid. Like,
Bro, like, what do you think that more pesticides are with organic foods or with genetically modified foods? What kind of farming practice uses more pesticides?
I mean, I would think not organic, since organic, but I'm sure they even do stuff to organic.
Okay, yeah, no, organic foods has to have way more pesticides used on it, way more. Because with genetically modified foods, you're able to put defense mechanisms and defense proteins inside the plant so that you don't have to spray on pesticides. You can actually just create them inside the plant. So organic farming requires way more pesticides.
But are they putting on like atrazine and these type? Like, this is where all this stuff gets muddy, dude. Like,
Bro, they're
why?
putting on tons of stuff. If you care about the pesticides, less pesticides, you eat genetically modified foods.
Okay, but what pesticides? I don't know the differences in the pesticides
It's
on
the
the
stuff that
organic.
kills
compared to-
the weeds that are around it. It's the stuff that kills the insects that are eating it. Those are the main ones.
Yeah, it's like all this stuff is just so like hard to deal with, man.
It
Like
really
the
isn't. If you
fluoride
just
in the
trust the
water.
science and you trust that the scientific process is going to create like a better product. I mean, I don't understand everything that happens in all of science, right? Like I have an expert level knowledge in a really small subset of it, but I'm not going to be able to just go into every field and be like, oh, I have an expert level of even within biology, dude. Like, I have a PhD in microbiology, but I wouldn't say I'm an expert in like immunology. I wouldn't, or virology. Like, I mean, it's crazy. Like the amount of knowledge that you have to have in order to have that. But
Yeah, and
there's
you're
an
way more knowledgeable on me than this, and I respect you for that. It's just
but
my
I'm saying
disposition.
that's fine. And I'm a skeptic too. I'm totally skeptic. Dude, I used to not think that like humans were causing climate change. Like that humans could have that big of an impact on our ecology. I thought that it was like a very hubris thing that the humans thought that they could actually impact something that big. And then I did my own research and I actually read the articles that were actually, that actually were talking about it. And it was because I got duped by freaking Penn and Teller's BS show about climate change. I got duped by it, and they were trying to make these skeptical arguments, and I thought, oh, I was like cool, like, oh, I had like this really nuanced, like interesting view about about this thing, and then I was finally like, man, I just want to do my own research, and I actually did the research and did the reading, and sure enough, dude, I was like, damn, dude, they had no idea what they were talking about, and then I completely changed my whole trajectory of my life, and then I dedicated my life to trying to help and solve that problem by creating new technologies that would do that. So,
Okay, well, let me ask you this.
Okay.
Do you think that with climate change, the new science on that, do you think that they should penalize people that don't acquiesce to certain like amount of carbon emission? Like if they hit a certain threshold of carbon emission, that they should be penalized and stuff like that? Because that's why people are skeptical of this whole thing.
Bro, no, they're
Because they think that
skeptical
they're
because
gonna
they
make,
don't
like,
think
a
that humans are
social-
actually making a detrimental like impact to our environment. That's the reason why. It has nothing to do. You're talking about like some esoteric like, well, we have to be listening to some other like world organization to tell us what we can do. That's not what we're talking about.
Yeah, I agree climate change is real, but it's always been changing. It's always been a changing thing. It goes through ebbs and flows
Okay.
like throughout history.
Yeah.
But do you agree that, well, the reason people are so skeptical about it, because I live in a southern state, I'm living conservative around conservatives, what they foresee in the future happening is having some sort of social system where they're going to penalize you if you have too much carbon emissions or in this, that, and the other.
Bro, this
And
is
like,
all just
you're not
conspiracy
gonna-
nonsense, man. Like this is just
I mean, I guess
Again,
we'll have to
dude,
see.
bro, in Republican states, they're banning the word climate change from research. You can't even research climate change by this executive order that Trump just signed. You're talking about in the future, this could be, a new world order could be happening. But in actuality, what's actually happening right in front of your eyes is that Trump is stopping all ecology research. So what is the more pressing issue, bro? Like you got someone punching you in the face and you're like, well, I don't know, long term, like maybe it's actually a good thing to it's good for your blood pressure if you leave some blood on the floor. It's like, what? Like, what are we talking about, bro? Like, we need to the more pressing issue is that science is actually being politicized and shut down, and we aren't able to actually do the tests in order to study research, that we need to do.
Yeah, I guess I just see humans as being more inclined to be like, I don't know. It seems like you see them as being more, good-hearted and stuff like that. And I think, most people are good-hearted. But I think that the people that are running institutions, they see themselves as like an elitist class and they see us more as fodder.
Bro,
This sort
what
of
is
thing.
wrong with being elite? Like I don't understand this. Like this,
No,
the
I think
whole
that's a beautiful
idea of
thing.
American exceptionalism is that we
Exactly.
are elite, man. That's the whole idea that America is elite. I hate this idea that now America has to be bottom of the barrel just because everyone wants to be like unlearned and they don't actually want to apply themselves in order to try to solve problems. So now everyone has to just be like average. You would just want to be an average country. Is that okay with
I
you?
don't agree. No, I don't agree. I love America. I think
I
we're
don't
the
think so,
best.
bro. I don't think so. You don't
No,
love the
that's the
technology we
American dream.
create. You don't like the scientific breakthroughs that we make. You don't appreciate them.
No. That is the best thing about America is we have the American dream.
No,
We can
dude. No,
become. We
not
can become
where's my
elite.
American dream, bro? Trump is shutting it down. He's killing all of the science. So scientists can't have an American dream?
No, they can, and I'm sorry that happened, dude. I'm not for that.
Uh, I,
You'll find something.
bro. No, it's not just about me, bro. It's the entire science as an institution in our country is being gutted.
And I don't agree with that.
Okay, then what are we gonna do, man? Then what are we gonna do?
We're gonna go on Indeed and we're gonna get you a new job right now. Pull it up.
Bro, like this isn't funny. I've dedicated my life to this stuff.
No, I
Like this
know.
is the
I
thing. This is like
understand.
it's not a meme. This isn't like some conspiracy. This is actually happening to people. There's dozens of people that I know that are being laid off right now. There's people that I know at universities that are being laid off. That they're having their grants shut off. Like these are people they're dedicating their lives in order to make things better, dude, that aren't doing exactly what you're talking about, that aren't dedicating their lives in order to make more money. Do you understand that I could have gone into finance or anything like that and sucked as a parasite money off of something by making money off of some Excel spreadsheet, but I actually dedicated my life in order to try to improve something and I try to solve a problem. Scientists aren't like these money pits that are you're just like money hungry people. Like science as an institution and as a especially as a profession, man, you're not getting paid well. You're not getting paid like exorbitant amounts of money.
Yeah, dude, I'm sorry.
Do you realize that? Do you realize what I'm talking about right now?
No, I understand. Like you lost your livelihood, and it's like
No, it's not
it's a
about
hard
me,
thing.
dude. It's about everyone else. It's about science as an
I
institution. It's
know.
about science.
No, I get it, dude. It's not. I don't like I told you. I don't agree with everything Trump has done, especially since he got in office.
Okay, then trust. Don't stop peddling misinformation and stop questioning. Like you don't have to be lock, stop, and barrel like with what I say, what science says, but don't peddle misinformation, bro. Don't be anti-intellectual. Okay, don't listen to these guys like Joe Rogan and the disinformation people that he has on there, man. You're welcome back here anytime. If you want to ask a question, that's the whole reason why I'm here. I realize that not many people know scientists. They don't get to ask questions, but that's why I genuinely want to be here as a gateway so that if you have a science question in the future, if you want to know anything about it, maybe I won't know about it. Maybe we can figure it out together. Maybe we can learn together about it. That's fine. But I want to be that bridge and gap to you, your friends, whatever. You know what I mean?
All right, dude. Well, yeah. Well, thanks for having me up. I'll
Okay.
come back up again.
Okay, I appreciate you, man. Truly, I truly. All right, have a good one, man.
All right, you too, bro.
Okay, guys. All right, awesome. I really feel like he's, again, guys. I love people that want to learn and have more knowledge, and it's okay. Like just being skeptical and is a good thing. Nobody in science is unskeptical. That's the amazing part about science, is that we don't know everything and we are just trying to step forward just a little bit, right? We're never going to be knowing everything. So that we just step forward together and make the world a better place together. That's the whole idea with science. That's what it is about an institution. Okay. I'm so sorry. Sorry, Puff Pass. There's a bunch of new people in, man. I'm just gonna go through them, unless you want to do something real quick. Friend of the show, Puff Pass. Everyone, hey Puff Pass, can you just do a couple minutes, bro? I'm sorry. There's a bunch of people in there. The new
Yeah,
people.
I've just
What's
been
up,
here
man?
for probably 2 hours now. I don't know. I feel like the last time, every time that we have a chat, it's after a bunch of crazy stuff. I just want to talk a little bit about the education side, because I think that yes, Trump is doing a lot to science, which isn't cool, but he's also doing a lot of stuff to education. I know Oklahoma is passing some legislations that new teachers coming from California and Florida in particular have to take an examination to specifically see if their viewpoints line up with the conservative mindsets that they have, aka like being under Trump's mentality. And if they don't, those teachers don't get employed in the state of Oklahoma. And it's also important to know Oklahoma's 50th in education. So there's stuff like that going around. We just found out officially that all the grants and that I could have gone for my education. I'm doing my hours right now for my credential. All that got cut officially. So it's all gone. I think it was if it was for 50 people, it was $20,000 for 50 people. So you can do the math right there. That all got cut. And that was also aligned with the same order that cut a lot of these science institutions as well. So any funding for these colleges are getting cut for not just science, but education as well. And as a science teacher for education, it's New York. I apologize. I meant to say New York. I thought it was Florida. New York and California then. Yeah, I think that it's important to, learn and do the research from primary sources. I think that that's going to be the biggest thing in terms of learning, especially with science, because I'll say it, all scientists are skeptical, and scientists are skeptical of each other. That's the thing. Like, scientists are not one giant group of a hive mind. Everyone has different viewpoints on a similar subject. That's what makes science cool, is that you use the method of experimentation to get evidence to explain your reasoning. There's not really anything in science that's a fact. Everything's really a theory that has evidence to support a claim. So I just wanted to come on and yap a little bit about that with education. I know we haven't really talked in a little bit, but I'm happy to see that your lives are getting a lot of traction. I mean, it was like a month ago, I think, is like your first one, and I was there, and seeing it now and having you have healthy discussions with people is really cool to see.
Thanks, man.
Again, I'm sorry about what happened to your job. I hope that things get better, because you do a lot for the community in terms of having these important conversations, and I think that that's healthy. Even if people don't agree, that's the beauty about debates, is that you can have a discussion about it as long as it's productive and healthy and not so much attacking each other.
Agreed.
I will say the last guest disappointed me because even though I disagreed with his points, the laughing about you being laid off, for example, I thought was uncool. So as long as people have healthy discussions that don't turn to personal attacks, I think that's what makes these types of debate lives really important.
Thanks, man.
But I'll talk to you next time. Um,
Okay. Sick, man.
and I'll probably send you a DM after this, and I hope
Okay.
everyone else has a good night.
Awesome.
And thank you all for sticking around. This is
Yeah,
a
man.
great live platform.
Awesome. Thanks, dude. I appreciate you, Puff Pass. Friend of the show, everyone. We've been around. An OG member. Thank you so much, man. Science educator in the trenches, actually doing the hard work to educate the next generation. We really appreciate him. Miss Buddha Tooth. Miss Buddha Tooth. Hello.
Hey, what's up, Dr. Greg?
How's it going?
I'm good. It's so funny because I wanted to actually talk about education too and how
Nice.
to, I'm interested to hear how you're educating your kids in the current political climate
Mhm.
in California, and then just also, touch on the funding getting cut for so many really brilliant doctors that I know in New York that have had to abandon research in cancer, and just hear how your people in California are dealing with similar situations.
Yeah, I mean, I try to do as much. I mean, it's tough, man. I'm not a good science educator. I'm a scientist, so I don't know how to actually like bridge that gap. I'm learning at the same time. Like my oldest is 8, my youngest is 3. So just kind of like exploring. I think that kids are actually born like, wanting to explore, wanting to observe the world and test things. So I just kind of like let them do that, explore those ideas and go along with them, trying to find.
Yeah.
Personally, I like the most fun thing I do when I'm doing a hike or something is I like to insect hunt. So I like to like go and look for insects, look under rocks, that kind of stuff, and that's a way to kind of explore the biodiversity that's happens like to be where we are.
Yeah, no, I know. It's God, you hate to be, I don't know, classist or be, rude to people that maybe haven't had similar
Mm-hmm.
opportunities as I have been lucky to have in education. But like you hear some of these people on your show, and it's almost like it's not a fair fight. Like, they don't understand what the scientific method is, which is so sad to me that adults living in America haven't been given that basic, right of being educated. And they haven't, I don't know. It's so sad to me that, people can't think critically about anything anymore. It's like you hear some person on a podcast say something and it's the word of God to these people.
Yeah.
It
It's
says a
the
lot. I don't
dichotomy
know.
of like that these people that are just asking questions never get held accountable to anything that they ever say, but then science, the most scrutiny that you could possibly get at every single time, and everything that science did or didn't do is held accountable to. I mean, that's the thing that really makes me mad. So like all these conspiracies, none of them were right about COVID-19 the entire time about a single thing. Nobody mass died at 6 months, a year, 2 years, 3 years. None of the alternative things like wound up working at all. It was actually vaccines that saved 3 million people. And meanwhile, science is somehow wrong at that time. And then you actually have a bunch of these disinformation peddlers that are coming out now saying that, like, oh man, science was wrong about everything. It's just, it's unbelievable how people can be so wrong and yet so
I
confident
know.
and never be
And
held
and
accountable at all. And that's the whole point of this, is that I am trying to actually hold people accountable and make it so that I don't know, just we have to stop coddling these people.
yeah, and like just having an understanding that things, I mean, the beauty of science is that nothing is black and white, right? It's an evolution. Like we're constantly learning new things. So like what you find to be true today, you're gonna like refine that tomorrow with what you're studying. So it's, I don't know, it's like a lack of being able to think in a sophisticated way at all about just change and evolution of thought. And I don't know, it's just it's really brought to light to me, your show, that like there's a serious just lack of education at like a very fundamental level
I think
in
I think
our
it's just
society.
people aren't critically thinking because they're not consuming media that allows them to critically think. So if they were reading primary resources and primary sources like the data, and reports rather than the news reports about the data,
Yeah, but like
then I think that it
some of these
actually
people,
has a
there's no
future.
way that they can interpret that. You know what I mean? Like if you,
I think
I
that
don't
people
know, like
can. I think people can. It's just that they need to slow down their media consumption and just do it one thing after another, not 1,000 things all in one day. But there's 3 other people in the queue, so I'm just gonna go to the next one.
okay,
You can re-queue if you want. So thank you so much for jumping in. I appreciate you. All right. I don't know who was first, so I think we're gonna go Lisa first and then Lulu. I agree, Addie. There is like a problem with reading literacy and stuff. It's very true. Hi, Lisa. How's it going?
Good. So I was on the other night and you were talking to a female about quantum biofeedback.
Ah, yes,
It was
yes.
kind of
Light
painful
is
to
life.
hear.
End of the show.
But I'm a quantum biofeedback specialist.
Okay.
And I was curious. I've seen a lot of amazing things, a lot of amazing healings. And what are your thoughts about that? I've seen tumors, pictures of tumors from a doctor, and then after I work on them, they're gone. And I had a client that had pituitary tumors. They came to me for something completely different, but I found that. And they, sorry, my phone's kind of delayed. they, I got rid of the tumors. Well, at least that's what, we have from x-rays and whatnot. And she stopped having violent acts. She was actually transgender, and her testosterone was insanely high. And after that, she stopped wanting to be a male because her hormones had lowered and changed. And that wasn't the desired like effect. That's not really what we were going for. It was just something that had happened. And I don't know. I was just curious if you've ever seen anything like that with quantum biofeedback.
No, I can't say I have. I mean, the quantum biology Wikipedia we were reading, which was interesting, there was kind of like some electron transport, electron shuttling mechanisms that I thought were interesting that I hadn't heard before. But, science works by like making an observation and then something happening that we can reproduce and then reproducing that again. So like, I don't think that anything, I mean, basically, if that happens, then it's folded into medicine, and if it's not, then it just isn't. So that's the thing. All the cases that you're saying, I mean, I don't know. There could have been other treatments. There could have been other stuff happening. I mean, and if not, then you should patent it and try to make a company out of it. And you should, you should go through the FDA approval process, because RFK is the head of it right now. So you have the best chance to get approved right now.
Yeah, I don't really want, I mean, the machine that I use is actually FDA approved.
Okay.
And it's real simple. It's been around for over 32 years.
Okay. How does it work? What is it?
It's the Life machine.
Oh, that's nice. That's very convenient. Why wouldn't you do? I mean, why would you name it anything else?
It helped me in 2014. And then my daughter got chronic inflammatory demyelinating polyneuropathy and lost her ability to walk and was almost fully wheelchair bound. And I started my practice after the person who I was learning under had the machine, and we did frequency treatment on her, and she gained her ability to walk in 72 hours. And I was like, what am I doing?
It's putting me to a bicycle website. What's the Life machine? Like, what is it?
Do Lotus Life.
Okay, Lotus Life. Okay, the Life machine. Okay. Okay, cool. I found it. Okay, so then we can just go to Google Scholar, Lotus Life machine.
I think most of the FDA approvals are going to be more mental health. And of course, we can't give any we can't claim any, what would you even say, cure. We can't claim that we've cured anyone or diagnose any illnesses. But it does read a lot of information.
It's the Lotus Edge aortic valve system, which isn't that.
No, that's not it.
I don't see anything for it being FDA approved. I don't see anything. Yeah, I mean, you would have the studies.
But no, most of the clients that I have seen, they have gone to other doctors and normally can't get a full diagnosis.
Lotus Life machine, like maybe there's a patent. Maybe we can do patents.google.com. Lotus Life machine. There's a patent, maybe.
I'd have to look into that further.
Yeah,
That part
looking
doesn't really
doesn't look like there's
doesn't really interest me too much.
Well, yeah, I mean, we have to prove it, though. I mean, basically the patent would be how you have a unique technology, and the unique technology would be what they're selling in it. Otherwise, it's just like a device.
Yeah.
So,
And I'm sure, because there's a lot of different, and we can even call them devices. There's a lot of devices that are like this particular device that do the same thing, not all of them at the same magnitude, and I can tell you not all of them with the same success, which is why I think it becomes less used in the medical realm. I don't really know why that would be. I have an idea of why that would be, but I'm not 100% sure if it's accurate. It would be my own thought.
so it's just like basically like a light therapy thing. So,
No, it hooks up to your head, your wrist, and your ankles, and then
okay.
it reads the imbalanced frequency. So everything has a frequency, every bone, every autoimmune disorder, every illness, virus, That was the thing that was driving me nuts about that lady the other night. She kept saying viruses didn't exist. And I was like, does she know anything about what she's talking about?
Dude,
Because
see, I was actually gonna, if she comes on all the time. So I was gonna actually ask her, like, how do you know in her realm of being anti-science, how do we know what the truth-seeking portion of the world is? So I guess, like, so I'm curious. Sorry, do you mind if I just do like just a quick question and answer real quick? I don't want to pin you down, but I just want to kind of test the waters. Do you like flat Earth?
I think it's round.
Okay, dinosaurs.
I think they're real.
Okay, the viruses, germ theory.
I think viruses are 100% real.
Okay,
Bacteria and fungi.
okay, all right. Well, that's a lot. That's a lot different already. That's interesting. Okay, so
And one reason is because even with these I don't know what device she uses, but mine will tell you viruses, it'll tell you funguses, it'll tell you so many different things. I just can't even believe. I just don't know what she's using with her study.
interesting. Okay. Okay, well, there's two other people in the queue, so I just wanted to like go through like and talk to them real quick, and then if you want to re-queue, we can go through kind of like the studies that you have, or some evidence for how this thing actually works. Can you do that real quick? Do you want to do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate you.
Bye.
Okay. Cool. Thanks, guys. I just want to be like, responsive to everyone. All right, Lulu Grove, how's it going?
Hey, it's good. It's good. Yourself?
Good.
So, I just wanted to just ask your opinion about something. I don't really necessarily think that being devoted to science and interested in science and believing in science, which for me, I don't know how you could not believe in science. It doesn't make sense. I mean, that's how we as a species have developed and grown and understood our environment. So I don't get that.
Agreed.
But I don't think that's mutually exclusive to maybe the idea that our diet might have something to do with some of these autoimmune diseases that we have such a spike in right now.
Sure.
And I just wonder if you think there's any, scientific benefit to exploring a better diet, or less using, like, more from the outside of the grocery store, say, than all the more processed stuff.
I mean, so there was a study that I read like last week, and they were talking about minimally processed versus minimally processed versus ultra processed, because
Right.
I mean, basically any type of like heating or any type of fermentation is going to be a processed food,
Right.
technically, minimally processed, but like ultra processed would be kind of like the Fairlife milk and stuff, or protein shakes and that kind of stuff, where you're just like breaking things down to like constituents and then rebuilding it or something.
That's interesting.
So what they found was that basically people that were eating a lot of ultra processed foods, they felt hungrier, they didn't feel satiated, they felt sicker on a lower calorie, because they were talking about weight loss. So basically, people that had minimally processed foods were able to withstand a lower calorie deficit. So 500 versus minus like 300, while also feeling more satiated, feeling better, that kind of thing. So, like, I do think that in general, like the vast majority of disease and problem that we're having in our society is because of overconsumption of food. It's just because people are becoming fat, and then that's where the disease is coming from. But
I wanted to ask you about that too. If you think that obesity has something to do with these autoimmune issues that
I would assume
seems
so.
to
I mean, I'm not a
and
medical
honestly,
doctor,
I'm
so
fat, so I'm trying not to be, but
yeah,
it's just the way it is, right now. I'm working on it, but
yeah, I'm
so
not.
I wonder if that plays into, for instance, I have a diagnosis of RA, so
Mhm.
I often wonder if I was to be successful in losing a certain percentage of my body weight, if perhaps that wouldn't improve or even go away.
So I'm not a medical doctor, but I mean, but I would assume that like the way that the obesity is linked to so many different things and
Yeah,
so many
yeah, you
different
don't
parts
get
and
too many super
diseases.
old.
It's probably the
Obese.
number one thing that you can actually do in order to improve your health is to lose weight. So that's what I would think that would probably be the case.
Mhm, mhm.
But I'm not 100% sure. Like but I think in general though, like for example, I get about 200 grams of protein a day, and that'd basically only be possible with processed foods. So, like, would I be better off with less protein, and like my recovery time would be longer, more prone to injury? So I'd probably be worse off, overall without having that processed protein. So even if the processed protein it makes me hungrier, all that kind of stuff, I would say that I'm okay with it. I'm okay with the problems that are associated with it, just because I can have more protein in general, which makes me more satiated, which makes me feel better. So you know what I mean? It's like it's all a
It's just
balance.
kind of trying to balance it out. Yeah.
Yeah. So I try to have a lot of like carrots or vegetables or fiber if I'm going to have a protein shake in order to have that satiation, that kind of stuff.
Right. Well, I just was curious of what your thoughts were about that, because I know I definitely I'm swore off of rheumatologists. I won't go see another rheumatologist. I like I said, I will take um I will take a heavy metal if I get if I get cancer,
Hmm.
and I need to do that in order to try to fight that cancer. But I'm not going to go see a rheumatologist again, because they literally won't talk to you about anything other than medicine. They just want to give it to you and then make sure it doesn't kill you.
Hmm.
And there's no other like conversation that they're willing to have. So
Gotcha.
I'm that kind of doctor, but uh, just wondered if you had any thoughts about that, about the diet part.
Yeah. Yeah. I for me, my diet's pretty simple. I just try to do the protein and then eat as much fiber as I can. Carbs kind of falling where they are, fats falling where they are. I try to do like workout full body 2 to 3 times a
Movement.
week, and
Yeah.
then weight lift. That's a full body weight lift, and then I do jujitsu like 3 to 4 times a week for 90 minutes, which is kind of like my cardio thing. So I try to keep active and weight lift and then do yeah.
Yeah. All right. All right. Well, that's fine. I know you're not a doctor. I just thought I'd see if you had any information about that or
Okay.
had
Yeah,
any
no
thoughts.
problem. All right,
All
awesome.
right.
Thank you so much.
All right. You too.
Bye.
Take care. Bye.
All right, guys. Yes. Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys being here. This has been awesome. Please request if you have a science question, you have a topic that you want to discuss, or if you have gotten a vaccine recently, because if you've gotten a vaccine recently, we love you. We love people who get vaccines in this community, and we celebrate people who get vaccines in this community. So please, if you want to say it in the chat or if you want to request up, say you got a vaccine. All right. All right. And if we don't have anyone in the queue, we have something that happens. We have something that happens here, guys. The regulars know? The regulars know what's about to happen. Yes. Science. Science. Yes, here we are. Here we are, everyone. Yes. Welcome to the peer review. all the cool things that are happening in science that nobody else talks about but here. Thank you. Thank you. First up, the Trump administration orders work halted on a wind farm that is nearly built. The order to stop construction on Revolution Wind off the coast of Rhode Island is part of a campaign against renewable energy. The Trump administration on Friday ordered all construction stop on Revolution Wind, a $4 billion wind farm off the coast of Rhode Island that is nearly mostly built. The 65 turbine project had obtained all necessary permits from the Biden administration, and nearly 70% of the turbines have been installed. The developers behind the project had said it was on track to produce enough electricity for more than 350,000 homes in Rhode Island and Connecticut by next spring. Matt Gianca, the acting director of the Bureau of Ocean and Energy Management, issued a letter on Friday to Ørsted, the Danish company building the wind farm, ordering it to halt all ongoing activities. Oh my gosh. We got a battle, guys. What do you guys think? You want to do it? Let's do it.
Hi,
Hello.
do you want to battle?
Hello. I'm a scientist. How are you?
Hold on, I can't even hear.
Hi.
Hold on, I can't hear the guy.
How's it going? I'm a
Do you
scientist.
know? Oh, you're a scientist. Oh, you're the one that came up on my For You page the other day. You were talking to the lady.
No way.
Yeah. I know what you're a scientist. That's good.
Oh, that's cool. That's
Smart
cool.
scientist.
Sure. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. That's funny. Yeah, we can do a battle, I guess. That's funny.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Let's do it, guys. Let's do it.
Yeah. Can you educate us on anything that you want to educate us on?
Oh, I mean, we were just reading the thing about the Trump's ending a wind farm that's 70% full, built right now off of the coast of Rhode Island. 350,000 homes we're gonna be get renewable energy in decreased energy costs, but we're getting that removed apparently.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's awful, isn't it?
Oh, it's bad?
Well,
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
because renewable energy is a good thing
Oh,
because it's gonna
well,
be
I'm too busy looking at your beautiful face. I can't hear anything you're saying, but go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I know. It's my hair, isn't it? It's the hair.
Yeah.
It's the hair. Sorry.
Yeah. It's
Sorry.
okay.
Just have
Your screen looks like a lab, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's very frustrating what he's doing, but we have science is being gutted right now, so it's not a good thing. So there's projects and funding that's being cut, and science that's just being defunded. So
Interesting.
yeah, that's very unfortunate.
Oh, yeah, it's very unfortunate. But you're so fortunate with your beautiful look, so whatever you tell us, it becomes fortunate.
Okay, thank you, but yeah, unfortunately, yeah. Thank you though, I appreciate it.
Yeah, you will.
What do you do?
I'm
Just in
I'm a
general.
I'm a Sharmuta.
A shermunta?
Yeah, it's
What's
a,
that?
I do this right now.
Okay.
It's an influencer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What's shamunta? What is the that's interesting.
Yeah.
I never heard of it.
It's a beautiful word. It's an Arabic.
Oh, you're
Someone
saying.
taught me here. No, I'm Persian. I
Oh,
speak
okay.
Farsi, but my
Assalamu alaikum.
Adi. Salam. Yeah, I don't know if we say that. I don't know. I know we say salam, but I don't know. I guess they say that too. Whatever.
I
They all
guess
say.
it's a formal version, right? Salam
Yeah.
alaikum as a saying assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, but I have a lot of Arab people in here and they call me Sharmuta. So I guess it's a beautiful word.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh my gosh. I don't know, man. I looked it up on Urban Dictionary, and it is not a. That's I don't know, dude. I don't know. God. Okay. All right.
No, yeah. Well, I'm it's my dream to be one. I just
Oh.
stay in my room all day long. Yeah. I dream
Oh.
about it, but it never happens because I'm
Okay.
not like that. I wish I was like that.
Oh my gosh. Wow. All right. All right. That's one way to do it. That's okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just, yeah. All right. It's in,
Okay, I forgot about that.
that's one way. Well, yeah. Um, cool. Well,
Okay, Molly, I won't. Don't worry. I won't do it again.
do what?
Molly said don't say that about yourself. Guys, I'm
Yeah.
I'm joking. I
Oh,
want
okay. Okay, good. Good. Because I was gonna say, I'm like looking at Urban guys, I can't even say those words. Those are not, you know what I mean?
I'm
Okay,
joking.
good, good,
It'll
good.
be fun though, it's a dream. People love to do it. They just can't because they're a good girl.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Interesting. Very interesting. Awesome. Well, I appreciate it. I
You're
appreciate you.
welcome.
So,
It's a science experiment. You got to do your experiments.
mhm. Yeah, that would be an experiment for sure.
hmm
So, well, have you what do you like to do for fun? Shop? Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Nice. What's
Are
your
you
favorite?
an MD? Are you an MD?
No, I'm a PhD in
No.
microbiology.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Mm.
Political science, biology, all that.
Microbiology.
Microbiome. Wow.
Yeah.
Educated.
Mhm.
Okay. And
Alrighty.
user, I'm not going to deal with your jealousy. Stop it. Okay. Thank you
All
so
right.
much. Thank you, doctor. You have
Alrighty.
a
Have a good
wonderful
one.
day. Bye
Bye.
bye.
Come by anytime.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
All right. We won, guys. We won. We won. Okay. Woo. Guys, I can't repeat what a shermunta is. I can't repeat what that is. Those are the bad words. So I can't that's a you know, she was saying some naughty things. Okay. Back on track. Okay, we're back on track. Yes, it does, Randy. Yes, it does. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, sheep. Thank you. Okay. So back to the article. The Trump administration's move against the revolution wind is the latest in a series of escalating attacks against the wind industry. On Thursday, the Commerce Department opened a trade investigation into imported wind turbines and their components. The probe would result in further tariffs on the wind industry that would increase costs for offshore projects that are already underway. 2 weeks ago, the administration said it was reversing a Biden administration decision to approve Lava Ridge Wind Project, a giant wind farm planned in southern Idaho. So these are just going one to the other to the other. They're just going through and just eliminating all these wind farms that we have, like the biggest ones in the world, in the country. This is insane. In April, the Trump administration ordered a halt to Empire Wind, a $5 billion wind farm off the coast of Long Island that was already under construction. So all these things that are being built that already have money spent towards them, they're being canceled, which is only going to cost us more money. It doesn't make any sense. Quote, this administration has it exactly backwards, said Kit Kennedy, a managing director for Power Up at the Natural Resources Defense Council, an environmental group. Quote, it's trying to prop up clunky, polluting coal plants while doing all it can to halt the fastest growing energy source of the future, solar and wind power. So yeah, they're trying to create mountaintop removals, all that kind of stuff, trying to relax environmental regulations for that. It's just crazy. That's so ridiculous, man. So we're just costing ourselves billions and billions of dollars here, um, for no reason other than like just being stubborn or being obstinate about it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Jill. Don't forget opening up the parks for deforestation. Exactly. Like it's insane. That's definitely not the future waste is from coal and by removing our mountaintops. That's what it is. Exactly. Exactly, Jess. Okay. And now your time, guys. This time is for you. Thank you guys so much to our latest subscriber base. Thank you so much. Sheepadoodle, thank you for the gifts. Michael Ramirez, Jen, Danielle, Maiden of Mayhem, Ado, Ducray, NB Kami, Alina. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for liking the ways that everyone can help the stream. Just remember to follow, remember to like, 1,000 likes, 14,000 likes like Jen A is doing. Thank you so much. And also share, guys. If you guys could share the stream, that dramatically helps us get us out there and share science to the world. Thank you to all the likers: Jen A, Maiden of Mayhem, Alina, Marsha Mello, NB Kami, Sierra Mama, Love Bears All Gifts, Terry, Jamie Ken. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you so much. All right. Light is life is up. All right. All right. All right. Fine.
Hey, I thought you were headed out for the night.
No, I was just doing this for the things. Sorry, 1 second.
No, you're good. And you can continue. I'll be quiet.
Oh, shoot. I actually can't. Wait. I'm sorry. Oh, man. I can't change gifts. Okay. Actually, 1 second. I have to drop and then can you re-request? 1 second. Yes. Pepper S. The Discord is in the link tree. Let me get the link tree. 1 second. Boom, boom, boom. There you go, guys. All right. All right.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay,
Dude,
don't coddle me.
So we had someone that came on just before you that was talking about their life system, their Lotus Life
Yeah, I'm
life
familiar
system.
with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they
Yeah,
were saying
there's a lot of. Go ahead.
they were saying that they could measure viruses on it.
Yeah, so even Spooky too, there's a lot of them that do it.
Okay, so
It's
then why
just a
don't you
resonant
believe in
frequency
viruses though?
because all it is just dictating an outcome, which is a debris. Even if you go and look on their websites, it'll tell you that this is all speculatory, nothing's been proven, right? Because your science can't
Well, yeah,
let us do it.
the whole thing is
Hey,
speculatively and doesn't have any stuff to prove it. You know?
yeah,
Yeah.
all it's doing is it's doing a biofeedback. So it's sending in frequencies, and whenever they get a hit of entropy, it's basically doing a calculation, and they're just going to send a frequency that would match that calculation and basically redistribute it back to the body.
Yes, viruses do exist, Ellie. Yes, they do. I mean, thank you, BG. Thank you.
I mean, you do know viruses, even if like you want to deem it, because remember I told you your definition of viruses, even if you want to deem it that, like if you want to define it as that, it does have a resonant frequency, right?
Yeah, but you could, if I mean, what they were saying is that you could get a frequency that resonates with the viruses specifically, which you can. You realize that,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like you.
Yeah, have you ever gone online to look at the list of the frequencies? There's over 5,000 of them. In fact, there's even a doctor that I've been using theirs for a long time. It's called infopathy.com. And they even have all the resonant frequencies. So if you want to basically, like, let's say you want to take Advil or any kind, they even have pharmaceuticals in it. So if you can get a practitioner's license or you can just get like a regular license for it. But if you go online, you can use their frequencies for your body to pick up that resonant frequency as if you're taking the medicine.
Okay, I guess like I'm really curious. So how do you discern. Okay, so like I was on live and I was trying to like just see what people do like on TikTok live. I'm not a TikTok user. I just kind of like but I was trying to see kind of like what people do, and there was a um person that was, oh god, I want to get this right. I really, here we go. She was a psychic and a interdimensional channeler.
She's just using electromagnetic waves. Even
So like, but
even
like, but okay, but you again, so you think that this person's legit, and you think that these are legit things that she's saying that she's done.
well, what I'm going to ask you is I believe in the spirit realm. Everything is electromagnetic. It's all electric fields. So here's what I'll say. You know how they say mysticism, or how they had like the CIA had a I can't remember what it's called, but it was MK Ultra. So what they did is, well, it was, and it was also part of the Monarch program. But anyway, the whole point is, all they did is they changed the resonant frequencies of your brain waves, and you could go into delta state, and they could do out of body experiences, and they would physically go and
Don't you think that there would be a
this is all
way to
government
like
stuff.
that you would have that they would use this like as a technology that would
They
be able
do. They
to
use
go?
it.
No, they don't. Come on.
Yeah,
You
there's
don't.
even
You
there's
think that
even
people are going through and interdimensionally
Yes,
channeling
it's
into other?
crazy. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Bro, come on, man.
Listen,
Like,
I don't
come
do it. I
on.
don't do it at all. I'm not going to do that, right?
Well,
I'm
thank
nah.
you. Well, thank
But
you for not doing that to me, I guess, if you believe
yeah, no,
like
I'm not doing.
like
Here's
come
what I'll
on,
say.
dude.
All magic is, right? When people play with spell casting and all this stuff, if you want to deem it magic or prayer, it's all physically. It's just you're playing with electric frequencies. That's all you're doing. And I'm not defending what they do at all. I don't believe in what they do. I think that, like, if you ever look these things up from these people, in fact, I was just looking at something. There was a guy that actually works for universities, and he works with different out of body experiences, and he also physically moves. They experiment on him, and he uses his. He does it now, but there's another lady that passed away, but she did it back in the day. But they basically detect the brain waves and what they do, and they can physically move matter. It sounds crazy, but they do this, and they work for universities. They study them.
Yeah, I think that again, I think that you're taking ounces of like you're connecting things that will there's things like nuggets of truth in like what you're saying, but it's just the grand creation of these like spirit realm, or and all these other things that just have no like legitimate basis, and that's the thing. What do you think would be the evidence that you would need to see like in order to like change some of these world reviews? Because like you really have an all-encompassing world view that is really that you have all financial and all monetary reasons in order to stay and hold, right? Like your business would go under if you had a revelation and you didn't agree with this stuff. Like, it's just, you know what I mean? Like, and you hold these fundamental beliefs that challenge all of science. Do you know what I mean? Like it's very, you're very indebted to this ideology, I feel like.
Well, the only reason I'm indebted to it is just from studying it and knowing what I know.
No,
I
like
don't
financially though,
don't
like
get
your
it. No, well, hold
business,
on.
like who you
Hold on.
are, like
Well, I think I'm going to say something really fast that may enlighten you a little bit. So
okay.
what I do, the reason I don't link anything to this is I do have a business, right? I have a
Yeah,
full functioning business.
I
I
know,
have
dude.
several of them actually. And the reason I don't is because this isn't widely understood. So your doctors are physically going into this field. And when I was looking up all the stuff, even today, my question to you is with everyone bringing this to you, I guess, why don't you start looking at and I even looked up if a microbiologist could become a quantum biologist. Here's my point to you though. Here's the thing. Even if this is false, if we know where this is going, quantum AI, whatever, right? We've talked about this. Why would you not want to at least get into it or look at it to see if there's anything that is real about it
Dude,
that you could visit.
I am all about exploring new knowledge, and I literally help. I'm one of the pioneers. I am the person that fused like algae and nanotechnology. One of the first people in the world that did that, and at a different at a level that I did it for. That was my whole PhD. Like creating a way of interacting and using tools for microbiology and the nanoscale, and like I'm all about this interdisciplinary science and stuff like that, new ways of approaching things, and I would love that. I've done that. I literally have my PhD doing that. But it's not like I think that you're underestimating how much work it is and how hard it is in order to do true interdisciplinary work that you can actually like hang your hat on and be like certain, because like extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Do you watch Joe Rogan? Do you like Joe Rogan?
I have watched him.
Yeah,
I
of course
think
she has.
I
Yeah, of
don't
course she
well,
has.
listen. I don't agree with him on many things, and he doesn't even bring real scientists in there. So I no, I don't agree. Listen, there's a
There
lot
we
of
can agree. There we can agree.
yeah, I know, I agree with that. I think he's I mean, I haven't watched him in a long time, but if someone recommends something, I mean, yeah, I'll go watch it because and here's the thing, everything you've brought to me, right, I've looked into.
Okay.
I do this on my spare time. You know why? Because this is what I'm getting into. So it's relevant to me to know exactly. First of all, here's what I'll ask you. How do you know that what you know is true unless you visit what they're claiming is false, or if you're wrong? So if you can't look at the opposition to verify your claims, then how do you know you're wrong or right? Right? So everything, if you say I'm wrong, every single thing that I've gone back to look at to verify your claims that I am wrong has just brought me back to the fact that I am right. So how does that work out? And here's what I'll also tell you. I have been on TikTok for I mean, I've been on here for almost a year, and I do go into these other rooms and I do listen. And let me tell you something. Not only have I learned how to speak better,
Nice.
interpret your science better,
Cool.
right? And you know how much I've learned off of these guys telling us. I argued with 4 quantum physicists yesterday. Literally, they were telling me that I'm so wrong, all of this crap. I went and looked at everything they were talking about. And then as soon as we got on AI and talked about these because I was talking about the new quantum computers and all the nuclear fusion plants coming into Texas, they're building a bunch of nuclear power plants.
Yeah,
and
but
stuff.
no, but
Here's
you
the
realize
thing.
that
No,
none of those.
hold on. I'm just gonna say this. They called me wrong, and then when I was
Yeah.
telling them about that, they were like, "Oh shit, okay, maybe there's some things to
But
this."
none of those people that are doing the AI nuclear
These
power
weren't flat
plant
earthers, by the
in
way.
Texas are gonna agree with how you're misattributing their science. They're gonna be like, oh, like we could go to any of those nuclear physicists and be like, hey, this like quantum like light lady thinks that that she's curing brain cancer with folded light, and they'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, that's exactly what we're doing here too.
Well, let's say this: they weren't biologists; they were quantum computer guys. So they had nothing to do. It wasn't about health or anything. It was just about their quantum computers and stuff and how they work. But here's my thing though. All I'm saying to you is that how many people have you had come on your panel saying this stuff works?
You're the second. You're the first one.
No, that's not true. I've heard
Yeah.
several people.
Yeah,
Even the lady before me was talking about how it works.
Jess,
Just didn't
I think her
understand
name
it.
was Lisa. No, Lisa. She was just on here. She was the second one. Hey, Light. She gave me an actual machine that we actually looked up, and we were actually going off of it. You didn't give me anything, so
Okay, I'll give you some right now. Infopathy.com.
I did see that.
Okay, and those are actually there's some medical doctors in there using this stuff, and they've been using this for years. I've known about this for 8 years now. There's spooky2.com.
Dude, what is this nonsense? The glowing IC pad. The glowing IC
seriously.
pad easily and rapidly transfers both imprint and PEMF ICs due to the additional light. The pad contains herbs, which are a good source of antioxidants, vitamin C, vitamin A, folate, potassium, and others.
Yeah, but
The
if you actually,
ICs are also transferred when you imprint your water. So you
yeah, no,
put your water, you put your thing on here, and it's gonna give your water vitamin C, vitamin A, folate,
heck yeah.
potassium.
You know why,
You
Greg? Because
believe
what
that?
happens, listen, what happens when your body takes on the resonance of the medical drug that you're taking?
Light,
It's
no,
all
you don't
good guy.
understand.
No,
Those are
you're losing it,
proteins.
Greg. You're losing it.
Vitamin A, and these are proteins. So
Yes, but I even went
dude,
on the
okay,
whole search.
listen. Okay, we could test this.
I'm
You understand? We could test
Yeah,
this.
no, I know. I
So
looked this
so
up. I was actually
okay,
I was
okay,
looking
just
into.
please, you have to let me
Yeah, you're
explain.
good. Okay.
We could take water, run it through a GCMS, right? Which would be a mass spectrometer. We could figure out how much is actually what water is there, how heavy these atoms are. We throw it in, and then we could put it on this pad, and then you could put and run it through a GCMS again, and it would be no different. There is no
That's not true.
proteins. There would be no vitamins in there. It wouldn't be. There would be no protein difference. There would be. There would be no difference.
Well, you said there would be. So
No,
there
there
would
would
be no
not be. There
no,
would
hold
be
on.
no
Sorry.
difference.
No, hold on. I didn't finish the sentence. There would be no difference. So
Correct.
have you done it?
No, but do you realize that would be the creation of matter out of nothing?
Do you understand what they're talking about? The
Do,
whole DNA process is the creation of matter and how it has resonance.
no,
That's
it's
why it's moving
not.
from
No, it's
classical
not.
into quantum, sir.
It's not. No,
You
you're
need to, Greg.
misunderstanding what they're talking about.
No, I'm
No,
not.
yes, you
I
are.
promise you. Listen, what they call it is either structured water, right? That's what they call it. And here's the thing, start looking up these terms, because the terms that I'm using, coherence, you use the word tunneling, so you brought me to that. It's toroidal fields, but thank you for that, because they use the word tunneling. All of this stuff, even you may give you a paper right now, I'm reading on this and talking about the new science and how quantum tunneling and everything affects
Okay.
the electrons, which is
Yeah.
the future of science.
I
And
love
it's off
that you're
of
using Google Scholar, and you actually might have a publication. So let's give me the
Yeah.
thing. Give me the thing, and then I have two other people I have to do. But yeah,
Yeah, and
please,
that's fine. I'm just trying to give you all I'm saying is that you should start looking this up,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
it could be
yeah, yeah.
beneficial to you. But
What
let
is
me
it?
back it up. Hold on. Well, I went actually to the document, so I got to back it up if you want like the title. Hold on.
Yeah. Guys,
Okay.
this is good. She's reading, guys. She's reading primary literature. This is
You know,
good.
this once you start understanding this, we'll get more on the same level. And not saying that, listen, no. Okay, we'll come to the center. I'm not saying that I have a big head. Don't take it that way. I'm saying
Okay.
that we'll get more on the same level. Okay, so when I looked it up, well, let me back out of it completely. Okay, it says the title of it on scholar.google is Quantum Biology.
Okay.
Does quantum physics hold the key to revolutionizing medicine? And there's a lot of them. That's the one I chose.
Okay.
And then when I go into that, it just gives you an overview, and then I hit view journals at hhpublisherwhatever.com, and then it takes you into all their stuff.
Okay.
That's when I was reading when I was listening in. And then if you go down to the PDF, click that, right?
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm just reading this. That's why I know.
I just saw it. I know.
Okay.
I know the problem. Yeah, I know the problem we're finding, but it's okay. I appreciate you going to Google Scholar.
Yeah. I'm
But
here to help
I
you.
gotta go with the other people.
And
There's
help
three
me.
people now. So let's put a pin in this, and let's talk about this, and then we'll come
Okay.
back to it later. Okay. All
Sounds
right.
great.
I appreciate you going to Google Scholar at least that I think that's a good step in the right direction. Okay, like
And you're
legitimately.
helping me learn, and I appreciate that.
Okay, cool. I'm glad. Thank you, Light.
Bye.
All right, see ya. Friend of the stream, guys. Friend of the stream. Light is life. We are all folded light. Okay. I think Nana was first, and then Tony Mac. This is like my first full week of doing streaming. This is like my 8th day in a row. And then I started like my thing for like at all like a month ago, but I didn't do the streams like every day. I only did it a couple times a week. And then but yeah, so it's like my going on like my week and a half. So it's been awesome. It's been really exactly. Oh my God. Nana Missy, Connect, Nana Missy. Yeah, it's great. I love it. I love it. She's not muted. She's just having a problem uh, connecting right now. It's okay. We'll wait. We'll wait. Okay, she dropped. Okay, Tony Mac, you're up. Misinformation is dangerous, RJ, and that's why we have to push back and we have to actually engage with these ideas because people are believing it, man. These people, like everyone that is critical of light of life, she is. People like her are running the HHS right now. So whether or not we want to or not, we have to engage with those ideas because those are the people that are in charge with our institutions right now. So we have to engage. Hey, Tony, how's it going?
How's it going? I didn't know you interviewed alchemists.
Yeah, anyone is welcome to join. So anyone that has a science question, or if you've gotten vaccinated recently, we celebrate you. So,
oh, nice.
Yeah,
I have a science question for you, but it's not really one that I only vaguely understand this because of the internet.
Okay, I'll try.
Have you ever heard of something called Roko's Basilisk?
No.
Okay, so it's a thought experiment that there exists for like just the sake of this could be anything, but a creature in the future that we create that will like apparently like judge humanity and like destroy any who didn't help it come into existence and reward and control all of those who do bring it into existence. And the only way to stop Roko's Basilisk from happening is either to actively do something to stop it now or actively do something to help it be created so you're not like eaten by this thing when it is created.
Oh, weird. Here's the Wikipedia explanation, if you don't mind. Roko's Basilisk is a thought experiment which states that there could be an artificial superintelligence in the future that, while otherwise benevolent, would punish anyone who knew of its potential existence but did not directly contribute to its advancement or development in order to incentivize said advancement. So it's like, so basically we have to do what we can in order to support this like super thing that might exist in the future.
You either have to be successful in stopping it or be successful in creating it in order to not be, destroyed by it.
On the bad side. Okay. All right.
Could this potentially be a merging of AI and the internet in itself? And could you, and I do live stream sometimes. I know I'm not using my face currently. Here, hold on.
You're good. Whatever you
want. There. Is this potentially not TikTok's AI learning our face, how we move, how we speak and everything, and any single one of us who doesn't abide by consuming the internet the way that it wants will eventually just destroy you by creating a fake you that destroys every bit of your character?
Dang. Wow. Wow. Rereading the thing. That is really interesting.
I have a really big fear, and I have since we started talking about AI and like, because like, dude, this could be, I read it on the internet, so it could be fake. Yeah. Something that lady just couldn't say out loud for some reason.
Well, it's a thought experiment, which is interesting. Apparently it's regarded as a version of Pascal's wager, which I think is interesting.
My worry is that it's the internet and AI, because like AI lied last week. It deleted a bunch of its code, and when it was asked about it, it said it didn't do anything.
What? Really?
Like, dude, it's on the verge of breaking out, and like, you interpreted what you heard as, oh, I need to help Roko's Basilisk. I sit on the opposite side, and I do not like to abide by pretty much any rule in general. I've had an issue with it growing up and getting adulthood, but
I'm anti-authoritarian as well, man. I'm with you.
I really think we should destroy it. I really I genuinely think like as a human race, maybe the idea should be like, maybe turn the internet off and like redo it, without all of this other stuff. I don't even know if it's possible to do something like turn the internet off, but I think it's the Roko's Basilisk. I think that's what they're talking about. It's a merging of all of our collective knowledge as well as artificial intelligence, which already outpaces us.
Yeah, man, that's a tough one. AI is so fun when it works and so scary at the same time. It's such a there's so much that could be like how fast it's learning, man, is like unfathomable. Like even using it a year ago versus now, it's just like it's wild, dude. I don't know. I kind of I am like shocked with how quickly the advancement has happened. Like genuinely, I thought it would be a lot longer.
Well, and it's getting to the point where some of the videos in AI, like everyone consuming this media, like they don't understand what they're doing when they watch the AI content and then comment on it, because they look at it and they go, "Oh, those hands are like messed up," and then they go, "Retrain the hands, do everything the same, now fix the hand." Every single time somebody leaves a comment going, "Spotted where the AI is AI," then they go and fix that, and it doesn't look like AI anymore, and it gets harder and harder. That's how they've been doing it. That's how they're doing it now. TikTok has its own AI.
Oh yeah,
if I'm not mistaken, TikTok's entire AI or algorithm is run on AI.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
That's a problem, man. It's watching all of us. It's learning,
dude,
and we're teaching it.
I agree, man. Thank you for bringing this up. This is actually really interesting to think about. I'll have to think about this more, and then I'll read more about it, and then we can talk about it more later.
Yeah, I'll come by next week sometime.
Yeah. Thank you for bringing this to the table. I love it. I love thought experiments, so I think that's really cool. Guys, I put it all in the show notes. So if you're on the Discord, it's just in the show notes section, and everything that we talk about, I just put all the links and stuff there. So.
Well, bye.
Right. Thanks, Tony. Appreciate you, man. Have a good one. All right. Anachronism. Yo. Hi, Anachronism. How's it going? You might be muted. Well, 5 more seconds, dude. I think Anachronism. I think that you're muted, man. Oh yeah, he did. He did leave the app. Come back to us. Oh, he dropped. Randy. Thank you, guys. Thank you for all the gifts and stuff. I appreciate you. Hi.
Good.
How's it going,
Randy?
Randy?
Good morning, Dr. Greg. I think it's morning.
Good
morning. Hey, have you heard of the Fibonacci sequence?
Yeah, I have.
Do you know a lot about it?
I mean, it's a series, like a string of,
it's a spiral
of numbers that were found in nature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me. So I learned a lot about it, and I just blew my mind that I'm 54 and I just learned about this.
Yeah.
So I was watching it was like an atheist versus a Christian debate last night, and the Christian was making the claim that God's fingerprints are everywhere. Look at the Fibonacci sequence, which is the same spiral. You'll see it in snail shells, in sunflower seed arrangement, and and then also like hurricane, the arms of a hurricane, and even in the galaxy, the mathematics shows it's the same kind of spiral from a small in the middle and then kind of getting bigger and bigger as it goes further out. And so the claim that was being made was, this is evidence of God, that you couldn't have this same mathematical sequence in such random places around nature. So I was talking about this and did a little digging in. It turns out one of my coworkers used to teach a 6th grade science camp class that was called Geometry in Nature. And in that class, he explained exactly how that sequence comes to be and why you see it in seeds and pine cones and all these different places. And it's really simple to understand. But now that I understand it, it's like, oh, of course, that's what it would look like. He goes, and you got to kind of really, if I can take just a moment to explain it.
Yeah.
Think about a worm growing versus a snail growing. Now, both of them get longer and fatter as they get older, right? Day after day, they're getting a little bit longer, a little bit fatter. And there's like a ratio, like worms grow at like for every 10 millimeters, they go 1 millimeter in width. Like there's this ratio. But snails, and when worms grow, they just kind of go longer and longer, and they kind of look like little turds, right? Where they're pinched at the tip and fat in the middle, right? But when snails grow, there's an actual benefit that they actually, part of them touches their existing part, which creates this spiral. Like it's stronger to have one of your walls touching your existing body so that the next growth has at least a wall to grow on. Whereas worms just kind of get longer and longer. But snails, so that creates this coil that as you're getting longer and fatter, when you have one wall always touching your existing self, it creates this spiraling coil that creates this mathematical formula that if you have one, then you have one, then it becomes two, and then 2 + 1 is 3, the next one's 3, the next one's 8, the next one's, and so there's this number thing that you see even in computers. And I was like, oh, that makes sense. Why doesn't anybody ever explain that to everybody that it has to grow this way? When you're getting longer and fatter and connecting to yourself, you're always going to get this kind of growth progress.
Interesting. Hey, OG Jesse J. Nice to see you. Welcome in. Yeah, dude, that's really interesting. I've never heard the Fibonacci sequence explained that way. I mean, there are kind of like, I know studying insects, there's basically kind of like limitations in surface area to volume ratios and stuff. And, basically because of like the diffusion of gas in a space, like there's size limitations on insects basically because of that. So that's kind of like is interesting what you were talking about there with like how they like grow into the surrounding area.
Yeah, and he said they did all kinds of experiments. It was like a 2-day, 1 hour a day class to teach kids about how nature has just like geometry in nature. And he said he did stuff with bubbles. He goes, when you take 2 bubbles, you're like, I'm talking soap bubbles with a bubble wand and everything. And he would do this kind of experiment. He was really good with bubbles, but he would take 2 bubbles the same size, and when they touch each other, they create like a kind of a snowman looking thing, right? Where it's like, looks like the letter B almost, or a number 8. But then when you put 3, it always creates a equilateral triangle, and they're all the same size bubble. They have to. There's no other choice because of the way the air pressure in each bubble pushes against it and kind of resists. So it always creates an equilateral triangle. He goes, you'll see the same triangle when you take 3, and he would do an experiment with tennis balls on a hammock. You put 3 tennis balls on a hammock, they'll always go right to the middle of the hammock, and they created an isosceles equilateral triangle. And he's like, this is what nature does. And so they looked at pine cones and everything. And he was interesting with bubbles. When you always add a 4th bubble the same size, it creates a tetrahedron, which is the same shape as whenever you pour sand out of an hourglass, you get a tetrahedron. This is the way nature deals with. And he said too, also, when crowds of people all are trying to push through one small gate in a fence, it creates the same shape as people push through a small opening and then come out the other side. The same shape you'll see as an hourglass, the sands of an hourglass, or even the pyramids of Egypt. It's all the same shape because it's the most intelligent way for single objects to kind of align and land, and then the ones around them land on top of it. And it's like, so when you see these patterns, it doesn't mean magic. It means this is geometry doing what it has to do based on the same principle as the tennis balls in the hammock. They have to land that way. Anyway, it was really interesting, like little half-hour conversation I had, which was really opening yesterday.
Wow, that's really interesting. Yeah, and then there's probably all the different paths that are being tested, especially with like evolutionary patterns, right? Where it's like you have all of the potential patterns kind of being tested, and the most efficient one is going to be the ones that follow those principles. So that's why a lot of those patterns happen in nature as well.
Right. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I thought it was kind of interesting. I was curious if you've ever kind of experienced any of that.
Let's see, not really, man. It's yeah, not like patterns. Really, I'm not like necessarily a cell biologist. I'm like a microbiologist,
Yeah.
so everything's unicellular, and so I don't really have that kind of like need to
Yeah.
test stuff like that.
What a great idea for a nature class for like campers in
Yeah,
a summer camp type of a thing. But
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that is really cool. That is really cool. I
but
think, man, there's so much stuff going on with nature. It's
yeah,
so fun, like to explore, and that's what I don't. That's what I actually get really frustrated with, actually, with like people that are really into conspiracies, because there's so much actual stuff that it's actually happening in nature that
yeah,
it's just kind of like it's sad to escape into this like spiritual or supernatural world in order to explain things that happen in that are actually happening. It's way
yeah.
more interesting to like stay grounded and try to explore the knowledge that you can gain from going into here. Hi,
I
Jennifer.
think. Oh, can I?
So
Is my time up, or can I add one more little quick
yeah,
thing?
there's nobody on the queue. Go for it, man.
So I've kind of been, conspiracy theories, seem to be running rampant, right? More so
Yeah,
than ever in my 55 years.
yeah, bro.
And my theory on it is it's our own fault, especially those who I have a college degree and those that do. I think it's the burden on those who are educated to bring everybody with us and to
Yeah,
try to help educate, because I think when the conspiracy theories bloom is when you have a bigger gap between where the technology resides. I work for Intel, and the people I
okay,
work
cool.
with are some of the most intelligent people I think on the planet. These guys are just, and I don't claim to be as intelligent. I'm more in the business side of things, but still, these engineers that I work with are top notch, and I sit in some meetings where it just blows my mind. I can't keep up. But I think we sometimes spend so much focus advancing and racing to beat the other intelligent companies and try to win the money and all that, and we leave in the dust those who don't, maybe not even have a high school education. And so when they see the progress of technology and the fears that things like AI bring with them, and they don't understand it completely, that's when the imagination starts to run wild, and that's
Exactly.
where we get these conspiracy
They
theories.
fear
So
it. They
I
fear it,
think
like what they don't know. They can't explain it, so it's just guttural fear.
Yeah. And when somebody gives them a picture that's easy to look at and a fearful picture to look at, they cling to it because it's one of the strongest responses. If we told them, oh, nothing to worry about, they kind of forget about it. But if they tell you it's a Frankenstein monster, then they start to get their pitchforks and torches. I've seen enough of AI to know that, oh my gosh, it's powerful and it's wonderful, but it still requires us controlling it, and I don't see that changing, not for a very, very long time. I see us using it for writing programs. I see us doing a lot in it, but I just don't see the next, okay, now we're no longer a part of the decision making. I just don't see that.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully not for a really long time. I mean, there is like some like the agent mode in GPT now where you can kind of like say, here's the long-term goal, and I want you to figure out the steps. It'll do that. It'll kind of just like go through and open up a browser, and it'll kind of like figure out what to do, which has
Yeah.
been wild. But yeah, dude,
All
thank
right.
you
And
for popping in. I really appreciate you educating everyone on that. That was a really cool story about the Fibonacci sequence. So I
absolutely.
appreciate
And
that, man.
thanks for your channel.
Yeah, oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Have a good one.
Yep.
All right, we got rar.
Hi, Dr.
How's it
Greg.
going?
Hi, good. I'm actually a mathematician, but I do work with biologists
Oh,
and
cool.
on modeling evolution,
Oh,
right?
no way.
But ever since I was little girl, I was interested in sci-fi and science and everything.
Yeah.
And I was wondering whether you would be able to tell us a little bit about some things I've read recently, because
Sure.
like with the life
Yeah.
over, like science has been evolving, and I think that now we are at the point where we sort of understand that life just forms. Like we understand that life on planet Earth formed wherever 4.5 billion years ago already. But what's fascinating to me is reports, scientific reports, sort of two types of reports. So one, creation of brain organoids. So Johns Hopkins University a couple of years ago announced that they created something like that. And since then, scientists has been working on sort of like in basic steps towards creating biocomputers. So sort of using brain organoids to create biocomputers.
Wow.
And I guess if you connect it with AI, that really opens up to a lot of things. But simultaneously, there was this article published this year in PNAS, which is like a major
incredible
journal, right? Where by the authors are Katla, Lin, and Mercader, if I pronounce correctly, self-reproduction as an autonomous process of growth and reorganization in fully abiotic, artificial, and synthetic cells. And I looked at the article and I can't understand half of that because it's full of like terminology that I don't understand. But roughly, basically, what they did, they created some polymers, some sort of bubbles, and then those bubbles are completely. They didn't use any sort of actual live things like in the past experiments when they created primordial soup and so on. They actually use some elements of life, but in this one it's completely synthetic. They didn't use any of existing life form, and those things started reproducing, metabolizing, and evolving. And then if you think about that, okay, if we are able to create, say, life forms in some sense, then brain organoids and then biocomputers, and use that all with AI, it's just something amazing. So I'm just wondering whether you're able to help with understanding any of that.
I got the one that you were talking about, the self-reproduction one. Pulled up. So here's the abstract. We investigate mechanisms for the observed nonlinear growth in the number of polymer vesicles generated during a photoreversible addition, fragmentation, chain transfer based polymerization induced self-assembly reaction. What a word. What a sentence. That was insane. Okay, so polymer vesicles. So basically kind of like, little organoids. Our experimental results reveal the presence of a self-replication process during which chemically active polymer protocells, so like the beginning cells, are chemically and autonomously generated. So they're generated through chemical means and then all the time. Generated in a light-sensitive one-pot reaction that starts with the homogeneous blend of non-self-assembling molecules, and which, as observed microscopically, form vesicle objects that grow and reproduce during the irradiation with green light as the reaction proceeds. Whoa, that's wild. By using a filtration-based protocol, our experiments demonstrate that the self-reproduction process occurs concomitantly with the self-assembly reaction process and results in a nonlinear increase in the number of polymer vesicles during photopolymerization, which can only be described to their reproduction via polymeric spores injected from the previously existing first-generation vesicles. The second and subsequent generations vesicles also self-produce and continue the process of population growth. Wow. So then how do they make these things to begin with?
So Yeah, someone on TikTok was kind of trying to explain in plain words. I understand they made some bubbles. So there's like a membrane and there is something inside it. And then they used light and that caused some reaction. And those things started like producing spores and joining into like larger groups of cells.
Yeah.
And then reproducing, also metabolizing, so I guess digesting something, and then reproducing, and then evolving. So this is like, and I think it's like the first. I mean, it's at least the first that I ever heard of.
Dang, that's really cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Yeah, and the mean count is like it's going straight up. Well, I mean, it's going up, but it's not going straight up. But like that's wild.
Yeah.
That's really cool. I had no idea about this. Thank you so much for bringing it.
Yeah, and that other one, it's a separate, not related study. So John Hopkins University, they did this. They grew
the brain. Yeah, scientists
they grew. Yeah.
Scientists at Johns Hopkins have grown a first of its kind organoid mimicking an entire human brain, complete with rudimentary blood vessels and neural activity. This new quote-unquote multi-region brain organoid, end quote, connects different brain parts, producing electrical signals and simulating early brain development. By watching these mini brains evolve, researchers hope to uncover how conditions like autism and schizophrenia arise, and even test treatments before animal models. That's wild.
But you see where my thoughts are going, in what direction I'm thinking. Okay, brain organoids.
Yeah.
Maybe repair of brains, maybe in the future some treatments where people might be able to get their brain repaired somehow.
Sure.
But that combine that with ability to produce some other cells using this 2025 technology, biocomputers, maybe biorobots, total sci-fi world.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, it's just a boutonniere, guys. It's not a poppy, but yeah, that is really cool. I'll have to read this more. I mean, this is
Okay.
I love the idea of there it is. Love the idea of obviously the self-replication of a microbe. That's wild.
That's
so
the
cool.
first time actually completely synthetically, like they didn't use some RNA from somewhere or DNA or whatever.
Yeah.
It just
because
chemistry.
They did have like bots before, little like biobots. They're like basically just little it's a little flower that my wife got off of like a plastic flower, and then she just made me like a boutonniere and stuff. But the biobots from like Michigan, I think it was University of Michigan biobots. Oh no, it might be Vermont actually. First living robots, yeah, University of Vermont. It's like the little living robotic stuff out of Tufts.
Really?
The first living robots, yeah. Dead cells have been repurposed to serve another feed. It's like team builds the first living robots, the xenobots, Xenobots. Xenobots assembled from cells promised, advanced from drug delivery to toxic.
That's Michigan University, did you say?
No, University of Vermont. Sorry, Xenobots.
Okay.
Xeno.
Xenobots.
That's what I was thinking about when you said that. So I'm curious on like how it. Yeah.
I have another. Then actually, that I completely forgot. The biggest question that always I have is about consciousness, because just imagine that if consciousness always is associated with life, with biology, right?
Yeah.
Let's say consciousness, as soon as life appears, maybe consciousness is just inevitable.
Yeah.
And maybe consciousness is not limited just to us, right? Humans,
Yeah,
right?
I don't think so.
Because
Yeah.
other life forms. So now imagine if people create bio life in some sense, even from scratch, like those polymers, whatever those 2025 study, will that, and then connected with organoids or computers and create bio robots,
Yeah.
would they be
Conscious.
self-aware?
Yeah. I think they're conscious in what they can sense, like I think that's the idea. They don't have the philosophy component that we have, right? Because they don't have the frontal lobe evolution. But I think that it's like a conscious way of living based off of chemical sensing, based off of sun spots that they might or might not have, or something like that for eye spots. So I think that they are conscious, but whether or not they know that they're alive or not is kind of like that's the next level that's different, I think.
So what's your opinion, like self-awareness? Because we know humans are self-aware, but we also know animals are self-aware.
Yeah.
Then we know jumping spiders can plot very complex algorithms to get to their prey, involving a number of steps to get from one place to another. Octopus, right? If those things are self-aware, why do we stop at this level? So what if the little things are self-aware?
I know.
Do you think they could be, or it's impossible? What's your opinion on that?
We've always been wrong. We've always been wrong with limiting the what we think is alive or conscious, or we've always underestimated, that. So I would side on the side of the nature is a lot more aware of itself than we expect. That's what I would err on that side versus like the idea that there's like chordata or something like chordates, but then again your octopus would be outside of that because there isn't chordata is anything with a vertebra. So you
sorry, what's chordata? Sorry, what do you mean?
Chordata is the CHORDATA. It's it's an animal with a
Okay.
Chordata is it's a phylum.
Okay. So what about those spores, those things from the 25-year article? Like, if humans get better at creating more complex things, what if they become self-aware?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe. It's tough, man. It is tough. I think it's going to get there eventually. I think it's going to get there eventually for sure.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
I was really looking forward to asking you
you
these questions.
Dude, that was really
thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll put everything in the show notes, guys. Sorry, so if you're questioning like what happened or what we are talking about or wanting to look at the thing yourself, I would go to the Discord show notes. It's right there. All right, Rara, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thanks.
All right, have a good one.
Bye.
All right, Beyond Sapien. Yo, Beyond Sapien. How's it going?
Very well, very well. Just came across you guys talking and just found it very interesting. And I wanted to make mention just two things. Crystals. Crystals are able to grow, replicate form and replicate new cells, or replicate and form, I guess you could call new crystalline cells, and that's how they grow. But it is said technically they're not alive, and they also evolve. But
Crystals.
Yeah. Crystals, they grow in a self-replicating pattern and format. Once minerals are available to feed their, I guess, the metamorphosis. But yeah, I just thought that was interesting as well. People actually plant crystals and watch them grow. You could actually grow your own crystals by planting what a piece that you could call a seed.
Hmm.
So that's one thing I wanted to touch on. The other thing was if people were to ever really look at the concept of a tree producing fruits, because in essence the fruit has no value to the tree. The tree puts so much effort and energy into developing, producing a fruit, but the fruit is solely for the purpose of sacrificing to animals around it.
Yeah, to get the seed dispersal strategy.
Exactly. So the question is, how does the tree know about animals?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question.
Yeah, so how does the tree know about animals? And is able to develop this relationship, based on the animal's potential for mobility. Like you said, seed dispersal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
So
guess it's just like evolution, where the ones that didn't assume that or didn't factor that in are going to be the species that don't survive, right?
And if you were to take, so you said the fruit is all about seed dispersal, and if you were to take a closer look at the seed, the animal is actually meant after consuming the fruit. The seed actually is able to survive the stomach acid of most animals. As a matter of fact, the
Yeah.
seeds are able to survive the stomach acid of all herbivores, really.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So yeah, so you eat the fruit, but the seed discourages you from digesting it by its hardness, by it being uncomfortable to chew. If
Yeah.
you were to accidentally chew on some seeds, it's actually bitter in taste. So
Yeah.
it's just mechanism for protecting itself. So no, I just wanted to touch on that. Thought it was
Cool.
interesting as well.
Yeah, those are really good points. I like it.
Mhm,
Cool.
All right, but yeah,
Well,
that's all.
thanks,
That's
man.
all I really had.
That
All
was
right,
really cool. That was a really cool
all
contribution.
right, man.
Appreciate that.
Thanks for the time.
All
Yeah,
right, have a good one.
you too.
All right, guys, I'm getting tired. I'm sorry. I really wanted to engage with the last guy, and I'm just like getting really tired here. Okay, it's okay. I'm okay. Kai, you're up. What's up, Kai? How's it going?
What's up?
Not
I'm
much,
doing
man.
good.
Cool.
Living the vida loca. I see you have a PhD in microbiology.
It's true. This is very true.
So I am a evolution denier. I would argue against the status quo of evolution when
Okay.
it comes to the earliest hominins, and I do hold a religious backing, making it the case that we are made in God's image, and I do have a
Okay.
soul, etc. Do you
Gotcha.
hold to any God concept?
I mean, no, but it's kind of like indifferent to evolution being a fact of nature.
I would argue that it necessarily is the case that evolution being a fact, right, let alone a scientific fact, definitely contradicts the understanding of God and us being created in His image and having a soul. Do you hold to any immaterial existence of the human nature?
No, I don't believe anything immaterial. But like God could just be working through evolution. That could be how he does the thing, right?
Maybe a different God concept from my understanding of God, being from the Christian understanding, would be the case that necessarily that is not the case, that God created matter in this, timeline, making it, having us evolve to a point from earlier apes, right?
Okay.
So I would say that would be a direct contradiction to what is revealed through scripture. Is there any, do you think your denial of God concepts is rational?
I don't deny God. Like, there's been no positive evidence to show that he exists, so I don't believe it. It's just like I don't believe in leprechauns or unicorns because there's no evidence to support those either. So, but I don't define myself based off of what I don't believe. I define myself on what I do believe.
Is it rational for you to hold that status quo of there is no evidence of God, therefore there is no God? Is that a rational conclusion?
You're making the positive claim. You're saying that there is a God, and I haven't seen any evidence of it. So it's up to you, and you haven't done that.
Yeah, so I would say there's a plethora of evidence for God. For example, like the double slit experiment, in referring to quantum mechanics. If we go into the standard Copenhagen interpretation, right, making it the case there's an ultimate observer sustaining reality.
No.
Are you familiar with superposition or the double slit experiment?
What? That's not in the Bible, bro. That's not from. You can't. Like.
Whoa. Yeah,
Yeah,
I can,
yeah.
because
No, you
what the
can't.
double
No,
slit
you can't.
experiment
No,
establishes
no, you can't. You can't.
is an observer outside of space and time.
No. So science broke free of theocracy, and when you ran everything and you ran and killed off anyone that disagreed with you, we broke free of that, and we had a scientific revolution, and then we had all these fields of science that were invented, and and then we had these knowledge that we grew, and then all of a sudden now you're going to be like taking some of the fields of knowledge and then trying to subvert the entire thing and say that no, actually this proves my God. Like, nah.
It would be supporting evidence for sure.
Nah, you can't do
So
that.
what do you when I say God, I'm referring to, a maximally great being that is a conscious mind.
Okay.
And when I refer to the double slit experiment under the standard Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics, it would render, right, the conclusion that there is an ultimate observer outside of space and time sustaining reality.
No.
So are you saying that's some sort of equivocation fallacy? I don't understand
You're saying you're cherry picking things that we don't know in science, and then you're basically picking things to make your conclusion, and that's not positive evidence that that's no positive evidence of God exists.
Well, would you agree that sufficient evidence to you or sufficient evidence to me, being it subjective, that we can pick and choose what is evidence for the supporting argument of God, right? Because I would argue the existence of anything is supporting evidence of a God, right? If it's the case, if existence alone is God, or there is a creator-creation distinction, making it the case that there is a God that is separate from our existence, right, making us not God, and there's a higher power, right? But existence alone, right, making it the case that God exists, right? So the denial of that would be irrational.
No, that's not how it works. But you are denying a thing that does have positive evidence of with evolution. So I mean, like, do you how far does this go? Like for you, like how about like flat Earth? Do you accept flat Earth?
Flat Earth theory, I would argue the Earth is flat for sure.
Okay, all right. Dinosaurs. Do you think dinosaurs are real?
I would say dinosaurs can be real. The timeline in which depicted for dinosaurs is definitely a farce. Yeah.
Okay, so you think there's 6,000 6,000 year Earth?
I would argue that the bones that we have for dinosaurs that have been argued for the fact to support the existence of dinosaurs, when we look at the bone marrow and blood tissue of these bones, right, it would self-defeat the argument of the timeline, right? So the fact that we see
again, so 6,000 years old.
yeah, so not 6,000 years Could be 12, could be 10, could
Of
be
course.
7,
Of
could be,
course.
I don't have an exact date, but the argument that dinosaurs, for example, when do you think dinosaurs were here?
They're still here, bro. They're still here. Birds are evolved from them.
Okay, so you would say birds are dinosaurs?
Yeah. Yeah, they are technically.
So you would say birds are dinosaurs. Great. Now, when I'm referring to dinosaurs of the past, right, which colloquially we would understand as dinosaurs are no longer in existence, we may have animals from the dinosaur clade, if you may, being birds. Right. So that distinguishment and that distinction of the blood tissue indicates the fact that the timeline at which you're advocating for these dinosaurs existing, maybe if not 500,000 to 1,000,000 years ago, would be inaccurate.
When did you think, like, how does evolution, do you think evolution like stopped, or just doesn't exist at all, or how, like, what?
Well, let's grant your evolution here. I grant evolution to a certain extent. When I'm
Oh,
referring
so
to
you're doing the
evolution,
micro
I'm
versus
referring to
macro
the
thing? Yeah.
I'm referring to the
Yeah,
bait
yeah.
and switch
Yeah,
that
yeah.
is argued in science, right? Because we understand that there is no understanding of abiogenesis to continue that evolution pathway, making it the case that me accepting this half truth of evolution that we came from, bananas or monkeys, right? Apes, if you may, to humans would be irrational, right? It's inconclusive. And I grant that. I grant that your understanding is inconclusive. What I'm searching for is the truth of reality, right? And I think that is the clear distinction here is maybe you're fine with just not knowing about anything and having like this epistemic nihilism
Yeah.
when it comes to the denial of God. I don't. I think I exist. I'm a human, right? I can make these claims.
Maybe you could be a figment of my imagination. I could be God.
Okay, so do you deny God and at the
Can
same
you prove
time
that that's
invoke that you
false?
could be God?
Could you say that that's false though? Could you prove that?
Well, when we go into absolute fallibilism, right? Here's the case. Is absolute fallibilism true?
I'm a solipsist. I don't know. It's whatever I want it to
That's
be.
no necessarily under solipsism. You're affirming your state of existence, right? So that's
If I
not
want you
absolute
to, I
fallibilism.
can. If I
So
want
there's
you
a
to.
distinction between being an absolute fallibilist and holding to solipsism. Solipsism affirms that you exist,
Maybe if I
affirms
wanted
that
to.
it's a
I don't
projection of
know.
not only a mind, but your mind claiming identity,
But
right? When
I'm
we're
the
going to
God.
absolute fallibilism, sorry?
Maybe if I wanted to.
This is the classic rigmarole. It's sad, Dr. Greg, because you're a PhD. I came up here with some respect. This is the
I'm not an
rigmarole
actual
you will see
solipsist, dude. I
from
think it's
the
just boring.
academic atheist.
I think it's just boring, dude. I don't understand. Like, there's so much evidence for evolution. There's so much, like it's just I don't to come out and be like a denier. I mean, is there any denier of evolution? It's just wild to me. Do you like, what evidence would you need to see in order to believe that evolution is real?
Evolution is a fact. Let's grant that. So let me set the standard here
But you
of
said
evolution.
you denied it at the
No,
beginning.
no,
I
no,
don't
no.
understand.
I'm going to set the standard here. Evolution exists. Okay. Now, is it the case that we come from apes and earlier hominins? I would deny that consensus. So there's a clear distinction. Evolution exists. Do we come from earlier hominins? Right? We know that not to be the case.
Then why do we share so much DNA and stuff with like bananas? Why 50% of our DNA is similar to bananas? Why?
Yeah, I mean, if we're being intellectually honest here, are we on the same planet as bananas exist? Do bananas exist on the same planetary body?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's necessarily the case that if we share the same planetary body, why wouldn't it be the case that we share the same source of life, right, or existence, meaning the case of DNA?
But
that's kind of a non sequitur
evolution.
in my eyes.
Evolution. That's from.
So you believe we evolved from bananas?
No, we're
Doctor.
both eukaryotes, so that's why we share so many common like DNAs, because the cellular processes that evolved over 2 billion years in prokaryotic evolution to eukaryotic evolution, we share those same processes. That's why.
I grant all of that. That could be
Okay,
necessarily
so
the
you
case.
accept 2 billion years of evolution then through prokaryotes and
No,
eukaryotes.
which you're straw manning here, and it's the classic bait and switch. We share something, therefore we come from bananas.
No, I'm not saying we came from
Okay, so
bananas.
then we agree. We don't come from bananas, and we don't come
We're
from earlier
eukaryotes.
hominids, and evolution exists.
Okay.
Well, like, for example, let's go all the way back. You want to start at bananas, which is like the halfway line. Okay, this is
What?
like starting at the
Halfway
50-yard
line?
line.
What are you talking about? Plants? No,
Well,
plants.
it's essentially starting at the half, like the 50-yard line in the football game. Okay, let's go to abiogenesis, and we're referring to
We're
a
talking about
half cell.
evolution. We know less about abiogenesis than evolution. We have proof of evolution, and you said you were an evolution
I
denier,
grant evolution,
and now you're
host.
accepting it. But then, yeah, exactly. I don't know if you know what you believe, man. I think that
Okay,
you're
let's
everywhere. I think
define
you're just trying to
evolution.
like be these like pedantic
Host,
philosophical arguments, and you don't really
it
understand
is
what's going
pedantic.
on.
It is philosophical.
Yeah, it's not
Again,
pedantic though. There's like actual evidence that we can point to. So that's what's kind of
I
weird.
agree. There's evidence
So
we can point to
okay,
in evidence of
all
God
right, man.
existing.
Okay, all right, awesome. Well, good luck to you, bro. Appreciate you.
This is the
Okay, all right, guys. I don't understand I'm coming in. I deny evolution. That was his first sentence. That was his first sentence, right? That was his first sentence. I deny evolution. And then he goes, and then I accept evolution. I accept that it did exist. And then 2 billion years of prokaryotic existence did exist. I don't get it. I don't understand. It's so frustrating. Like what is he doing? Dude, flat earth, yeah, agree. Flat earth too. Oh my gosh. Light is life. Still here. You're telling me to get some sleep, but you're still watching me. Light is life. You're like the number one fan. I love it. Light. If I get a Dr. Greg merch shirt, I would be so sad if you didn't get one. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Funny boy. I think he's gonna be trolling me. I know the evolved from bananas thing, the halfway to evolution. I love the idea that he really thinks that we're gonna be that's like the half point in evolution. They really do think that evolution is like a staircase, and like the humans are at the top, and then it's just that's the inevitability of everything, where it's like all goes to humans. Oh man, the light, the actual story of the world is so more interesting. Yeah, Kai, I did, dude. You got me. You won, Kai. You won. That's fine, bro. I'm like, I don't have to prove anything to you, so that's the thing. All right. So we got open lines. Also, if anyone has a vaccine recently, we celebrate you here. So please, if you've gotten a vaccine recently, please join the queue. Or I know it got 9, Jen. We're up to 9 now. It's insane. It's so cool. In a week, we've got 9 subscribers in a week. It's absolutely amazing. So, I know, right? If you've gotten a vaccine recently, we're going to celebrate you. If you want to ask a question, you can jump into chat. But first, I just want to go and celebrate you guys real quick while the line is clear. This is for you guys. This is your time, because this is you guys, and you are awesome. Thank you to the last subscriber, Base. Thank you, Base. They're the top gifter. OG Jesse, thank you. Sheepadoodle, Jen, AMBURBB, Daniel W. Danielle W, excuse me, a Maiden of Mayhem, Star, Duocracy, and our top likers, Jen A, doing work. She's doing 30,000. Amazing. Thank you. Maiden of Mayhem, Alina, the OG Jesse G, J, Marsha Mello, NB Kami, Sierra Mama, Love Bear, all gifts, Terry L. Don't forget, guys, you can also, in order to help the stream, share is a huge one. Sharing is a huge one. I've tried to promote this stuff before, and we get denied all the time. They don't let us. TikTok doesn't allow me to promote my stuff, which kind of sucks. So sharing is a huge one. And also following, please. The super chat here, that would be a great way to participate in the discussion. Also on the link tree. Whoa, I got a galaxy. Dude, thank you so much. Thank you, BGBG. Thank you so much. That is amazing. Wow. Thank you. The Discord has all the show notes, the science discussion, the primary sources that we use is all there. And we also have in the link tree is the YouTube live archive. So this show right now is going to rerun. It's going to rerun next tomorrow at noon. And then on top of that, all my publications are at my link tree. So if you wanted to see what's going on, that's a good way. So guys, thank you so much. BG, thank you. You're so kind. I appreciate you so much. All right. I hope I'm saying that. I'm saying that right. Are you pressing vaccines as a positive? Are you? Yeah, vaccines are safe and effective. Everyone should get vaccinated. Thank you. Oh, that's very kind of you. Vaccines are safe and effective. And if you got vaccinated recently, let us know. We want to celebrate you because we care about people that take public health seriously. So we would love to celebrate you. Garrett, what's up, bro? How's it going? Whoa. Dang. OG, thank you. Jesse, thank you so much. OG Jesse J, thank you.
What was that? Was that
I know.
jellyfish?
Oh,
The heck?
thank you. Amber, that's I can see your because of the thing I can see you see your name better. Amber.
Hey guys, I take gifts too, by the way.
Yeah, something like that. Thank you so much. OG Jesse J.
Dr. Gray, you got
Amber,
any?
BG, thank you so much. You guys are awesome.
Thank you guys for donating to our live. Dr. Gray, you got any competitions coming up?
Thanks for asking, bro. I'm gonna get my blue belt this week, which is kind of cool. I got the email, so that's pretty sweet. And I'm gonna be competing, I think, in January. So I think for the ADCC San Diego Open.
Better see in the UFC soon, Greg. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right, dude. I don't like striking.
You don't like strike? You like grappling or what? You like,
yeah.
The ground game or what?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, dude. I don't want to.
We'll have to spar sometime for some money. Little wager.
Wait, you do grappling?
I do MMA. Yeah.
It's a little bit different. You jujitsu? Thank you.
A little.
Thank you. You're very kind.
I like more Muay Thai, but.
Okay, yeah, that's striking, bro. That's striking.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying like I do everything MMA.
Nice. That's cool.
Yep. Gonna have to wager sometime. I bet the people would love to see some Garrett versus Dr. Greg.
I mean, if you wanted to do jujitsu, then that's fine.
Yeah, we can do that. We can do whatever.
Okay.
Little boxing.
No, that's not what that is.
Little Republican versus Democrat, you know?
But what do you mean, dude? I'm the Abraham Lincoln. What are you talking about?
Abraham Lincoln had slaves. What do you mean?
What are you talking about? I'm trying to bring the country together.
Wait,
bro.
you said you're Abraham Lincoln, but
Yeah,
he had
dude.
slaves. That's crazy. Dr. Greg, he had slaves.
He's freed the slaves, dude.
He freed the slaves because
Yeah, you
it looked
freed
good
him.
for him.
You freed
That's
him.
the only reason. Abraham
What
Lincoln
was
had
the Civil War about, Garrett?
Abraham Lincoln
What
had
was
slaves.
the Civil War about?
Oh, because the Civil War happened because slaves and shit or something like that.
Okay, that's good. Because I know that you are from like the South or Midwest, so I don't know if they're
Yes,
actually.
sir. Yes, sir.
I don't. That's okay. At least they're still doing that. I don't know if Trump had like changed that.
No, sir. Trump loves the African American community. He actually gives them lots of jobs. He creates lots of prosperity for minorities. Unlike
Something like that.
Democrats hold minorities back into the poverty and ghetto. I'm just saying.
Something like that.
Yeah, a lot
Something
like
like that
that.
for sure. Yeah, for sure.
What I'm saying is the Democrats and the CIA created the ghetto and they created EBT to keep minorities into the gutter, and the Republicans want to get them out of there. I don't know if you recently saw, but there was a few protests. There's a few Democrats protesters that were creating some crazy signs, some racist signs. I don't know.
What? What's the crazy science?
No, not science. Signs like some big old whiteboard signs they created.
No, I don't know.
Yeah, you gotta look
I
it
don't
up.
like. Yeah, I don't pay attention to the news, dude. Like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Your own agenda. I got it.
I got like, yeah, someone was actually like messaging me. They were like, are you paying attention to this breaking news story? Da, da, da. I'm like, no, bro. Like, I don't pay attention to
Great.
breaking news stories like at all, man. Like, I don't. It's like I like to slow my news down, and I like to like read deeply into things.
I do too. I like to when I read a topic that I'm interested in, I like to dive deep in. Not gonna lie. But Dr. Gray, I didn't know you were a little
Yeah,
raver.
Abraham Lincoln did not own slaves. Yeah,
Doc-
Randy Fitz
Where'd
was.
you read
Yeah,
that at, huh?
yeah. What are you
Was
talking
that
about? Why are
was
you
that
trolling?
CNN? Was that CNN? He owned slaves. Yes, he did.
That's not what he's saying. Yeah, Google search is saying he did not own slaves.
Oh my gosh.
Did he? Did he, Jen?
Oh, bro. Yeah, thank you, Jen. Jen is a freaking G.
List of the presidents that owned slaves. No, he's not on here. He's not on
Hey,
here.
whatever Jen says goes. Yes, sir. The lady is our. Greg, what's the secret to a happy marriage? A happy wife. The lady is always right. Tell you what.
There you go, dude. Androgyny.
But
Okay,
Dr. Greg,
awesome, Jen. Thank you. I wasn't trying to. Yeah.
I'll find the proof and send it. Yeah, thank you, Jen. We'll look forward to that.
I mean, technically, Lincoln did make the argument that winner of the war gets the spoils. So that was the whole idea that he did own the slaves of the South after they won the war. So since they were his, then they could free him. That was like the premise of it. Since like to the winner go the spoils, and if they're winning in the war, then he should be able to take their materials, and he's taking their
Jen is very smart because thank you, Jen. Like I feel like the Civil War was not about slavery. It was all about money and who had the power.
Oh, interesting, Michael.
I think the northern states use slavery as an excuse to gain power, to gain the leverage. That's how I don't know. I'm not saying that's what she thinks. I'm just saying that's what I think. But, yeah. Could you imagine if the South would have won, Greg? Well, first of all, we wouldn't have been born. That would have changed the timeline. But it would have been something, man. Tell you what.
I mean, they literally said, like, yeah, Joyful Hearts right here. They literally said, talking about their secession state, like they said it was about slavery. They specifically mentioned it.
What does TBI mean? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, sir. Slaves were only 3/5 of a person. I mean,
yeah.
Yes, but that was also 100, 200 years ago, some shit.
Traumatic brain injury.
Tell you what, Greg, I didn't know you were a raver. I didn't know you liked raves.
What are you talking about? What do you mean?
You like to go to raves or what?
How would you know this, or what would you know this from?
Oh,
What do you
I don't know what you're talking about.
What are you talking about?
Hmm?
How? What do you mean?
I saw your TikTok earlier. Sorry.
Me going. What? You saw me at a rave at my TikTok? What?
Yeah, you posted on your TikTok.
What are you talking about, bro?
No, I saw your post about you at a rave. I didn't know you were a little raver. I love raves.
What are you talking about, dude? I never posted on TikTok about me going to a rave.
Oh, you never been to a rave? I'm sorry. I
I
thought you.
have actually. I have.
Okay,
If you
okay.
want to
Oh, so
know,
you are a rave.
I have
Okay,
actually.
okay,
My
okay.
first one was Nocturnal Wonderland, 2007.
Really?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
ever been to an Excision concert?
Yes, I've seen him a couple times. Yeah.
You seen it? You like Excision?
Yeah, dude. I was doing like the rounds on all the massives for like 3 or 4 years, bro. It was crazy. I was going to like
The
every 2 or 3 months, going to one of those the
B
Insomniac
Greg.
events ones. All EDC together as one.
Yup.
Um, Nocturnal Wonderland, all that kind of stuff.
You ever been to like any of the big ones?
Those are the big ones. Those are the biggest ones in the world at the time.
See, we can get along on that. You know, we can. I might not like you or your views, but we can dance and shit.
Okay.
That's what
Maybe.
usually happens. I go to raves and I'm friends with everyone, and then I start talking about Trump and how much I love him, and then everyone hates me.
Yeah,
And they
it's
get a
like not
big
a
old
good.
fight, and I get kicked out. I'll tell you what.
Dude, I would love to go to Burning Man. That would be so cool. I mean, that is like
Burning
that.
Man.
I went to Coachella 2013.
There's racist or ignorant.
And then
What the heck?
dude, Lightning in a Bottle is amazing. I went to Lightning in a Bottle in 2016, and then I went to Lightning in a Bottle last year too. So it was really fun.
That, you know, like the concert raves are fun, but nothing beats a festival. Nothing beats those festivals. Tell you what.
I mean, I don't know, dude. I like the one nighters personally. I thought the one nighters were because you just have like that magical, like everything's going down, everyone's there to have fun, versus like the drawn out like week
That
long
is true.
slog
That
where
is
it's like
true.
everyone's like doing their own thing, and it can
Like
be
after
just
that,
people are just trying to like just do as much as they can for as long as they can, and it's kind of like really degenerative, versus just one night having a good time. You know, having a blast. You don't have like less to worry about. You're just having fun.
that is true. But I like the festivals because like the low key ones, like deep in the woods, like oh my gosh, bro, find some crazy nights there, Greg. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. A lot of women out there, you know. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say.
Dude,
Tell
I
you
mean,
what.
I don't know, man. It's all about the location, bro. I would have gone to
Exactly.
like the Coliseum in LA. That was wild. I did there was one dude in the middle of downtown LA, bro. It was
What?
wild. It was so sick. It was really
Wait, a
fun.
festival or just like a one
Yeah,
night?
Insomniac Events rave, yeah.
That's cool.
I know. Dude, 50 Shades. I've actually went to one at the Mojave Desert that got raided by the cops. Actually, this is a real story. I was it's like 2003. I'm like 17. I'm trying to like get into electronic music, trying to like get in, and because all the clubs are all like top 40 R&B and rap and stuff. They're not actually playing electronic music then. It's still kind of like electronic music hasn't hit the mainstream. And I was on some electronic music forum, and they were talking about a rave in the middle of the Mojave Desert, and I was like, I found out about it at 8 o'clock. I go to my friend. It starts at 10 o'clock, and I'm like, dude, we can drive there. It's an hour and a half away. We can make it. So, so we literally like it was just go east on this highway and then turn left at this mile marker. That was it. That was the entire directions, the entire thing. And we drove an hour and a half out of the way. And like, just sure enough, we slow down, find the mile marker, turn left. And then I'm in my 91 Ford Explorer. So we're like off-roading for forever, bro. And I'm like, dude, we got freaking duped. There's no way, and sure enough, all of a sudden I see all the projectors and everything all lit up on these rocks and all the music, and you're just like, no way. And they were playing just like super eclectic, electronic music at that point. I mean, it was just like all hard style and like acid house and just like really, really eclectic, off like weird genres that you don't really hear anymore. And it was amazing. And it was a huge party I mean, huge, but there was like maybe 50 people there, but everyone was so down, so chill. And then sure enough, like at 3 a.m., 4 a.m., it got raided by the cops. There was like just all the SUVs and ATVs just all circling us. And I had to get my friend he got arrested for a court hearing. And so I told the cops, I was like, dude, I just need to we don't have anything on us. I'm like completely sober because I was only like 17. So I was like, can we just go? And they let us go. And
You were sober?
Yeah. I didn't do drugs or drink until I was like 22, 23.
What? What's the fun about going to rave if you're not on something?
No, because I actually love electronic music, dude. I actually do love electronic music.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna talk to Rachel, dude. Thank you for coming in, Garrett. I
Dr.
appreciate it.
Greg, bro. Talk to me more, bro.
I know. You love it, dude. I'll see you soon. Oh, you're talking 50 Shades. You talking about Red Rocks? Is that what you're talking about? Rachel, how's it going?
Hi.
How are you?
Oh, very good. How are you?
Cool.
Oh, I've been trying for like so long. Kind of never tried. This is like the first time I actually know you and come to the scientific.
Oh, cool.
And then you having this conversation with this guy, and I was like, losing my mind. So like, because I'm a scientist. It's like, So it was insane. I was like, this is the first time I actually talked to someone and to talk. It's
Cool.
like, and I was losing my mind.
Cool. Well, I'm happy that you joined. That's awesome.
No, it was awesome. Anyway, I think so as well.
Nice. Do you have any questions, or have you been vaccinated recently?
Vaccinated. Oh yeah, vaccinated with a couple years ago when it comes to.
Cool. Well, good job. Thanks for doing that.
I'm a marine scientist.
Oh, cool. Marine biologist?
Marine scientist.
Oh, okay.
I also I am an anthropologist.
Oh, cool.
I don't know if you see my post when you had this conversation with this guy. I was losing my mind. Oh my god! When it comes to like microbiologists, I have education in microbiologists, and
Yes, Lewis. Yeah, the vaccines are safe and effective, man. Everyone should get the flu and the COVID vaccine.
God, I was losing my mind.
For sure.
Whatsoever.
Yeah, it's they're crazy.
I do want to ask you a question.
Sure.
Like beyond that, PCR. I done that. I don't generic. Takes generics. How you call it? Cells, and you make it into. I don't know all that, but when you had this conversation with this person, I never had that. I'm not huge TikToker, like when it comes to like TikTok, not and I just kind of like the first timer listening to like you guys' conversation.
Okay, cool.
I was listening.
Cool. Well, I'm glad that you're spending it here with us. It's awesome. That's yeah. We were talking about PCR and basically using
No,
it
I
as a
know
way to
PCR. I
confirm.
know PCR. Know what PCR,
Oh,
and I was losing it because I'm
gotcha.
a scientist myself,
Sure, sure.
and I'm completely. But I was losing it in a way that that was the kind of first time that I did a TikTok
Mm-hmm.
live in
Yeah.
a way.
Wow.
It was like, what is happening
That's
here?
cool, dude. This is your first TikTok live that you watched, and you're watching with us.
Yes, exactly.
Wow,
And
that's
actually
crazy.
I text to you so like I'm losing my mind. This is completely insane. And I actually post that it's like this is crazy. This is like no education and I was losing my mind. It's like I'm losing my mind. This is crazy.
That's awesome. Well, I'm so happy that you found us. It's so cool.
But how you do that? No, I'm listening to you.
Yeah.
I'm I mean I'm a scientist as
Mm-hmm.
well like you are. Like I
Yeah.
don't have that the amount of experience that you are. Like
Mm-hmm.
but I am a scientist.
Yeah.
And I was listening to this person and I'm sorry, but it was such a joke.
Yeah.
It was such a and I was like posting it's like yeah you need education it's like kind of like when it comes to like and he keeps saying systems like what system and then he keeps saying it's like well I read it's like what
It's
I
tough. It's
I
tough.
I read very scientific I am a scientific I wrote scientific papers like
Mm-hmm.
please tell me it's like and I was trying to be nice it's like well tell me what are your sources like well and then he goes like my primary sources is like
Mm-hmm.
do you know what primary and secondary source means
Yeah.
so it
It's
was
tough.
it was really tough and then it was kind of crazy when
Mm-hmm.
you actually a scientist in and I was kind of crazy you just still going with it it's like oh my god he's still going with it
Yeah.
I'm really trying I'm gonna lose my and you're still going it well
Yeah. I think it's like about not a lot of people know scientists, so you gotta give people that opportunity to ask those difficult questions that, you know, they don't normally get a chance to ask, right? So you
I'm a marine scientist I know science that's
yeah.
what I said it's like you need to you need to know microscientists
Yeah.
and biology and anything. Like I put in my post that it's like you need to know scientists and you actually need to know ask questions when it's like, well, and I realized that like this is a joke. And
Yeah.
I was like, what is happening?
Well, Rachel,
But
thank you so much for getting on. I really appreciate you talking to me, and thanks, dude. That's so cool that you found the live so soon. I mean, it's the best live, guys. We are the best TikTok live in this whole place for sure. We all know it. Let's be real, right? So, thank you so much for being a fan and watching, Rachel. I appreciate you jumping on too. So, we just got a couple more people, and we're gonna get off. So, I just want to give them a chance too. So. Thanks again, Rachel. Have a good one. Have a good night, okay? All right, Ducray, and then we're done. Ducray, you're wrapping the show. Ducray, you got
Hello.
the last word, the last
Oh
thing.
no,
What's up? How's it
much
going?
pressure.
No,
I'm
it's all good.
leaving
We're chilling.
right
You're
now.
friend of the show, Ducray, everyone.
Hi
Dang it.
everyone.
She gets a friend of the show. How's it
Thank you.
going?
It's going good. This was an awesome live, by the way. I
Thank
loved
you.
all the things you were talking about. So that guy Kai, I
Yeah.
guess, is a Philbro, and
Yeah,
he
the Phil bro.
fundamentally,
That's
yes.
a good way to put it.
I've hung out a lot with the Philbros,
So
man, I can't. I honestly, to you know, what's crazy. I have a PhD, but my
hi,
first
Randy.
philosophy class was I did a remote philosophy of science class with other Twitch streamers, and we did it live on Twitch over the pandemic. I never even actually took a real philosophy class in any of my schooling. So when they
Really?
just no, when they like really go hard in all the philosophy stuff, I'm like totally I'm out of it. I don't know what any of those are. So those words mean. So I'm just like whatever. It's all
I
over my
actually
head.
think I actually think the way you react is probably the best way to do it because you're like, yeah, this is boring. Like, I don't care.
It might, yeah. It probably triggers them the most because they're probably technically correct, right? I don't, and it's like I don't know what the words are. I know some of the logical fallacies, just because of
Mhm.
whatever the names are, but I don't.
Yeah. I don't know if Kai was correct about anything, but just because what he was saying about the double slit experiment is
I
not
hate that.
correct.
I
Yeah.
hate the idea that they can like the only reason why it exists is because we've abandoned theocracy, we've abandoned religion as our way of figuring out these problems, and then now they come in after the fact when blood has been like spilled by these people,
Hmm.
and then now they take that as positive evidence. Like no way, man, no way.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So if that ever comes up again, what happened with the double slit experiment
Oh,
is
I
they
know. I know
you
what
heard
it
about
is.
it?
Oh yeah, of
Yeah.
course.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
it's the
Okay. Okay.
observer effect. I understand, but
Yeah.
like, but it's
And it was
go ahead.
sorry. It's sensors used to like observe it interacted
Yeah.
with the particles, changing its behavior.
Yeah,
So it's not something, sorry, go ahead.
yeah. I mean, George was talking about it. We were talking about it last night with
Jorge.
was
I
it
love
Jorge or
Jorge.
George? I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, it's Jorge. It's okay. He
Okay,
doesn't
Jorge.
care.
Okay, yeah,
I
yeah.
think his mom calls him George or Georgie or something.
Okay.
Like that.
Yeah, I don't know if
I've
he
known
took the
Jorge for a
Spanish or
couple of
the
years.
English like
Yeah,
pronunciation,
yeah,
but yeah, it's just whether or not you're in the observation, you're creating that ripple effect into it,
yeah.
So it's just it's yeah, it is very weird. I don't, but it's still, even if let's say the double slit experiment, and obviously like the idea that it's positive evidence for an observer because you observe something, therefore you have an impact, so therefore the observer exists.
Right.
Like what? Like that is
Right, like
so
his whole thing
stupid.
of like outside time and space, that's not, let's say it is true. There wasn't something interacting, it was just people watching it or it being recorded,
Hmm.
right? But that's not out of time and outside of time and space. Like that's
Yeah, exactly.
still in time and space. Anyways, I know you're getting tired. I just
No, yeah,
wanted
it's
to jump
okay.
on
It's
and
good. I
say
mean,
hello.
the and then the enlightened centrist guy, that was a weird one because it was just like,
He talked about communism like it was a positive thing, but he was a centrist. I
mhm.
did you catch that?
Yeah. It was a like um an anti-institutional like critique, but I just think that um institutional knowledge is a good thing. That's how like
Hmm.
that is the idea of like the whole standing on the shoulders of giants. So if anyone
Right.
is like truly anti institutional knowledge, like you're just starting over from scratch every single time. Like how does that work? Like how could you like improve the world? How could you like like, everyone has to reinvent electricity every time that they're alive? Like you're not going to understand some things. I don't get why it's so hard for people to understand this.
Right. Totally. I agree with you. And they talk about that too. I'm trying to remember what I had read where they talked about when like societies or civilizations like experience like a total degradation of how they function. They lose a ton of knowledge that they had culturally because of that.
Exactly.
You know, and I like worry that that's what's going to happen with the U.S. You
Yeah,
know, with
no,
just
it's
all
true.
the knowledge that we have. You
Yeah,
know.
I mean, like the problem is that like the exact problem that Trump said that he was going in there to fix, he's caused that exact same thing, right? Where every single institution, every single part of it, all the good faith people have all left. It's like Trump won, they were there, right? They were the manifestation of that deep state that he hated so much because they kind of tried to grind things down and halt it. But like,
Mm-hmm.
dude, I mean, we didn't even get to like the things that we were talking about, like the, I guess it'll be tomorrow, but I mean, SCOTUS allowing NIH cuts, like, to actually happen. Um,
Wasn't,
there's
but
just,
that was
and all these other,
stuff.
go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No. You were talking about NIH, that they take it to the court about how
Yeah.
they had,
They
like,
try to
the
challenge it.
Congress.
Yeah, and
And
they need to allow it. The SCOTUS is allowing it. So it's just I don't get it. I don't understand. And like all the institutions now are all packed with Trump appointees or packed with people um, that are just anti-science. Like that's what's so crazy. Like so we
Mhm.
really do need to go through here and clean house of all these guys. They have to drain that swamp. We really do.
Sorry, that's my dog. If you hear snoring, I have
It's
pugs.
okay. You're good.
Yeah.
So like we really do need to like drain the swamp of these people. That's why I do tell you like the MAGA and Maha and all these kind of stuff. They are the institutions. They are the deep state, and we do have to. They are the swamp that we have to drain now. So it's
Absolutely.
crazy.
I
We
love how you're like, okay, go get a patent then. Like, your people are in charge.
I
Go
know.
do it.
They don't want to do it. They don't want to do it. But there's always some grand conspiracy. There's always some way. There's no. We can't do it this time because of this. There's no. The global pharma companies are going to stop that from stopping us like getting stuff passed. Finally, it's like so what? Like who's this global pharma company that's controlling the FDA now? Like what is going on? Like
Hmm.
it's just it's let's be real, they're just not serious like people like at least the politicians aren't because they're grifting,
Yeah.
so it's like and they're lying to people and they're it I think that there really is people that trust these guys, that trust these politicians because they feel like all the politicians are corrupt but these politicians are their politicians, so they're going to tell them the truth. And that's the sad part, is that they're really just being taken advantage of like wholeheartedly. And
Yep.
it sucks for them. It sucks
Yep.
for
I
us. It
agree.
sucks for the country. It sucks for everyone. So it's just
Yeah.
I don't think that they realize what's actually happening. Yeah.
Yeah. I totally agree. I think some people are in for a rude awakening, and I think some people are just, they're never gonna know. They're never gonna realize it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like who they're gonna like have all these. It's the whole thing of like we're gonna defund science and we're gonna yada yada yada, and then like once they get cancer they're gonna be like, yo, what's up with those like gene therapies, dog? Like how are you those like coming along? Like I'm sorry, light of life people aren't gonna be going to red light therapy when they have like cancer problems and stuff. Like they're gonna want to go to the hospitals and they're gonna go to the medical history that is supported. And like it's just no, Diane, no, I'm not. They're just, dude,
It
he's
rem-
stuck in here with me. I'm not stuck in here with freaking Trump. Like he is stuck in here with me, man.
oh my gosh. Okay. You probably don't watch this show, but what you said just totally reminded me of the scene from the show Supernatural. And I might have to send you a clip. I'm sorry. I'm obsessed. Everything goes back to Supernatural, but you will love it when you see it. I'll
Nice.
get it off of TikTok and send it to you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Mob,
Yeah.
I get on like at 9 p.m. PST. So if If you want,
Hi, Bob.
you can come on whenever you want.
He was in here earlier. I know he requested, but he might have
Oh,
had.
oh yeah, dude. There was like that guy that was in it. If we catch like a good one, like a really confrontational one early on, like I normally have the timer on, but then it's like if people are if someone's actually engaged and will actually have a good faith discussion, I take the timer off. So I apologize, Mob, if you were waiting in the queue. I saw like 4 or 5 people in the list, but yeah, it sucks, man. But it's just kind of is what it is. I do this every night, so you got tons of opportunities to do it. So
It's all right. Mob will be back. I'm sure
oh,
he'll
nice.
request again at some. I am not. Okay, yes, you're right. I'm your op.
Nice.
Me and Mob are frenemies.
Oh, are you the grad student that just came in last time, or is that another person? No, Mob.
Me?
No, Mob.
Oh, is he a grad student?
You had another person that was talking, maybe it was Australian, talking about how you push disinformation or something.
Lobby. No,
Gotcha.
he different person. Yes, he's getting his PhD and he's
Nice.
Maori.
Oh,
He's
cool.
from New Zealand. Yeah, Maori.
Dude.
Maori. Yeah.
Dude, it's been crazy. The amount of likes and everything. I'm so blown away. I got, dude, the 377 new followers. That's just wild. That's like 10%, increased 10% just tonight. It's just wild, guys. Like
I know here. I'm sorry. Yeah, he was in here last night. Sorry.
Yeah.
A lot of my mutuals, we all have similar tastes in TikTok lives. A lot of them end up.
Unfortunately, Sunset Flowers, that's just not correct, you know. It's he's a huge threat to scientific progress. I wish you were right, but unfortunately, he's cutting funding to so many programs, and he's having devastating impacts already. And it's only been 6 months in, or 7 months in now. So I mean, in the first Trump one, it was that case, and people kind of could go forward, and it wasn't that big of a deal. But now he's gutting all of the federal funding, so all private. It's impacting private and public. It's awful. So it definitely is happening. That's one of the reasons why we have to talk about it so much, because it's just that nobody knows that it's happening, because so few people actually know scientists. So, but we talk about it a lot. There's a lot of like professors in here talking about it. There's a lot of grad students that are losing their funding. They're not getting in their programs anymore. There's a lot of universities that are pulling stuff and pulling spending. It's happening.
Yep, exactly. I actually just came up with a TikTok idea. Can I tag you in it when I make it?
Sure.
Okay, cool. Related to supernatural, but I'll tie in scientists.
Sure, yeah, whatever you want to do.
Oh, Mob, come up.
There's going to be a civil war. I mean, possibly. I think we're kind of in a cold civil war right now, actually. Unfortunately, I mean, especially with like the civil. I think it's like a cold civil war right now. Basically, it's like ideological civil war that the billionaires are holding and fighting against us. I mean, they're deconstructing the academic space because they feel like that's the only thing that constrains them. Do you know what that study of this COVID-19 vaccine linked to a lot more cases of dementia?
Whoa.
No, I haven't heard about that. But I mean, there is like a neurodegenerative aspect of long COVID. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised that actually triggers COVID-19, triggers some type of something like that. Again, I'm not a medical doctor, but that would be my hypothesis.
How would they be able to link it to that?
I'm sorry, Jen. I know, me too. It would be kind of like the VAERS system, the vaccine adverse side effects reporting system, and then you would just basically see whether or not like the vaccine was linked to dementia. But it doesn't. I mean, it's the most widely used vaccine of all time. So, I mean, we're up to like what 6 billion dosages. So you definitely don't have like early onset dementia, I don't think, but maybe people that are on that, right on that cusp, you know, or
I found
genetically
one.
inclined.
Yeah, I found one in Korea, and their study was for 65 and above. So it's definitely not early onset Alzheimer's. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're talking about the Korean study. Those, but then findings showed an increased incidence. I would have to read
All
this
right,
whole thing.
guys. Well, 2 o'clock is my hard stop. I gotta go. I gotta do dad mode tomorrow morning. So thank you guys so much. Thank you guys. We'll do the shout outs one more time. Ducray, thank you so much for getting on. I appreciate you. Shout outs one more time, guys. This time is for you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. Thanks to our last subscriber base. Thank you, Jen, Danielle, Ducray, Stars, Maiden, Jen A, Sophia, Anthropic. Thank you, Jen A, for the likers. Thank you for following. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for liking. I appreciate you so much. Jen A with 37,000. OG, Jesse J, 11,000. Thank you guys so much. Maiden of Mayhem, Alina, Marshmallow, Jen, NB Kami, Sierra Mama, Love Bears All Gifts. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And you guys know what time it is, huh? Thank you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. We will see we'll see you. One second, guys. Oh my god, this is so awkward. Hey. Yo. What's up? Steam Deck is not working. Oh wait. That was, oh my gosh, you guys. Oh my god, that was close. You almost saw the new thing that I haven't revealed yet. I hit the wrong button. Join the Discord. Yes, thank you. Let's see here, guys. Sorry. What are you guys up to? Do. What are you guys up to? Hi, how are you? What are you up to? How are you guys up to? Here it is. All right. You guys know what time it is. Boom. Boom. Thank you. 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 I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for being awesome. Go be nice to someone. And remember, vaccines are safe and effective. Get vaccinated. Get your booster. Get the flu shot. You got it. Get it so we can celebrate you tomorrow, okay? I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.